just under £23 an hour. We don't think that's unreasonable. We're not asking for it all in one go. We're asking for conversations, we're asking for negotiations, and we're willing to be flexible.
The government has raised concern that this strike will disrupt care for patients across the country.
We are doing everything we can to minimise the risk to patients and to minimise the disruption, but I want to be honest with people. What we can't do is eliminate disruption or risk to patients. We know that there have been operations, appointments and procedures already cancelled, and we know that there will be real challenges over the next 5 days. And that is why the Prime Minister and I are so angry on behalf of patients and other NHS staff who are working hard to keep the show on the road, that the BMA have taken what is reckless and unnecessary action, forgetting that they've had a 28.9% pay increase from this government.
Resident doctors who form the backbone of hospital and clinic care took to picket lines outside hospitals after talks with the government broke down. The National Health Service said the emergency departments would remain open. Hospitals and clinics would also try to carry out as many scheduled appointments as possible. Amid concerns over delayed patient care, the strikes continue.
Alright, let's get you some more international news. In a major political development out of East Asia, voters in Taiwan have overwhelmingly rejected a high-profile recall motion aimed at lawmakers from the opposition Nationalist Party. Now, this vote, closely watched both at home and abroad, was seen as a political turning point in Taiwan's political landscape. Here is more on the story.
Taiwanese citizens headed to the polls in a landmark recall election aimed at removing nearly one-fifth of the legislature. 24 lawmakers, all from the opposition Kuomintang or KMT. The elections were initiated by supporters of the ruling Democratic Progressive Party or DPP, who accused the KMT of paralyzing key legislation, including Taiwan's crucial defense budget, and of advancing policies seen as tilting towards China. With the DPP holding 51 seats and the KMT 52, the recall effort was seen as a possible path for the ruling party to regain control of the legislature. But as the ballot counting progressed, preliminary result shows that none of the 24 targeted lawmakers were ousted, dashing hopes of DPP legislative comeback. The Central Election Commission is set to announce the official results on August 1st. KMT hailed the result as a victory for Taiwan's democracy, calling for an apology from President Lai Ching-te. Meanwhile, critics of the opposition allege the party has weakened the executive branch and opened the door to Beijing's influence. China's Taiwan Affairs Office has accused the DPP of pursuing one-party dominance and labeled the government as authoritarian under the guise of democracy. In response, Taiwan's Mainland Affairs Council accused the Beijing and Chinese state media of trying to interfere with the vote.
And viewers, now let's take a look at some news from the world of business in our Business Wrap. Enforcement Directorate has reportedly continued its search against firms under Reliance Group Chairman Anil Ambani for the third consecutive day, gathering computer peripherals from several locations and numerous documents. The Economic Intelligence Agency has launched its investigation against the Anil Dhirubhai Ambani group of companies and Yes Bank, allegedly linked to a 3,000 crore rupees bank loan fraud. Union Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal on Saturday lauded the free trade agreement between India and the UK, which makes the European nations' market highly attractive for textiles, jewellery, agricultural products and engineering goods. He mentioned that 99% of India's exports will be able to go to the UK duty-free.
The global stature that today India enjoys, the global trust that we enjoy, has helped us to protect our sensitive sectors and open markets to textiles, footwear, leather, jewelry, gem and jewelry, marine products, agri products, medicines, all areas of our interest which generate lakhs and lakhs of jobs.
European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen arrived in Scotland on Saturday for a pivotal meeting with US President Donald Trump, scheduled for Sunday afternoon. The two leaders are expected to finalize a significant trade agreement, potentially surpassing the $550 billion accord that the Trump administration reached with Japan earlier this week. The proposed deal aims to avert the implementation of a 30% US tariff on European goods, which is set to take effect from 1st of August. ITC Limited plans to invest 20,000 crore rupees across its business verticals over the next 5 to 6 years, focusing on enhancing manufacturing capabilities, innovation and sustainability. The investment strategy includes establishing new facilities and upgrading existing ones to support growth in the fast-moving consumer goods section, paperboards and packaging and other sectors. Chairman Sanjeev Suri emphasized the company's commitment to strengthening its domestic presence under the Bharat First strategy, aiming to bolster competitiveness and long-term value creation. All right, big breaking news coming in from the United States, where the Donald Trump administration has attacked Democrats. Now, he says that large amount of money owed by Democrats after the presidential election, as Democrats paid $11 million to singer Beyonce for an endorsement that she never completed. Now, he has called for prosecution of Kamala Harris and those who received the endorsement money. So, Donald Trump claims that celebrities were really paid to endorse Kamala Harris. And he has spoken about a major investigation of Beyonce and other celebrities, and this is in regards to the election, the 2016 election. And Donald Trump has claimed that millions of money, large amount of money, were paid to these celebrities to endorse Kamala Harris. And he has shared a post where he said, I'm looking at a large amount of money owed by the Democrats after the presidential election, and they admit to paying probably illegally $11 million to singer Beyonce for an endorsement, $3 million for expenses to Oprah Winfrey, $6,000 to very low-key rated anchor Al Sharpton, and others to be named for absolutely nothing. So, big claim made by US President Donald Trump, and he has claimed that the large amount of money was being paid to these celebrities to endorse Kamala Harris in the election of 2016. And he said that the matter needs to be investigated. And he has also spoken about the prosecution of Kamala Harris. However, he has just made these claims but not given any proof so far. There is no evidence that he has given, but he said he has alleged that a lot of celebrities were paid millions of money for endorsing Kamala Harris in the 2016 election. And viewers, time to get all the sporting action now. Here is the sports wrap. Fueled by a commanding century from captain Ben Stokes, England piled on a formidable 669 runs in their first innings, seizing a substantial 311-run lead over India on day 4 of the 4th Test. Stokes broke his 2-year drought with a gritty 141 off 198 balls, marking his 14th Test 100 and propelling England past the 600-run mark. On the flip side, Jasprit Bumrah recorded an unwanted milestone, conceding 100 or more runs in an innings for the first time in his 48 Test career. Mumbai's 13-year-old prodigy Rhythm Mamania has clinched the gold medal in the solo free dance event at the 20th Asian Roller Skating Championship held in South Korea. A six-time national champion, Rhythm added another feather to her cap, bringing pride to the nation. Earlier this year, she had also secured an international gold at the Taiwan Artistic Roller Skating Open. Inter Miami's Lionel Messi and Jordi Alba have been handed a one-match suspension after skipping the Major League Soccer All-Star game earlier this week. The pair missed the marquee event in Texas, where their team triumphed 3-1 over Mexico's Liga MX All-Stars. As a result, both players will sit out Inter Miami's upcoming home fixture against FC Cincinnati on Sunday. MLS released an official statement detailing the grounds for their suspension. England captain Ben Stokes became the third player in Test history to achieve both 7,000 runs and 200 wickets, joining legends Sir Garfield Sobers and Jacques Kallis. For the first time in 77 years, all of England's top four batters scored 70-plus runs in a single Test innings. In the fourth Test against India at Old Trafford, openers Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett gave the hosts a strong platform. And Crawley, who was under scrutiny over his place in the 11, responded with a defiant 84-run knock. Jasprit Bumrah conceded over 100 runs in an innings for the first time in his Test career, marking a rare off day for the pace spearhead. A consistent asset since his debut, Bumrah looked uncharacteristically out of rhythm on day 3 of the fourth Test against England in Manchester, failing to clock speeds above 140 km per hour. Bumrah conceded over 100 runs in an innings for the first time in his Test career. India had a very rough outing in the fourth Test against England in Manchester. Viewers, we are taking a short break, but coming up ahead, the big international story: protests against Donald Trump as he is on a 5-day visit to Scotland. And we'll also take a look at the big story from England, where thousands of doctors in the state-funded health system are holding a 5-day strike over their salaries. This and much more on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning viewers, hello and welcome, and you're watching Republic this morning at 8. Let's bring you all the top news, beginning with the top headlines of this hour. Delhi-bound Air India flight rejects takeoff at Guwahati after parking brake fails to function. Plane grounded until safety checks cleared. Prime Minister Modi to visit Cholapuram temple in Tiruchipallam to honour the legacy of Chola dynasty in significant Tamil Nadu visit.
भारत में बने हथियार आज भी आतंक के आकाओं की नींद उड़ाए हुए हैं।
Pakistan given hard reality check by Prime Minister Modi from Tamil Nadu Dias. Prime Minister says made in India weapons gave Islamabad nightmares. As BCCI maintains a stunning silence over Asia Cup controversy, Republic continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first always. Indian origin man in Australia brutally assaulted with a machete by a group of teenagers in Australia's Melbourne. At least 11 injured in mass stabbing case in Michigan, suspect taken into custody. Breaking news coming in, viewers, on top of this hour. At least 11 people are injured in a stabbing incident at Walmart near the Michigan's Traverse City in the United States. The Michigan State Police said that the local sheriff's office was investigating the incident and details are limited. Now, meanwhile, suspect has also been taken into custody is what we understand. The cops have asked people to avoid the area while the investigation is still ongoing. That's the latest breaking news coming in on top of this hour, where we understand that at least 11 people have been injured. This is a stabbing incident coming into light at Walmart near Michigan's Traverse City in the United States. And this is not the first time, but multiple times in the past also we have witnessed such situations in the United States shopping complexes. And this time it's in Walmart, where nearly 11 people are said to be injured in the stabbing incident. What we also understand that the suspect has been taken into custody and investigation is currently underway. People have been asked to clear the area. All right, moving on from that, let's get you more breaking news coming in. At this point in time, an American Airlines flight faced a dramatic incident at the Denver International Airport when its left main landing gear caught fire. Now, this prompted an emergency evacuation. Flight AA3023 bound for Miami was on the runway shortly after takeoff when the fire was first spotted. Passengers and crew members were evacuated safely by emergency slides as the smoke billowed beneath the aircraft. Those dramatic visuals also, viewers, on your screens at this point in time, where we can see that the American plane caught fire, and you can see from the visuals how the passengers and the crew were indeed evacuated safely. And now moving on, after concluding his successful visit to the UK and the Maldives, Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in Tamil Nadu's Tuticorin, where he inaugurated development projects worth rupees 4,800 crore. Now, following this, the Prime Minister will visit the historic Gangaikoda, Cholapuram, and what we also understand at this point in time, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who went ahead and he in fact launched several projects and also marked the anniversary of Emperor Rajendra Chola. Prime Minister will also release a commemorative coin on the occasion. The Prime Minister's visit holds a significant importance as it is coming just months ahead of the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections next year.
After concluding the historic UK and Maldives visit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi landed in pole-bound Tamil Nadu to blow the poll bugle. He arrived in Tuticorin as part of his two-day visit to Tamil Nadu, where he inaugurated and dedicated a series of landmark projects across several sectors worth 4,800 crores.
एक बार फिर यहाँ 4,800 करोड़ रुपीस के प्रोजेक्ट्स का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास किया गया है। इनमें एयरपोर्ट, हाईवे, पोर्ट्स और रेलवे के प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं और पावर सेक्टर से जुड़े अहम इनिशिएटिव भी हैं।
He countered M.K. Stalin on his claim that the centre was withholding funds for the state.
हमने तमिलनाडु के डेवलपमेंट से जुड़ी पॉलिसीज को निरंतर प्राथमिकता दी है। पिछले एक दशक में केंद्र सरकार ने डिवॉल्यूशन के जरिए तमिलनाडु को 3 लाख करोड़ रुपए भेजे हैं। ये अमाउंट पिछली यूपीए सरकार द्वारा भेजी गई राशि की तुलना में more than 3 times है।
In line with his commitment to developing world-class air infrastructure and enhancing connectivity, the Prime Minister inaugurated the new terminal building at Tuticorin Airport.
तूतुकुड़ी एयरपोर्ट के नए एडवांस टर्मिनल का शुभारंभ इसी दिशा में एक और बड़ा कदम है। 450 करोड़ रुपए की कॉस्ट से बना ये टर्मिनल अब हर साल 20 लाख से ज्यादा पैसेंजर्स को होस्ट करेगा। पहले ये सालाना कैपेसिटी केवल 3 लाख पैसेंजर की थी। नए टर्मिनल के बाद देश के कई और रूट्स तक तूतुकुड़ी की कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ेगी।
On the occasion of Kargil Vijay Diwas, the Prime Minister paid his tributes and respects to the fallen heroes of Kargil War in 1999.
करगिल विजय दिवस है। मैं सर्वप्रथम कारगिल के वीरों को नमन करता हूं, शहीदों को श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं।
He also hailed Operation Sindoor and highlighted how Make in India weapons powered the retaliation to Pakistan.
आप सभी ने अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान मेक इन इंडिया की ताकत देखी है। आतंक के ठिकानों को मिट्टी में मिलाने में मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों की बड़ी भूमिका रही है। भारत में बने हथियार आज भी आतंक के आकाओं की नींद उड़ाए हुए हैं।
The FTA with the United Kingdom also found a mention in Prime Minister Modi's address.
ब्रिटेन और भारत के बीच फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हुआ है। एफटीए भी इसी विजन को गति देता है। इस एफटीए एग्रीमेंट के बाद ब्रिटेन में बिकने वाले 99% भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स पर कोई टैक्स नहीं लगेगा। ब्रिटेन में भारतीय चीजें सस्ती होंगी तो वहां डिमांड बढ़ेगी और यहां भारत में उन चीजों के निर्माण के लिए ज्यादा मौके बनेंगे।
Following the inauguration of key projects in Tuticorin, Prime Minister Modi is set to visit the historic Brihadishwara temple, where he will release a commemorative coin in honor of Rajendra Chola to mark the 1000th anniversary of his conquest of the Gangetic Plains.
Especially visiting the Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple, where he'd be commemorating the 1000th year of the great Raja Rajendra Chola, the king who actually went to the northeast as a maritime expedition in all of Southeast Asia, and it is also the commencement of the construction of the Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple. Narendra Modi, after visiting the temple, he'd also be launching a bronze coin in remembrance of the great king Rajaraja Chola. Following which he'll also be attending a concert by music composer Ilayaraja, and it is also the special Adi Thiruvadira festival in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Rajendra Chola I, whose reign marked the zenith of the Chola Empire, is widely celebrated for his military prowess and temple building achievements.
He was a great king, great warrior and simultaneously great connoisseur of Indian culture and architecture. So the temple which he has made here in Gangaikonda Cholapuram, after his victories through the expeditions, on the naval expeditions, maritime expeditions, as well as through his victories on the land till the Mother Ganges, and then he made this temple. We all are proud that Honorable Prime Minister is visiting on this auspicious occasion, and certainly after his visit, this place will see another height in the tourism.
In a significant cultural outreach, around 25 Shevite Mutt heads from Tamil Nadu are set to share the stage with Prime Minister at the Brihadishvara temple. This event echoes a similar gathering from 2023 when 19 Adhinams participated in Sengol installation at the new Parliament building. Prime Minister Modi's two-day visit is seen as strategically timed in the run-up to the 2026 Tamil Nadu Assembly elections.
Now, viewers, a horrific case of sexual assault has come to light from Bihar's Gaya district. A woman who had fainted during a Home Guard recruitment drive in Bodh Gaya was allegedly raped inside a moving ambulance by two staffers while she was unconscious. Now, the victim later informed the police from the hospital, following which an FIR was then registered. Now, a special investigation team has been formed and two accused, the driver and the technician, have been arrested. Here's a report.
In a shocking incident, a woman was allegedly raped by two ambulance staff members while she was unconscious and being taken to a hospital for treatment in Bihar's Gaya. The victim reportedly fainted during an ongoing physical test for the recruitment of home guards on the campus of the Bihar military police grounds at Bodh Gaya. Within hours of registration of FIR, two of the accused, including the driver and the technician, were arrested.
महिला अभ्यर्थी ने आरोप लगाया कि एम्बुलेंस में जो कर्मी थे उनके द्वारा उनके साथ दुर्व्यवहार और दुष्कर्म किया गया है और इस सूचना को प्राप्त होती हमने तुरंत अवलंब कार्रवाई की और उसका चिकित्सकीय परीक्षण प्राप्त किया और संदेह के आधार पर जो एम्बुलेंस कर्मी थी और ड्राइवर, जो टेक्नीशियन और ड्राइवर दोनों को डिटेन किया गया और सभी एस्पेक्ट पर हम लोग विस्तृत जांच पड़ताल करके अभी कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं.
A forensic team has been deployed and CCTV footage from the surrounding area has been recovered to track the ambulance's movement and timeline. The incident drew sharp political reactions, with RJD leader Tejaswi Yadav taking to social media on Saturday to criticize the government. Meanwhile, Union Minister and LJP Ramvilas President Chirag Paswan strongly criticized the government over the deteriorating law and order situation in the state.
बिहार में जिस तरीके से हत्या, अपहरण, लूटमार, डकैती, बलात्कार एक के बाद ऐसी श्रृंखला बन गई है और अब तो ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे प्रशासन पूरी तरीके से नाकामयाब है इन घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए. और अगर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो ये आने वाले दिनों में एक बहुत भयावह परिस्थिति उत्पन्न कर देगा हमारे प्रदेश के लिए.
The incident has caused widespread outrage and raised concern over women's safety in Bihar.
Now, viewers, this Sandotop is one of the most strategic vantage points during the Kargil War of 1999. The icy winds that brushes past today is the same that greeted our soldiers 26 years ago. But unlike today, back then, this very ridge echoed with thunder of artillery, the crack of gunfire, and the undying roar of the Indian bravery. Sandotop witnessed it all, the sacrifice and the blood the brotherhood, and then eventually the victory. It stands today not just as a military position, but as a symbol of what India is made of: resolve that does not waver and courage that does not cover.
The might of the Indian Armed Forces has been witnessed by these mighty hills. These mountains were the battleground during the Operation Vijay. This is the Tiger Hill. As close as we can get to it is from this point where we are reporting from 14,200 feet. But that peak, viewers, that was high altitude warfare that happened during the Kargil war. That is more than 17,000 feet. You can understand the challenges of the terrain just by any common man walking to up to this hill is so difficult that one completely falls short of breath. Imagine that our brave soldiers, our young soldiers were facing the enemy. They were witnessing bloodshed there. On the 2nd of July, information was received about the Pakistanis, the enemies occupying that peak. And on the 4th of July, the Indian Armed Forces captured it again. We'll try and zoom in to that post, and we'll show you how difficult that terrain would have been. And the hero, of course, was the one leading the Ghatak platoon, and he was from the 18 Grenadiers, Grenadier Yogendra Singh Yadav, who, despite suffering bullets, despite losing more and more members of his platoon, he unfurled the Tiranga on that top. And as we speak, viewers, we are also going to pan and show you the Trishul top and the Trishul ridge. That is of utmost importance, viewers. Why is it important? Because this area, these hills were used during the Operation Sindoor as well. And behind this Trishul, viewers, behind the Trishul, it looks like a trident. So behind this Trishul is the line of control. In fact, we are just almost a kilometer away from the LOC.
Indian origin man in Australia brutally assaulted with a machete by a group of teenagers in Australia's Melbourne. Also coming up on the other side, Prime Minister Modi to visit Cholapuram temple to honour the legacy of Chola dynasty in significant Tamil Nadu visit.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Welcome back, viewers. Now, breaking news coming in at this point in time. What we're able to understand, there has been another incident of assault on Indian origin man, which has come to light in Australia's Melbourne. Now, he was brutally attacked by a machete by a group of teenagers outside a shopping complex, leaving him with life-altering injuries. Now, one of the boys punched him repeatedly while the other rummaged through his pockets. As you can see, those are the visuals also. We are showing our viewers, of course, how the Indian man was assaulted in Australia's Melbourne. And that is a very, very important development coming in at this point in time. All right, I've been joined by Mr. Jay Bharatwaj. He's the editor of Australia Today. Thank you for joining us this morning and speaking with us on Republic. How do you see this development which has now come to light from, Melbourne, where an Indian origin man was brutally attacked and he has indeed survived with several very, very deep cut injuries?
See, this is another incident of the crime spree which is happening in Victoria, probably with the use of machetes. Before this, these machete thugs only used to rob people, but this time around they have done a heinous crime, almost chopping off the hand of this gentleman of Indian origin. It's a terrible crime. Police has arrested 3 of them. One is still absconding. However, the laws are such that these teenagers who are 14, 15 years old have been released on bail pending further procedures against them. The Victorian government, Premier Jacinta Allen, has been watching that they will do something more than what they are doing right now. But what we see is crime spree is just spiraling into this kind of incident. This is not done. In last 2 weeks or so, we have seen crimes against Indian Australians have gone multi-folds. Be it Adelaide incident of Charanpreet Singh, be it the Hindu temple vandalization in Melbourne City, and now this young man's hand has been chopped. So something has to be done. The authorities have not come forward as yet. The political authorities, I have heard from Multicultural Affairs Shadow Minister, he has condemned this incident. However, we don't need condemnation anymore. We need stricter actions, stricter laws, and those we need now, so that the residents of the city can be protected against these thugs wielding machetes in our streets and our shopping centers.
Appreciate you joining us this morning, Mr. Jay Bharatwaj. Thank you for giving us your insight on this particular incident that has in fact taken place in Australia's Melbourne. Now, moving on, viewers, lined up for you is an exclusive interview with Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Pavan Kalyan on the other side.
Little complaining of chest pain. I met him personally. He's a very warm person. He's a great legal luminary. He's a man of great integrated intellect, and we need his services. But when health is not permitting him, then he offered.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
India Zona. 13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो बंटवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
भारत के इतने लेजेंडरी एक्टर फिर से एक तरह से रिस्क क्यों ले रहे हैं?
ओशो की एक बड़ी अच्छी लाइन है
जी,
इफ यू ट्राई यू रिस्क फेलियर, इफ यू डोंट यू एंश्योर इट। मैं हमेशा मानता हूँ वो जीवन ही क्या जो संघर्षमय ना, संघर्षमय होने से ही तो अपने जिंदा होने का एहसास होता है।
Very good morning, viewers. In an exclusive conversation with the Republic, Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister weighed in on multiple key issues from the developments under Operation Sindoor to Vice President Dhankar's resignation. He also addressed the growing language row that's sparked political debate across southern states. Here are the highlights from the exclusive interaction. Take a look.
Joining us right now is actor turned politician and now the Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Pavan Kalyan with us. Sir, thank you so much for your time and speaking to us on Republic TV. Many raised questions, many of them have been raising this question that the ceasefire which was announced shouldn't have been announced, especially by Donald Trump. Why did he come out and announce the ceasefire, whereas what was the Indian government doing is what the questions are being raised. What do you say?
Definitely, when a war is happening, the major countries, major superpowers will take an interest in it and they have a say in it. To what extent they will monitor, because it is going to affect the world. Too powerful, one powerful nation and one nation so-called assuming that they're having a nuclear weapons. What if they do some? Because that is fundamentally it might create a danger for the entire globe. So the concerns will be there, they'll be monitoring it, and definitely no one wants to escalate a war situation. But someone without without the knowledge, if some president of America, if he announces what it has got to do with Modi ji, what it has got to do with the government of India, and still the very clear-cut idea is it is Operation Sindoor is an ongoing operation. As long as the terrorism continues, Operation Sindoor is on. That's what. We have achieved our targets, we had achieved our objectives. Whatever the damage had to be done, it had been done. And it is very clear-cut, and right from Ajit Dovalji, everyone is saying, you show us a very simple example, simple photograph where they had done damage to us. If they can't claim it mere by basing on the other governments, opposition is talking, I feel it is quite ridiculous.
Right. So we see that there is a massive uproar that has been going on in Parliament. Just on the day one of the Parliament, we see that the Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, has resigned citing health issues, whereas we see that opposition party, especially the Congress, has been raising this question that what made him resign, that too on the day of the Parliament session or the monsoon session that began. What do you have to say?
We all know that Dhankarji went into Lohia hospital complaining of chest pain. I met him personally. He's a very warm person. He's a great intellect, legal luminary. He's a man of great integrated intellect, and we need his services. But when health is not permitting him, when he offered to resign, I think where is the need to make this kind of melodrama? And what is the objective? And I don't see, I'm not seeing any other, the kind of reasons what they're trying to portray. I'm not saying it is a simple, I understand his health is not in a good condition, he offered resignation. That's how we look at it.
So there's no need of politics is what you say?
There is a need to politicalize, to yield a political dividend out of every situation. It becomes too dull and boring.
Right. So talking about the elections coming up, which are in Tamil Nadu 2026, where we will be seeing that you will be one of the star campaigners, especially for the BJP and alliance that the BJP has announced in Tamil Nadu. How do you read the situation there?
I campaign for NDA because that's a part, being a NDA alliance partner. Definitely that's our fundamental responsibility. To campaign for our partners. Even I had done this for Maharashtra, especially in Vidarbha and more or less main core areas, including Pune. So in the same manner, I went to Tamil Nadu. That is, more than political, it went for an occasion, a religious occasion, which when I speak quite openly. I say whatever I want to say, I say it in a very firm manner, in a solid manner. I think that created certain buzz there. I don't know about future whether I would be campaigning there or not. That part we haven't discussed. So till as on now, One Nation, One Election had lent I went and extended my support, and of course for Murugan Manadu I went and supported it. I participated in it. If the elections had come, if they are coming, if elections are about to come, and whatever is needed from my side, if the leadership needs it, definitely I'll look into it.
Do you think with the ADMK and BJP going in alliance in Tamil Nadu, will it be a smooth move for BJP and will they be able to make it in power? Because DMK seems to be very strong there.
Because if you look at in the last, in Andhra Pradesh also, the example is YCP looked very solid and stable for outsider. But the internal vote is broken. So I look at AIDMK and BJP alliance is on a very strong foothold.
And now shifting our focus a little bit, when we talk about the language roar which has been going on, the Hindi language especially, we have been seeing how you have been putting out this message that yes, Hindi is very much needed and everyone should learn Hindi. What's your take? Because many of the neighboring states like Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, they have been telling that no, why Hindi should be as national.
I don't understand why one should hate Hindi. And I feel sometimes sad to speak in English. Because English has become a thinking language for an average Indian. And why it cannot be thinking if a language which is not of this or this subcontinent origin, some European origin language we are able to adopt, we could make it as our thinking language. And how come we are not able to apply the same to either for a Tamil or for a Kannada, or for Malayalam or for a Marathi or a Hindi? I think every person of a certain linguistic background, whether you're a Tamil, Telugu, Hindi speaking, Kannada speaking, I think it is natural to think to have one more language, learning one more language would be a great addition to their own progress. And one is the linguistic integration is very essential for the betterment of our country. And I firmly believe in it, I firmly practice it.
So do you think Hindi should be made as a national language?
It is, I don't know, how do we call it as a national language? I don't know, because everyone is become so sensitive. Because when I was learning, when I was in school, Hindi was we accept it's a national language. And suddenly Hindi has become an alien language, Hindi has become sensitive. I don't understand why. Because in one of my films, I very joyfully put a Hindi song written by Abbas Taiwanese. And in a Telugu film, I put a Hindi song in 2001. It was my way of saying, okay, accepting it and welcoming it. And which I had never seen any anti-statement against it. People enjoyed the song. People, in fact, they learned that entire song. And I didn't see any difficulty. I don't know, suddenly in last 1 or 2 decades, it became a very sensitive talking about language. And which was never there, not even in Telangana, Hindi was never an issue. Suddenly it became an issue. I don't know. I think I feel more of a political denial than a acceptance.
So how do you see the politics turning out, especially with the opposition parties raising a lot of questions? There's a Hindi debate, Hindi language debate that has been going on.
I think all of us should deal it in a very more, instead of an aggressive way, I think we should make it in a very, we should be able to make people understand why learning a language is essential, especially why Hindi is essential. And in the same way, advocate even a certain amount of exposure to South Indian languages is needed in Northern part. That's how the country gets integrated more, and the generations which are coming or oncoming generations will understand it better. And I could see that change happening in Uttar Pradesh under the leadership of Yogi Adityanath ji. I could see the signboards in Tamil, I can see the signboards in Kannada, I can see the signboards in Telugu. That was quite a welcoming gesture. I think one should embrace that.
How would you bring that change in Andhra if you have to?
In Andhra, actually, we don't have any feeling. We don't have any resistance to it, because we share borders with Orissa, we share borders with Maharashtra, we share borders with Chhattisgarh, we share borders with Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Telangana. So our adaptability is far superior than any other state. So one more additional language is like more than welcome to us. So I think we are in a very unique situation, unlike other states.
We also see that very soon there will be Bihar elections, and now that the Election Commission of India has taken a big step of revision of the voter list, whereas the opposition parties is taking a political stand and making a lot of criticism out of it. What do you have to say?
I think revision of voters list, don't you think it is essential time to time? And deletions has to happen, additions will happen. That's a natural process. Maybe if some opposition is fearing, that means is there anything fishy which you had done? That's how we look at it. Even right now in last elections, a lot of additions happened, a lot of deletions happened. I think constantly, like we need a spring cleaning even for a house. I think we have to look at it as a spring cleaning, some kind of how many voters are there, are they existing, or really are they from, I think that is an essential exercise which has to be done. I think there is nothing wrong in it.
So do you think that the opposition which has been questioning this, is it that they have done something wrong, is what you are trying to say?
If they are concerned, but like I said, if the process is transparent, why should they be scared? If people have decided to vote for an opposition, let them be. But when electoral, that whatever the voters list has to be finalized, to be rechecked again, some kind of cleansing has to happen, let it happen. I think what is bothering them? That's what I done. Unless there is some kind of things which you wanted to hide. Maybe
because we have many major states elections coming up very soon, like Bihar, Tamil Nadu.
Maybe they are under the fear, maybe they would delete our words. I think that is a constant fear, even we had gone through it. Certain times, certain people might do it. I think even in the every state, there are some issues, but nevertheless, I think Election Commission has to do its job, and constant checking of new voters and deletion of the non-existent voters should be taken care of.
This decision?
We will welcome the decision.
About the recent incidents that have been happening, especially the Pahalgam terror attack, when we talk about where we saw that how our forces had carried out Operation Sindoor, and now also the government plans to take up the discussion in the parliament over Operation Sindoor.
They have walked out.
But then opposition parties have been still raising a lot of questions. How do you look at it?
First of all, there is a trust factor is non-existent in opposition, and they have to maintain the decorum of the parliament, and you should let the discussions unfold. You should create a cordial atmosphere to open up. Somehow, if I look at that entire discussions on Operation Sindoor and all, suspecting our own armed forces is not good for the integrity of the nation, not good for the integrity of our armed forces. Consistent doubting our armed forces is for me, it's personally, I hate when people doubt our armed forces. Especially go out of the country and talking, belittling our nation is something which we should, it should not be accepted. Especially in Parliament, I think you should let the debates to open up, and we have to create a kind of a trustworthy atmosphere, and you should let people discuss, and let the people should understand. If they don't give an opportunity, discussions to go on, and by mere raising or disrupting the parliament is not going to help. Even whatever the objective they want to achieve, and it can't be achieved by disrupting parliament.
Many raised questions, many of them have been raising this question that the ceasefire which was announced shouldn't have been announced, especially by Donald Trump. Why did he come out and announce the ceasefire, whereas what was the Indian government doing is what the questions are being raised. What do you say?
Definitely, when a war is happening, the major countries, major superpowers will take an interest in it, and they have a say in it. To what extent they will monitor, because it is going to affect the world. Two powerful, one powerful nation and one nation so-called assuming that they are having nuclear weapons. What if they do some? Because that is fundamentally it might create a danger for the entire globe. So the concerns will be there. They will be monitoring it, and definitely no one wants to escalate a war situation. But someone without the knowledge, if some president of America, if he announces what it has got to do with Modi ji, what it has got to do with the government of India, and still the very clear-cut idea is Operation Sindoor is an ongoing operation. As long as the terrorism continues, Operation Sindoor is on. That's what we have achieved. Our targets, we have achieved our objectives. Whatever the damage had to be done, it had been done. And it is very clear-cut, and right from Ajit Dovalji, everyone is saying, you show us a very simple example, simple photograph where they had done damage to us. If they can't claim it mere by basing on the other governments, opposition is talking, I feel it is quite ridiculous.
Right. So we see that there is a massive uproar that has been going on in Parliament. Just on the day one of the Parliament, we see that the Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, has resigned citing health issues, whereas we see that opposition party, especially the Congress, has been raising this question that what made him resign, that too on the day one of the Parliament session or the monsoon session that began. What do you have to say?
We all know that Dhankarji went into Lohia Hospital complaining of chest pain. I met him personally. He's a very warm person. He's a great intellect, a legal luminary. He's a man of great integrated intellect, and we need his services. But when health is not permitting him, when he offered to resign, I think where is the need to make this kind of melodrama?
And viewers, artificial intelligence is no longer the future. It is the present, and it is transforming the very foundation of higher education. At Republic's AI Summit, Dr. Sanjay from the Reva University, with his vast experience in both the IT industry and academia, shares light on how AI is reshaping the way we teach, we learn, and innovate. Take a look.
Joining me today is Dr. Sanjay R. Chitnis. He is the Vice Chancellor of Reva University, Bengaluru. The team, ladies and gentlemen, is India's AI Leap, and that starts here. Dr. Sanjay, thank you very much for speaking to Republic today. I want to know from you, with your extensive experience in both the IT industry and academia, how are you seeing the role of AI evolving in shaping the future of higher education?
AI is actually going to totally disrupt education. AI is not just what we see today in terms of content generation, in terms of images, music, etc. It's actually going to be quite assistive. As we move towards general AI and super AI, right? They are going to be assisting at an intellectual level to anybody, not just students. So tomorrow, our people, anybody can make use of AI to take on grand challenges and make wonders. So it's going to be really, really disruptive.
Right, sir. And how do you think that AI, the AI education is more hands-on for students than the normal teaching?
Yeah, so AI is going to be available to every student in terms of vast knowledge in multiple domains. So obviously the faculty's role is going to change towards from sage on the stage to guide on the side. So students can take on various challenges, not just projects, but innovative startup ideas, open source contributions, take on like United Nations SDGs, and use AI to provide these solutions. So that's going to be a big difference than typical pen and paper based learning or textbook based learning.
Absolutely, sir. Like they say, it's time to catch up with the new era. With that, my next question to you is, sir, how do you think AI is changing the way we teach and learn today?
Yeah, so today teaching and learning is happening in classrooms or labs or projects, problem solving, etc. Today, students, when they have access to AI, then they can actually take initiative in terms of their personalized learning, ask whatever questions they want, get answered at whatever level they want, get assistance from AI, whether it's developing software or doing some core engineering design. They can take help of that and prepare that, right? So the distance between work and education is going to close down drastically. With help of AI, today, without much knowledge, for example, of new programming technology, I can use AI-based coding assistants, right, to start developing solutions. So work will become education, education will be part of work.
So what role do you feel that ethics play as far as we talk about the AI development?
Yeah. See, AI being such a disruptive technology, now it's very important that AI is not misused. It's not just about creating fake videos, etc. Tomorrow, a person with bad intention can use AI to spread bad news, take control of various companies, and it's like cyber attacks. So it's very, very important that people are trained on ethics, and not only you make AI ethical, but also people should be much more ethical in using this big power which AI is handing over to us in our hands.
Right, sir. Dr. Sanjay, like they say, with every new trend comes new challenges. What do you think are the challenges so far when we talk about AI in the sector of education here?
Yeah, the first challenge is the difference between people who have access to AI and don't have access to AI. Obviously, big companies like OpenAI are giving free versions, but they have versions which have subscription like $20, $200, $300 for Grok, etc. So not everybody will be able to afford. So it's going to actually create another AI kind of divide, like digital divide. So those who can afford to pay for more intelligent AI versus those who cannot afford to pay. And same thing for countries. So people who have access to this kind of vast computing infrastructure, whether it is US or other countries, they are going to have much more speed in terms of research technology, progress, etc., compared to other nations which may not have that much access to compute power. So India and other countries have to really watch out that we don't get our culture and ethics, etc., not influenced by the countries which have access to this compute. So this AI divide is the main challenge which all of us have to watch for.
So we have talked about challenges. I want you to briefly tell us what are the opportunities that AI brings for all of us, be it students or teachers or for the ones who are actually running the organization as far as the opportunities are concerned in the AI sector?
Yeah. In earlier days, the physical power used to matter. So people who have more muscle power could definitely dominate. Then it was brain power. Today with AI, people who have less brain power, say less of IQ, say 120, 130, right, they don't have to worry about people who have IQ of 150 plus.
Right.
AI having IQ of say 1000 is going to bring that equalization in terms of intellectual power.
Right.
So the opportunity for people is to make use of AI, but use your human skills. Those human skills are going to be much, much more important now to convert your intent or purpose into some kind of success or addressing the opportunities. So that's the biggest advantage we are going to get by utilizing AI.
Right. So, sir, when we talk about humankind, like you said, it is one's own individual capacity that people should be using. Do you feel with the growing trend in AI and the amount and the pace at which it is getting popular, do you think AI will soon replace the humankind?
That risk is low. It all depends on how human beings are utilizing AI. So our challenge is not getting replaced by AI, but right, learning to use AI to take our civilization forward. Right? So that's the advantage, benefits, and challenge.
Right, sir. Also, sir, what do you think, which AI trends should the young innovators really watch out for every individual who's watching you speak right now?
Yeah. So the biggest AI trend is what they call agentic AI, where the AI is able to make decisions and take actions on their own. And very soon we are going to have millions and millions of such agents available on the internet. So people are calling towards as new internet of agents, right? Already MIT from US are talking about internet of agents. There is a platform called Nanda. So today, such internet of agents that is distributed AI is going to make the human civilization, humankind, change the way we work, the way we think, the way we operate drastically. So our young generation has to get used not to work with just other human beings, but other human beings plus all these AI agents. So I'm sure these young people will be able to catch up with this trend.
Absolutely, sir. You have a message for the young innovators out there. What is it that you want to send as a message to people who are watching us in every age group? Because when you talk about age group, the ones who are not Gen Z, who are not very familiar with the AI, are facing difficulties in catching up with the time, in catching up with the new trends. What is it that you want to send them as a message for everybody who is really fascinated with the idea of AI?
Yeah. So first of all, we don't have to be afraid of AI. At the same time, we should not use AI to stop using our brain, our emotional intelligence, our spiritual intelligence. So we have to continue developing our human faculties and make AI as an assistant to help us in doing what we want. Okay?
Right.
So the main skill required is today to sharpen our intent, our purpose, and communicate that effectively with AI systems so that they can help us. That's going to make the difference.
Absolutely, sir. And one last question before I let you go. How is it that you are incorporating AI in your life?
Yeah. So right from taking minutes of meeting, developing speeches, creating learning content, I'm using AI. I've also started learning how to use AI Copilot for coding, because unless we experience ourselves, we cannot give our opinions and teach our students. So today AI is available for doing whatever you want.
Right, sir. Dr. Sanjay, it was a very insightful session indeed. I'm sure everybody who's watching this is really enthralled with the idea of AI. I am as well. And it's a strong message that you have sent out to everybody who's fascinated with the idea of AI. The only message is use AI, but use AI as an assistant and not as completely dependent being on AI. Dr. Sanjay, thank you very much again for speaking to Republic.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
India Zona. 13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching Republic TV and we will be bringing you a lot news on the other side with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's second day in the Tamil Nadu. But more details after this headlines.
बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद। वणक्कम।
Prime Minister Modi to visit Cholapuram Temple today to honour the legacy of the Chola dynasty in significant Tamil Nadu visit.
बने हथियार आज भी आतंक के आकाओं की नींद उड़ाए हुए हैं।
Pakistan given hard reality check by Prime Minister Modi from Tamil Nadu Dias. Prime Minister says made in India weapons gave Islamabad nightmares. As the BCCI maintains a stunning silence over Asia Cup controversy, Republic continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first always. Delhi-bound Air India flight rejects takeoff at Guwahati after parking brake fails to function. Plane grounded until safety checks clear. Indian origin man in Australia brutally assaulted with a machete by a group of teenagers in Australia's Melbourne. At least 11 injured in mass stabbing case in Michigan. Suspect taken into custody. Well, thank you for joining us, viewers, this morning. It is the day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's Tamil Nadu visit. Well, on Saturday, the Prime Minister launched multiple projects in Tamil Nadu, including the new airport terminal, extended runway and the cargo berthing facility at Toothukudi Airport. His visit is considered strategically planned ahead of the 2026 Tamil Nadu Assembly polls. Now, the incumbent DMK and the opposition AIADMK have already launched their campaigns. Meanwhile, the BJP, which has recently renewed its alliance with the AIADMK, aims to expand its influence in Tamil Nadu by emphasizing historical, cultural and development-related issues.
आज भारत सरकार का मेक इन इंडिया और मिशन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर बहुत जोर है। आप सभी ने अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान मेक इन इंडिया की ताकत देखी है। आतंक के ठिकानों को मिट्टी में मिलाने में मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों की बड़ी भूमिका रही है। भारत में बने हथियार आज भी आतंक के आकाओं की नींद उड़ाए हुए हैं।
All right, my colleague Sarda is joining us live at this point. Sarda, very good morning. You know, it is the day 2 of Prime Minister's visit in Tamil Nadu, and there is a lot lined up today. You know, we saw that the Prime Minister had launched multiple projects yesterday. And help us understand what is all there in the pipeline for today's day.
Well, as you mentioned, after he landed yesterday at Toothukudi Airport, after inaugurating multiple projects that is worth 4,800 crores, including the new airport terminal there in Toothukudi, Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, reached Trichy Airport, where he was invited by the AIADMK Edappadi Palaniswamy, who is also the party General Secretary, and following which, today morning, Narendra Modi would be reaching the Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple, where he'll be also making sure that the Chola temple, where he is going to make sure that after following the Abhishekam, he'll also be making sure that there is launching a bronze coin about the Rajaraja Cholan King I, and he's also attending a few programs at the temple venue that also includes a temple festival, a local temple festival for the Adi month, and it is also said that Narendra Modi would be holding a roadshow right in Ariyalur. So after his move from Trichy to Ariyalur through helicopter where near the helipad, he'll be conducting a roadshow starting from 11:15 a.m. to 12 noon, where he'll also be meeting the people. As you mentioned, this is the first move that the BJP is taking for the 2026 election campaign, and it says that what BJP has in store for the people of Tamil Nadu for the upcoming elections.
Well, Sadda, also help us understand, in one hand, it is DMK and the opposition AIADMK who already launched their campaigns, and it is the BJP now, coming forward with Prime Minister Narendra Modi already, somewhere launching the poll bugle today itself.
Well, the AIADMK and DMK launched their campaigns right in the mid of July, while DMK has a door-to-door campaign. AIADMK has been running the statewide campaign moving along across the cities, but BJP, being an ally of AIADMK, has still not reached out to the entire state of Tamil Nadu, but making sure that they are with the AIADMK and following the NDA alliance, making sure that the NDA alliance is put out all over the state of Tamil Nadu. I think it's following which Narendra Modi's campaign today is when the BJP will start the full-fledged campaign, and also there's talks about the AIADMK and the BJP campaigning together for the elections very soon.
Absolutely. Appreciate you joining us, Sarada, and giving us all the details. We will be, tracking all the details through the course of the day, and we will be coming back to you. Now, viewers, moving forward, at a time when India observed the 26th anniversary of the Kargil Vijay Diwas, honoring the supreme sacrifice of our soldiers, news comes in that time that India will play Pakistan in Asia Cup 2025, scheduled at a neutral venue in the UAE. Now, as the nation remembers the bravery of our Jawans who fought and fell for the flag, this decision sparks outrage. Now, can cricket justify, or rather cricket diplomacy justify sporting ties with a country that continues to bleed us through terror? On one hand, we strike terror across the border, and on the other, we pad up for a match with the very same enemy. Well, this isn't just about cricket. It's a question of national resolve, of memory, of martyrdom. Now, cricket with Pakistan at a time like this isn't just tone deaf, it's indeed unacceptable.
That we need not to play cricket with Pakistan. Further, as some previous viewers said, it's all about multi-billion, billion-dollar industry, kind of 1,000 crore plus. There are betting apps, there are large business houses. We have direct or indirect interest in playing cricket. So it's more about the money rather than the national interest. So we need to stop that. Also, we should try to push the media houses who are, sponsoring ads to don't show ad on, India-Pakistan channel when the match happens. And also we need to request the viewers, we need to boycott completely India-Pakistan match if at all it happens.
It's been only 3 months since the Pahalgam incident happened. Our politicians, they are speaking up in, on international forums about this. And at this time, a game just for some TRP or some amount of money, some profits, I don't think this is required. BCCI is the biggest cricket control board in the in the whole world, and I don't think BCCI needs this. We don't need Pakistan to get TRP. We have to put sanctions on them in all manners. We cannot be specific that okay, we will not talk to them, but on the other hand, we'll play cricket with them.
Now, viewers, on the other hand, there are more reactions coming in at this point in time. Let's take a listen in.
मेरा पहले से ही स्टैंड रहा है कि अगर आप नहीं खेल रहे तो कोई भी बायलैटरल नहीं खेल रहे तो मेरे ख्याल में इंटरनेशनल इवेंट्स भी नहीं खेलना चाहिए, जहाँ तक ये मेरा मानना है। बट लेकिन गवर्नमेंट क्या डिसाइड करेगी, बोर्ड क्या डिसाइड करेगी, वही होगा। मेरा पहले से ही स्टैंड रहा है कि अगर आप नहीं खेल रहे तो कोई भी बायलैटरल नहीं खेल रहे तो मेरे ख्याल में इंटरनेशनल इवेंट्स भी नहीं खेलना चाहिए, जहाँ तक ये मेरा मानना है। बट लेकिन गवर्नमेंट क्या डिसाइड करेगी, बोर्ड क्या डिसाइड करेगी, वही होगा।
देखिए, ये सब चीज़ें सेंटर का विषय है। उन्होंने पहले भी इस तरह का एक मैच होने वाला था, वो रद्द किया था। मुझे लगता है आगे भी सरकार ऐसा ही कोई फैसला लेगी। हमारी सरकार सक्षम है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से पाकिस्तान को बहुत करारा जवाब मिला था और आगे भी सरकार जो तय करेगी, हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार, वो भारत के हित में होगा।
Well, viewers, now breaking news coming in at this point in time. What we understand that there has been a bomb threat that has been received at MK Stalin's house in Chennai. And that is a big development coming in, a big breaking news that MK Stalin's house in Chennai has received a bomb threat. We'll try and understand more details on that note, and we'll also try and get my colleague to give us more updates. But that is a big breaking news coming in this morning that MK Stalin's house in Chennai has received a bomb threat. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is already in Tamil Nadu, and during his visit, this is a big news indeed coming in, news of importance, where MK Stalin's house in Chennai has received a bomb threat. We will try and ascertain more details at this point in time, but understanding the importance of current situation, my colleague Sarda is joining us. Sarda, help us understand the details. We understand at this point in time how there has been a very grievous bomb threat that has been received at MK Stalin's residence.
Well, as we speak, the police are now making sure whether this bomb threat is just a scare or is there any other information based on this. We'll know in a few minutes. The bomb squad is right now searching MK Stalin's house in Alwarpet to make sure that it is the information that the media has received is not true. This is not the first time that the Chief Minister MK Stalin has been receiving a bomb threat. Back in 2022 after taking up his post, and again in 2023 there were 2 bomb threats in his house in Alwarpet. However, now MK Stalin, who was admitted in the hospital in Apollo for gastric trouble and giddiness, is said to have gone also angiogastric to make sure that he has no other issues, while the medical bulletin has already cleared Stalin of any health issues. He is likely to be discharged from the hospital today, and we'll be knowing more information if MK Stalin would be out from the hospital today. And additional to this bomb threat, if there would be a change in his schedule and if he would be changing his address or location of his residence at the moment.
All right, Sarada, appreciate you joining us and giving us all the details. We will be keeping a close track on the developments, whether or not it was a hoax threat. That will be ascertained in due course of time. But surely moving on now, a chilling case of alleged academic harassment leading to suicide. A final year dental student from Jammu ends her life in Udaipur. Now, her note points fingers at the college staff for mental torture and extortion. The family demands justice at this point.
माता जी, आपसे उनकी बात होती थी इस बारे में?
हाँ, होती थी, बोलती थी, वो सब बोलती थी, तंग करते हैं, वो पैसे मांगते हैं, वो बोलती थी, दिए भी है हमने, बहुत बार दिए भी है। इस बार घर आई थी, बोलती थी मम्मी जब तक पेपर नहीं लेके मैं नहीं जाऊंगी। फिर उसकी डेट शीट निकल गई, वो 1 हफ्ता पहले ही घर से गई है, खुशी खुशी गई है, खुशी खुशी गई है।
कब से वो उस कॉलेज में पढ़ रही थी?
2020 से गई थी वो।
अब कॉलेज वाले क्या कह रहे थे उसको?
वो पैसे मांग रहे थे, पेपर देने नहीं दे रहे थे, होते नहीं ओट बेज में, बोलते थे ओट बेज में डाल दिया। जो जूनियर थे उनके साथ बोलते थे आप कॉलेज में आओ, वो बोलते थे हमारे पेपर ले लो, वो नहीं लेते थे पेपर, पैसे मांगते थे, पैसे दे दो तो फिर पेपर लेते थे, नहीं तो नहीं लेते थे पेपर।
एक नोट मिला है, श्वेता ने लिखा, उसमें 2 टीचर्स का भी नाम लिखा है।
हाँ, 2 टीचर का उसने वही ज़्यादा तंग करते थे उनको पकड़ो, उनको सजा दे दो, उन दोनों को नहीं छोड़ना, उन दोनों को नहीं छोड़ना।
जब ये वाकया हुआ तो कॉलेज प्रशासन ने आपको क्या बताया है?
उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता, वो क्या बताएंगे, उन्होंने छुपा के रखा उनको, उन्होंने पकड़ना होता तो आज ही पकड़वा देते उनको पता नहीं कहाँ रखा है, उनको नहीं पकड़ा, उनको नहीं पकड़ा।
माता जी आपसे उनकी बात होती थी इस बारे में?
हाँ होती थी, बोलती थी वो, सब बोलती थी तंग करते हैं वो, पैसे मांगते हैं वो, बोलती थी। दिए भी है हमने, बहुत बार दिए भी है। इस बार घर आई थी, बोलती थी मम्मी जब तक पेपर नहीं लेके मैं नहीं जाऊंगी। फिर उसकी डेट शीट निकल गई, वो एक हफ्ता पहले ही घर से गई है, खुशी खुशी गई है, खुशी खुशी गई है।
कब से वो उस कॉलेज में पढ़ रही थी?
2020 से गई थी वो।
अब कॉलेज वाले क्या कह रहे थे उसको?
वो पैसे मांग रहे थे, पेपर देने नहीं दे रहे थे। होते नहीं ओट बेज में, बोलते थे ओट बेज में डाल दिया। जो जूनियर थे उनके साथ बोलते थे आप कॉलेज में आओ, वो बोलते थे हमारे पेपर ले लो, और नहीं लेते थे पेपर। पैसे मांगते थे, पैसे दे दो तो फिर पेपर लेते थे, नहीं तो नहीं लेते थे पेपर।
एक नोट मिला है, श्वेता ने लिखा, उसमें 2 टीचर्स का भी नाम लिखा है।
हाँ 2 टीचर का उसने वही ज़्यादा तंग करते थे उनको पकड़ो, उनको सजा दे दो, उन दोनों को नहीं छोड़ना, उन दोनों को नहीं छोड़ना।
जब ये वाकया हुआ तो कॉलेज प्रशासन ने आपको क्या बताया है?
उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता वो क्या बताएंगे, उन्होंने छुपा के रखा उनको। उन्होंने पकड़ना होता तो आज ही पकड़वा देते उनको पता नहीं कहाँ रखा है, उनको नहीं पकड़ा, उनको नहीं पकड़ा।
All right, moving on, viewers. On that note, a horrific case of sexual assault has come to light from Bihar's Gaya district. A woman who had fainted during a home guard recruitment drive in Bodh Gaya was allegedly raped inside a moving ambulance by 2 staffers while she was unconscious. The victim later informed the police from the hospital, following which an FIR was registered. Now, a special investigation team has been formed and 2 accused, the driver and the technician, have been arrested. Here's the full report.
In a shocking incident, a woman was allegedly raped by 2 ambulance staff members while she was unconscious and being taken to a hospital for treatment in Bihar's Gaya. The victim reportedly fainted during an ongoing physical test for the recruitment of home guards on the campus of the Bihar military police grounds at Bodh Gaya. Within hours of registration of FIR, 2 of the accused, including the driver and the technician, were arrested.
महिला अभ्यर्थी ने आरोप लगाया कि एम्बुलेंस में जो कर्मी थे उनके द्वारा उनके साथ दुर्व्यवहार और दुष्कर्म किया गया है, और इस सूचना को प्राप्त होती हमने तुरंत अवलंब कार्रवाई की और उसका चिकित्सकीय परीक्षण प्राप्त किया, और संदेह के आधार पर जो एम्बुलेंस कर्मी थी और ड्राइवर, जो टेक्नीशियन और ड्राइवर, दोनों को डिटेन किया गया, और सभी एस्पेक्ट पर हम लोग विस्तृत जांच पड़ताल करके अगली कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं।
A forensic team has been deployed and CCTV footage from the surrounding area has been recovered to track the ambulance's movement and timeline. The incident drew sharp political reactions, with RJD leader Tejaswi Yadav taking to social media on Saturday to criticize the government. Meanwhile, Union Minister and LJP Ramvilas President Chirag Paswan strongly criticized the government over the deteriorating law and order situation in the state.
बिहार में जिस तरीके से हत्या, अपहरण, लूटमार, डकैती, बलात्कार एक के बाद ऐसी श्रृंखला बन गई है, और अब तो ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे प्रशासन पूरी तरीके से नाकामयाब है इन घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए। और अगर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो ये आने वाले दिनों में एक बहुत भयावह परिस्थिति उत्पन्न कर देगा हमारे प्रदेश के लिए।
The incident has caused widespread outrage and raised concern over women's safety in Bihar.
And we were Sando Top, one of the most strategic vantage points during the Kargil War of 1999. The icy winds that brushes past today is the same that met our soldiers 26 years ago. But unlike the stillness now, back then, this very ridge echoed with thunder of artillery, the crack of gunfire, and the undying roar of Indian bravery. The Sando Top witnessed it all. The sacrifice, the blood, as well as the brotherhood and, of course, the victory. Now, today it stands not just as a military post, but as a symbol of what India is made of. Resolve that does not waver and courage that does not cower.
The might of the Indian Armed Forces has been witnessed by these mighty hills. These mountains were the battleground during the Operation Vijay. This is the Tiger Hill. As close as we can get to it is from this point where we are reporting from 14,200 feet. But that peak, viewers, that was high altitude warfare that happened during the Kargil war. That is more than 17,000 feet. You can understand the challenges of the terrain just by any common man walking to up to this hill is so difficult that one completely falls short of breath. Imagine that our brave soldiers, our young soldiers were facing the enemy. They were witnessing bloodshed there. On the 2nd of July, information was received about the Pakistanis, the enemies occupying that peak. And on the 4th of July, the Indian Armed Forces captured it again. We'll try and zoom in to that post, and we'll show you how difficult that terrain would have been. And the hero, of course, was the one leading the Ghatak platoon, and he was from the 18 Grenadiers, Grenadier Yogendra Singh Yadav, who, despite suffering bullets, despite losing more and more members of his platoon, he unfurled the Tiranga on that top. And as we speak, viewers, we are also going to pan and show you the Trishul top and the Trishul ridge. That is of utmost importance, viewers. Why is it important? Because this area, these hills were used during the Operation Sindoor as well. And behind this Trishul, viewers, behind the Trishul, it looks like a trident. So behind this Trishul is the line of control. In fact, we are just almost a kilometer away from the LOC.
Now, moving on, viewers, what we are able to understand at this point in time, that there are at least 11 people who have been injured in a stabbing incident at a Walmart near Michigan's Traverse City in United States. That's the breaking news coming in. The Michigan State Police and the local sheriff's office was investigating the incident, and the details are limited. Now, meanwhile, the suspect has been taken into custody. The cops have asked people to avoid the area while the investigation is still ongoing. Breaking news development coming in now. What we understand that at least 11 people have been injured in a stabbing incident at Walmart. This is coming in from Michigan's Traverse City in the United States. As you can see in the visuals as well, the entire chaos outside the Walmart in Traverse City. The Michigan State Police have said that the local sheriff's office was indeed investigating the incident, and for now the details are limited. But what we can confirm that the suspect has been taken into custody. The cops have also asked the people to avoid moving in and around that particular area where the incident has taken place. But this does raise eyebrows in terms of safety of people in the United States. We continue to witness mass shooting, mass stabbing incidents, and this one's latest coming in from Traverse City in Michigan, where 11 people have been injured. This is a stabbing incident that has indeed taken place, and we'll be getting in more details on that note. But for now, shifting our focus to more news developments coming in. US President Donald Trump is in Scotland for a 5-day visit, seeking a break from the political storm brewing back in Washington. With mounting questions over handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files, Trump appears wary and on the edge. Now, this visit blends personal business with a touch of diplomacy. But in Scotland, he's been met with resistance. Now, protests took to the streets, some holding placards with sharp slogans, while others waved Palestinian flags in show of dissent. Here's more on the visit and the controversy surrounding it.
Hundreds of protesters gathered in the Scottish city of Edinburgh. to protest against US President Trump's visit to a golf resort. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer was criticized for striking a recent trade deal to avoid stiff US tariffs on goods imported from the United Kingdom. Speakers on a makeshift stage told the crowd that Trump was not welcomed amid the chaos.
I'm here to oppose fascism, to say that Trump isn't welcome in Scotland. I think there are far too many countries that are feeling the pressure of Trump and that they feel that they have to accept him, and we should not accept him here. We should not accept fascism in any form at this point. Have we not been through this before? So as a Scot and as an American, I'm a dual citizen, we're saying no. We don't want you here, and we wish that more countries would say no. We wish the British government had said no.
Demonstrators held placards bearing slogans critical of Trump, and others waved Palestinian flags in regards to the visit.
I have a problem with the pipes being used to welcome Trump on other visits and things, and I want to use this symbol of, it's a symbol of Scotland, and I want to make it clear that he's not welcome in Scotland.
Trump is set to be in Scotland until Tuesday. As the protests continue, Trump is set to hold trade talks with the UK PM soon.
अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध MDH गरम मसाला
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा
We have two young entrepreneurs who are integrating artificial intelligence with their work. Let us call on stage Professor Diwakar West, co-founder and CEO of D&D Healthcare, Mr. Nitin Bajaj, founder and CEO of Easy Leads. And to moderate this conversation, may I please invite on stage Pranav Kulkarni.
Nitin, Professor West, thank you very much for joining us. We were talking about both of you being startups. In fact, you've been in the industry for about 5 years. You had a prior experience, and then you moved to starting your own company. Could you take us through your journeys of starting up? How did you start? Could you inspire us?
Sure. My first company I started when I was studying at IIT Delhi. So it was a simple idea that a freelancer will go to your home and will do your makeup or haircuts. Similar to what Urban Clap is doing now.
Okay.
We had to shut it down, then I started again. Then one fine day I was looking for data for my own business to grow, and obviously didn't have money being a startup.
Okay.
So I bootstrapped or hacked together an app which will collect data from everybody and give it back to the community. So it was like a contact outsourcing, crowdsourcing kind of database.
Right.
So we didn't intend it to start this company that we now have called as Easy Leads, but we accidentally made it because we were looking for data for our own business.
Okay.
That's how I started, and we made multiple products. In very simplistic terms, what Easy Leads has been, think of it more like a directory around the world of all the companies, all the people working in those companies, and every sales and marketer or a hiring person would need that data to reach out to them, to sell or market or do research. That's all Easy Leads has been. And now, of course, with Dexter Agent, we are building an agentic layer on top of it that can do all the research for you like a human.
Like a human being. Professor Vesh, could you tell us about your venture?
So I've been in the field of robotics and AI for last almost 15 years.
Okay.
And we have been building robots. And recently we are more into medical devices. So we are into deep tech into medical devices, which includes ventilators, robotic arms, and a lot of AI solutions to make the critical care much more easier.
Okay.
Yes.
You mentioned agentic AI. Could you elaborate on what exactly is agentic AI?
Sure.
It's a new term we've heard today.
Yeah, and a lot of buzzwords around it.
Absolutely.
So, in very simplistic terms, let's say everybody here goes to Google, and we used to type that, okay, Google, find me best restaurants near me. That's a regular AI, because Google already has inbuilt understanding of your location. The Google is context aware of existing location where you are. Let's say I'm in Noida today. So Google is aware that I'm in Noida. So it will show me all the restaurants near me which are in Noida. And maybe Google knows that I used to search Mexican food a lot. So it will show me restaurants in the higher ranking order which have Mexican food as a menu. This is a regular AI. But think of agentic AI as a next step beyond this. So not only just Google will recommend me restaurants, but the agent will now start calling these restaurants and start booking a table for me.
Okay.
And not just that, multiple agents will act for me in the background. Once the table is booked, once the reservation is confirmed, it will book a cab for me from my hotel to arrive me at the right time so that I don't miss the booking at the restaurant. It will also inform my friend who is coming along with me that, hey, this restaurant booking is done, why don't you come and join Nitin? So this is the agent, which is not just thinking, it is not just reacting to what you want it to be, it is also taking actions beyond what you want it to do.
Okay. I'll come back to you more on this specific aspect, but before that I want to ask you, you're into robotics. Now this, what he spoke about, is probably a software doing all of this.
Correct.
Now, you're actually bringing a 3D product in front of us.
That's right.
Where do you align robotics with what we just talked about?
So let's just define agentic AI a little more for the audience. Right now, what we are using is ChatGPT and other GPT algorithms and the softwares which are generative in nature. So basically, you give it something and it generates something for you, like an image, maybe a text, maybe video, or something of that sort. Agentic is made out of word agent. So it's an agent for you. It's like a second version of you or maybe an assistant of yours, which does something for you based on what you want it to do. So let's say if I ask ChatGPT or any of the GPT that, okay, which share should I invest in? It will recommend me a share, right? But I have to go ahead and do whatever due diligence I have to do and go ahead and, buy that share. Agentic system, on the other hand, will say, okay, listen, I think this is a very good thing to buy right now. I will buy it for you, right? And I think 5 to 10% of return over a month or two is very, very awesome for you. So what I'll do is whenever it reaches that point, I'll buy it for you, I'll sell it for you, and I'll give you that kind of a return. So it automatically does it for you. Now, in terms of the medical field, where do we go with this, right? Now, in the medical field, we have systems which assist the robotic surgery, where the doctor might be doing some mistake and it just corrects itself. That is what is being done right now. But in the future, you might be looking at most of the surgeries being on autopilot and the doctor stopping it from doing anything stupid. So it is going to be the other way around. That is where we are looking with the agentic AI in terms of the healthcare systems.
Okay. You mentioned that it will make calls for you, it will book a seat for you, it will make calls to your friends, ask them if you want to join them. Now, what's the probability of all of this going terribly wrong and booking some restaurant that you probably don't want? I mean, when it comes to a restaurant, it's probably an error that we can afford to make. But what if it goes wrong and makes bigger errors that are unaffordable?
You do have certain controls, and agents also are context aware. Like, they have your entire background history. For example, if I go on today and tell ChatGPT, hey, do my skincare, right? So ChatGPT already has a lot of conversation done with me in the past. So it understands me. It knows my weight, it knows my height, it knows my age, everything. It knows my complexion history, it knows which all medications I'm on. So agents definitely will understand and take care of all the context. We call it, contextual memory of the agents, and take decisions based on that. And you can always limit the potential of where the agent has to stop. Agent will not go rogue and do things which are beyond its control. Agent has a specific goal in mind that they're going to do. For example, with one of the things, I also run a podcast channel. One of the things that was very big problem for us in the podcasting space was going through the entire episode of 2 hours and figuring out which all are the parts that we have to remove from the entire episode to make it shorter and make it more appealing, right? Now we fed this entire episode of 2 hours into an agent. It has transcribed the entire conversation into the 2-hour episode to text. And then on top of that, it automatically have told me that these are the shots or 30-second clips that you can deduct out of that entire 2-hour episode, and these are the potentially going to go viral on YouTube or go viral on Instagram.
Oh, it will also tell you what will go viral?
We already do that. A lot of our growth, we have done almost 160 million views on YouTube in the last 6 months, and all by using AI. Just because of AI. Because agent not only understand what to remove, it also understand what to pick, and how it understand what's going on around the world. For example, with recent happening with the aviation industry, we know what's going on with the aviation sector, right? So anything that you talk about aviation industry is going to go up, because people are going to learn a lot about aviation industry with all the incidents that are happening around it. So naturally, if you already have content around it sitting in your pile of content, and you're not talking about that at that moment, you're basically missing on a gold mine. But if an agent also has an understanding that, hey, Nathan, this is what is going on around the world, and out of this 2-hour episode, of all the episodes that you've done, these are the topics that you should highlight more. So the agent has now given us understanding on what to talk about, what not to talk about, and when to post that.
But then, yeah,
one thing I would like to add over here is, because agent does a lot of things for you, right? There's something called agentic bribing as well, which will happen, right? Now, if you ask ChatGPT or any GPT algorithm, okay, I want to book a hotel, right, in this area, it will give you a recommendation. But agentic AI will automatically book it for you. How about I bribe the system to book a certain type of hotels for a big pool of people, right?
How do you do
now, you can call it bribing, you can call it marketing, you can call it anything. But now you are not in control of what you're going to do next. That is something we really need to take care about. But obviously, there are good things, there are bad things. We have to take care of both things hand in hand.
To add to what you in fact said right now, then is it a human being versus AI race right now? Because if you're really talking about what you just spoke, it necessarily means that, for example, if there is someone who is trading in stock market, an algo trader is probably going to be much better placed to tell what is going to make profits than a human trader. So is it a man versus AI race?
Let me just give you a context over here for the audience and for you. Brain of a gorilla is maybe 5 or 10% different than our brain, and not very much different in intelligence. You see where the gorilla is, and you see where we are right now. The AI that we are about to encounter, right now we are way before the AGI, which is the more intelligent form of general intelligence, the localized intelligence that we have. When we reach there, that particular intelligence is going to be multiple times more intelligent than us. Specifically, faster in learning, faster in decision making, faster in everything. So it is the first time in the entire world, because we have always lived in a world where there are a lot of physical things which are more stronger than us, but nothing that is more intelligent than us. This is for the first time in the entire history of mankind that we have something more intelligent than us. So obviously it is going to play out very differently than it has ever before. It is not going to be like a tool or a car or a machine gun or a nuclear weapon. It is going to be much bigger than that. But obviously, at this point in time where we are right now, it is kind of like a tool where you have Einstein sitting as your personal assistant. That is how I would like to put it. If taken in the right direction, it will be, it will find cures to diseases which we have never thought about. It might find life on another ecosystem or a different universe. We don't know. But yes, it definitely is a race. But I'm very much sure that humans or the human intelligence is going to, be at top of everything.
I do want to add on top of this, the question about man versus AI. To me, I feel like we definitely are on a fight at some extent, at least where the work is more repetitive in nature. Because most replaceable work today is the one that is very repetitive in nature, right? For example, one of our agents, Dexter agent, is used by a large travel company. And this travel company used to get around 20,000 people signing up on their website every day.
Okay.
But their sales team earlier used to call, which is a 80 person sales team, they used to call all these 20,000 people every day.
Okay.
And they obviously get tired, they get, they're not able to convert a lot of potential customers because calling 20,000 people every day was a big task. What our agent has done for them, instead of calling all these 20,000 people, the agent goes through each profile of these 20,000 people, evaluates them, scores them, that this particular person is a right fit for your business. This is not a right fit, remove it. So instead of calling all these 20,000 people, now they're calling just 2,000 people and getting much better results. So their 80 team has now become 15 members. So their do is a fight between AI as well as humans, but then it's mostly currently is being done where the job of that work is very repetitive in nature.
Okay. One thing which I also see here, which I would like to add to whatever you just said, one of the biggest competition is going into being in the field of consultancy. You have 100,000 consultants doing a problem-solving job, sitting in a room or traveling in different places. Imagine a system which is intelligent, which has all the data fed into it, because obviously it can cram data like anything. That kind of a job where some intelligence, some problem-solving is involved, is also going to be something that we have to look forward on how the humans versus AI is going to be.
Okay.
Because that is something, because see, how many of you have seen Courage the Cowardly Dog from the audience? You've seen that? A lot of Gen Zs, you have missed out on something. So in Courage the Cowardly Dog, there was this dog typing everything into the screen. And back in the day when I was a kid, I thought it was impossible, like 25 years ago, right? And see where we are right now. We're actually using that, right?
Correct.
So you really can't think in another 20 years of time what all things which we might think is impossible can actually happen. I really think as agentic AI is going to be very helpful, obviously in the repetitive tasks, but also in a lot of hard problem solving, because agentic AI is very good at solving multiple problems at once. Right. It's not like a generative AI model where you give it a problem and it solves it, and then you give it another problem and so on and so forth. It takes a problem, okay, I need to find cure to this disease. Why is this disease in the first place? What are the symptoms? How do I cure these symptoms? What are the possible products? It can go to different places and come down to a more narrower solution or possible cure. So, we never know where we end up, but agentic AI is going to be a holy grail in terms of, problem solving as well.
Okay. Now, does this mean that it is going to take away some of the jobs, probably even high-skill job that you're talking about?
It is already taking.
It is already taking.
A lot of
so
companies
the threat is real?
in my organization, we used to have roughly around 150 research, highly skilled research people. What we used to take around a year or year and a half to develop, now I have approximately 20 people doing the same work which was done previously in a year, maybe in a month or maybe even less than that. So even if, let's say, if I have to do a material selection that, okay, what material should I use to make this watch, right? I can, instead of me going to a material scientist, I can just ask a generative model, right? What should I use it? And it will give you a more accurate answer than any human can, right? So obviously, this is going to happen. When cars came into existence, right, horses were out of order, right? True. Similarly, yes, reskilling needs to be done. The job environment will be reshuffled. I would say, I won't say job losses, but reshuffled. But a lot of places we should be really thinking about, especially in the Indian IT industry, which is very heavy on coding. Okay. A lot of coding is going to happen with AI agents, right? And we really need to think about it. But now you think the positive side of it, right? I don't want to take it in a very pessimistic view. Earlier, watchmaking was limited to Switzerland, right? High-tech technology was limited to Germany. Why? Because they had the skill to execute it. Now skill is being democratized. Everyone has the same level of information, same level of resources because of AI available to them. So if we as people, right, start using AI, instead of a team of 200 people, you can start a new company with just 5 people and give the same results which earlier used to take, an army of people. So India is at a very intelligent position where we know how to use these AI systems. We just need the people to, make the right products out of it. Because, when you look at China, China was a cheap labor country. Now it moved to a high-skilled labor country where, if you want to make anything high-tech, you go to China, right? It happened because they skilled their people. Right now, they can do things which no one else in the world can do. So if we start adopting AI right now to make solutions for the world, we will actually get an edge and we would be at the right place at the right time like we were in 2000s. Right. So this is the moment we need to act on.
I'll give you an example which media people will also understand, right? In a different manner. So you organize this event, almost 25-30 speakers are there in different formats. We all have certain skill set, we all have certain backgrounds, right? Now imagine 2 years down the line, you organize a different event, but over the last 2 years, you have invited thousands of speakers. So you manually cannot track who is doing what, and which scale, which size, which skill set they have acquired, at what stage of business, at what stage of personal life they have, gone to. Imagine an agent, and which is possible right now. I'm not telling you to imagine. It is already doable now. Is already having the access or the information of all the people who have appeared in Republic TV's event over the last 2-3 years, and then telling you each and every time that, you're organizing this event. These are the 10 top people who are best fit for this event. And also on top of it, pair these 2 people together because they will have contrasting views.
Okay.
So this is how the agent can also work for all the use cases. It understands the context, it understands the nuances, it also has the memory and can do better recommendations as well as actions on top of it.
But then here, for the organizer, it may be a benefit.
Yeah.
But what about the data that it is actually accessing of? I mean, what about data breaches in that case? That's point number 1.
Yeah.
Point number 2 that I want to bring you to is that today we saw Warren Buffett's voice being, replicated. What are the risks involved in this? When data or AI models are, getting into your life and breaching into your life and extracting all the data for the benefit of somebody else.
I mean, if you would have played that video I would had, you would have not even imagined the kind of, AI avatars people are making. I used to travel a lot because of my work, and a lot of times I could not manage to create content. So for creating content, I have to be physically present in a studio, but using AI avatars, I had created a personalized avatar version of myself, which understands my reaction, which understands how I speak, how, I move my hands, all of that, and creates my videos without me being there present fully. This is already happening. This is already live. And to answer your question about the risk associated with it, Definitely. But if you understand, an agent who is creating it is also another agent who also can detect it. Because they know how the framing works technically, how the production works technically, the nuances of the video production, frame by frame. So definitely there are ways to stop it. In fact, YouTube have recently said that if you release a video which is created using AI from 15th of July, somewhere down the line, they have said they are not going to pay any money on the ads that are being generated on top of AI videos.
Okay.
Right? So they have just announced that. So they are already able to detect which is fake and which is not fake. So it is not that we are not able to detect which is an AI avatar video or a deepseek video. It's totally detectable.
Okay, then I want to bring you to the next one. I mean, we are talking about data. We have, all of us have photographs online, and one of the biggest scares, and in fact, we have it in the news recently, is deepfakes.
Yes.
What is going to happen to that? How risky is that?
See, as Nitin just said, that as the technology progresses, the antidote also progresses. At this point in time, if a company wants to sell something to you, it can with a 90% accuracy sell it to you if they target you. Through Instagram ads, through cookies, through all those things. It manipulates how you think. Similarly, when all of this was happening, Apple and other companies came up with ad blockers. That, okay, I will identify which data you are sending to all the advertisers and we'll block it. So it went ahead and stopped, sending you data in. So when the technology progresses, when the negativity actually starts taking over, obviously the positivity also manages it because of the technology itself. So I believe when I talk about the problems with AI, one of the biggest problem is impersonation is there. Then you have the hallucination is there, which we were talking about. So hallucination is a very big problem right now because AI can lie to you in a way that humans just can't. So even if there is a fact which is not true, it can present it to you in a manner that you feel is right. So when agentic AI takes over, it starts writing articles. It starts writing a lot of, it starts publishing a lot of things. And what is AI? AI takes all the data which is available on the internet or off the internet and, makes a summary out of it and gives you that. So when the input is not right, the output can't be right? So we have to really think about, whether we talk about hallucinations, whether it is just on your front or in the publishing area. We have to really think about deepfakes because obviously deepfakes, I'm not very worried about it because there would be tools, there are tools right now to identify deepfakes and, take it off. And, there are obviously, when you talk about real videos versus the AI generated videos, even you at this point in time can make out, but in future, obviously you might need tools.
It will be difficult to identify. Just a concluding question as to both of you is, are we really looking at outsourcing human life to AI models or AI agents, so to say, in the near future?
In a lot of areas, yes. And why don't you, like if you can enjoy your time on sunset, and
while AI is making money for you?
Why AI is making money for me, why not?
Okay.
Like I can do better things. I can travel with my family. I can...
AI might do that also.
No, there's some few things at least still left to the humans to do and to enjoy.
Okay.
But there are few things that if they can be outsourced, right? Even in the business, you're outsourcing a lot of things to other, counterparts in the world. Think of it the same thing as a replacement of what you're already doing. It's a repetitive work. But instead of a human doing it outside, a better AI is doing it. And that human is doing something else, which is also good for them.
Right.
One thing which I would like to ask you, why did you not walk to your work today?
Sorry?
Why did you not walk to your work today? Why did you choose a car or metro or anything of that sort? Because technology has gone further. What it has enabled you is to save time in traveling. It has enabled you to travel farther, right? It has enabled you to do more things while you are traveling. That is technology for you.
Right.
On the counterpart, people are getting fat because they are not walking. So obviously, when AI comes, you would get a lot of time to do a lot of different things. There would be some drawbacks. You should be ready for it. But obviously, when you give a lot of work to AI, I'm looking at, people doing much larger things in life. I'm not looking at people just lying around on the beaches. I'm looking at bigger problem solving,
right?
Bigger things in life. And that's what we have really done. Human species has been very resilient and we will always be. And what we'll be doing would be more significant than what we are doing right now.
You know what? Before this, there was no question of $1 billion one-person company.
Yeah.
But now everybody is thinking about opening a company with just one person, but a valuation or a revenue of $1 billion, which is achievable now, and people are working towards it. It was not at all possible before.
Wonderful. Gentlemen, thank you very much for giving us time and giving us the positive side of AI and giving us hope. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
भारत माता की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। वणक्कम।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Cholapuram temple in Tiruchipalli to honour the legacy of Chola dynasty in significant Tamil Nadu visit. As the BCCI maintains stunning silence over the Asia Cup controversy, Republic continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first always. Delhi-bound Air India flight rejects takeoff at Guwahati after parking brakes fails to function. Plane grounded until safety checks cleared. A Boeing plane catches fire at Denver airport in US. Boeing continues to report accidents. India is dealing with the biggest health crisis of adulterated food. 800 kg of fake paneer seized in Jammu. An Indian origin man in Australia brutally assaulted with a machete by a group of teenagers in Australia's Melbourne. Viewers, fire erupted at Boeing 737 plane at Denver airport in the United States. The aircraft aborted takeoff due to the landing gear incident that sparked a fire and sent smoke billowing from the jet. Now, the plane operating as flight 3023 to Miami was carrying 173 passengers and 6 crew members when the mechanical issue unfolded. Now, as per the Federal Aviation Administration, the aircraft reported a possible landing gear failure during the departure and was forced to abort the takeoff. Now, the passengers were evacuated directly on the runway using the inflatable emergency slides. Meanwhile, Air India flight from Guwahati to Delhi performed a low-speed rejected takeoff at Guwahati due to a technical warning, indicating that the parking brake was engaged. Now, the takeoff was aborted at approximately 30 knots. The aircraft safely vacated the runway and returned to the bay for further inspection. And Boeing and Air India flight continues to report accidents and technical snags. At this point in time, what we see how there are multiple incidents that are related to aircrafts, whether it's Boeing or whether it is Air India aircrafts that we have seen in our country that are reporting continuous issues, technical and mechanical issues. And to talk more on this and to get an insight, I've been joined by Group Captain UK Devnath. He's an aviation expert. Good morning, sir. Thank you for speaking with us on Republic. At this point in time, the important conversation that requires some note is that why are in today's day so many aircrafts undergoing such technical as well as mechanical issues, one in Boeing as well as one of the Air India aircrafts that were not able to take off in Guwahati?
Yes, you see, some minor issues with aircraft have always taken place. Historically, such small errors due to technical or pilot error have taken place earlier also. But nowadays, the media is very alert, especially not only print media, but electronic media is very, very active. The news quickly spreads throughout the globe. That's why probably there is a psychological feeling that such incidents are increasing. Earlier, what used to happen, some such incident has taken place in Indonesia, Bali, Java, Sumatra, Brazil, or Scandinavian country. The news never used to travel to all countries, including India. It used to die down. The news incident report used to die down within next 12 hours. But now the word aviation industry has progressed to a level, and number of passengers who are traveling by air has increased so many times in last few years. So everyone is very alert, and such news catches attraction. Such news on media catches attraction. So it appears that there is an increase in such incidences.
Well, also, Mr. Devnath, as we understand, there are increase in incidents of technical failure or mechanical failures. At this point in time, in order for passenger safety or a smooth flight, precisely what is the need of the hour?
Definitely, need of the hour is to select the best boys and girls to start with for aviation industry as technical officers or as pilot. It goes without saying that their training has to be supervised by a certified agency. It must be a competent body which imparts them training, preferably cleared. At least in India, we ensure that DGCA directly monitors training of such small schools in India. Most important is even when they start flying, regular simulator training is very important. All the crews, however, whatever may be their experience, must be called upon to do simulator training once in a week or once in a month so that they are exposed to such contingencies by a simulator instructor. Simulator instructor calls out very, very unique emergencies. For example, a very simple example will be he will make a young pilot sit in the simulator and say, your aircraft engine catches fire when you are taxiing out. What has happened in this two recent incidences? And then the student pilot is quickly supposed to react and say and act in the simulator. What are the corrective measures and remedial measures he will take immediately so that the incident comes under control?
Right.
And does not go beyond control.
Absolutely. Group Captain Devnath, appreciate you giving your time and joining us on Republic and giving an insight on these issues that needs conversations and solutions at this point in time. And moving on, it is the day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's Tamil Nadu visit. Remember, on Saturday, Prime Minister Modi launched multiple projects in Tamil Nadu, including the new airport terminal, extended runway, and the cargo berthing facility at Thoothukudi Airport. Now, his visit is considered strategically planned ahead of the 2026 Tamil Nadu Assembly polls. While the incumbent DMK and the opposition AIADMK have already launched their campaigns. As we understand that it is an important day today, as we will be keeping a very, very close eye on the developments that come in from Tamil Nadu. Prime Minister will also visit the Chola temple, and this move from the BJP, especially from Prime Minister visiting Tamil Nadu, is a strategical move ahead of the 2026 Assembly elections in Tamil Nadu, with the DMK already launching its campaign and AIADMK coming with the BJP together.
तमिलनाडु के पोटेंशियल का पूरा इस्तेमाल करने के लिए भारत सरकार तमिलनाडु के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को आधुनिक बनाने का प्रयास कर रही है। तमिलनाडु में हम पोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हाईटेक बना रहे हैं, साथ ही एयरपोर्ट, हाईवेज और रोडवेज को भी आपस में इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हैं। आज तूतुकुड़ी एयरपोर्ट के नए एडवांस टर्मिनल का शुभारंभ इसी दिशा में एक और बड़ा कदम है। 450 करोड़ रुपीस की कॉस्ट से बना ये टर्मिनल अब हर साल 20 लाख से ज्यादा पैसेंजर्स को होस्ट करेगा। पहले ये सालाना कैपेसिटी केवल 3 लाख पैसेंजर की थी। आज हमने तमिलनाडु के 2 मेजर रोड प्रोजेक्ट्स को भी जनता को समर्पित किया है। करीब 2500 करोड़ रुपीस से बनी ये रोड्स 2 मेजर डेवलपमेंट एरिया को चेन्नई से जोड़ने जा रही है। इन रोड्स की वजह से डेल्टा जिलों से चेन्नई की कनेक्टिविटी और बेहतर हुई है।
All right, my colleague Sharda is joining us live at this point in time. Sharda, remember Prime Minister had indeed launched several development projects yesterday, and it is the second day of the Prime Minister's visit to Tamil Nadu. What we also understand that he will be visiting the Chola temple as well. What is the importance of, all these visits of the Prime Minister at this point in time?
Well, Prime Minister is set to leave the Trichy airport around 11 a.m. where then he'll be reaching Ariyalur district where the Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple is situated, which belongs to the great Rajaraja Cholan I, and he's also expected to do a roadshow. And as you can see, the entire stretch road of almost a kilometer where Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be conducting a roadshow, meeting people who's come all over the state of Tamil Nadu to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As you can see, the flags colored with the BJP and the AIADMK. There are also cadres that have come to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi, stating that this would be the first electoral campaign of the BJP for the 2026 elections, following which is when the BJP would be going on the electoral campaigns with the AIADMK after announcing the India alliance. Following this particular roadshow, Narendra Modi would also be attending the temple festival, the Adi Thiruvadira cultural festival that's happening here in Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple, where almost 1.5 hours where he would be listening to a concert, following which he would also be listening to certain recitations from the people and the priest of the temple, and he'll be leaving from Trichy back to Delhi.
Absolutely, Sharda, appreciate you showing us those visuals also. And we can see that, people are already awaiting Prime Minister's visit. And as you rightly mentioned that there is going to be a road show of the Prime Minister today. What are the preparations that are looking like right now?
Well, the preparations right now that is underway is the police making sure that people are put inside the barricades. As you can see, the security is very tight, and we can also see how the roads are being completely cleared up for the roadshow, because to make sure there's more safety and security for the Prime Minister to conduct a roadshow, the police are doing complete checks. Also, apart from the regular checks that's being done, there's also extra careful checks making sure, because as you've heard that recently there was a bomb threat in Chennai today morning, following which the securities has been tightened here. And also apart from this entire stretch of roadshow, there's also plans of Narendra visiting Trichy airport, so the entire stretch is going to be even more tightened. Following around 2 p.m. is when Narendra Modi would be leaving from Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple. So it's expected that for the next 4 hours, this entire place will have heightened security to make sure that there's no mishaps during Prime Minister's visit to the state of Tamil Nadu ahead of 2026 elections.
Right, absolutely, Sharda. Appreciate you bringing us those details and those colourful visuals from Tamil Nadu that is awaiting Prime Minister's visit. Now let's shift our focus and move on. Some breaking news coming in at this point in time. A shocking incident of rape has come into light from Lonavla. A girl was brutally raped in a car, and she was forcibly made to sit in the car and was later thrown on the roadside. The search for the two accused is currently underway. One accused has been arrested, while the girl has been admitted to the hospital. That is the latest development coming in on the broadcast. News coming in from Maharashtra, where a girl has been brutally raped in a moving car, and she was then forcibly made to sit in that particular car, and then she was thrown away on the roadside. The search for the two accused is currently on, and one accused has been arrested. Also, we will try and understand more details from my colleague who will be joining us shortly. But to get an update on the girl, she has been admitted in the hospital, and the medicals, of course, are taking place at this point in time. And the Lonavla City Police has also taken its action. They have arrested one of the accused while the other two are on the run. But a very, very sad state of affairs coming in from Lonavla, where this particular girl was raped in a car, and then she was forcibly made to sit in that particular car and then later thrown away. At this point in time, what we also understand that the girl has been admitted to a local hospital in Lonavla, and the treatment is also underway, but the police is also in its complete action to launch the search operation for the other two accused who are on the run at the moment. And An update on this, one of the accused has been arrested by the Lonavla city police. More details are going to be coming in shortly, but that is one of the sad news coming in from Maharashtra. Another rape case, and still the accused are on the run, one of them arrested. What we understand, there were 3 people with 2 on the run and 1 being arrested at this point in time. Moving on, more breaking news coming in at this point in time. There has been a stampede in Haridwar's Mansa Devi temple. 6 people have been killed and rescue operations are underway. That's a big development. Right now that we are tracking for our viewers, there has been a stampede in the Mansa Devi temple in Haridwar, wherein nearly 6 people have been killed, and the rescue and the search operation is also underway. We'll get you more details on the other side, but let's shift our focus to more news coming in. All right, we'll continue to be on this particular story. The breaking news at this hour, there has been a stampede in the Mansa Devi temple in Haridwar, leading to death of 6 people. We will try and ascertain and get in more details from my colleagues shortly, but the rescue and relief operations are currently underway. That is the development and the news coming in that we are tracking on at this hour. A stampede has happened in Mansa Devi temple in Haridwar. We have recently seen several stampede incidents through this particular year. Another incident is coming to light from Haridwar, a place of pilgrimage where there are thousands and thousands of people who visit throughout the entire course of the year, and Mansa Devi temple being one of the very important pilgrimage sites in Haridwar, where there has been a stampede situation. We will also try and ascertain what has led to that particular situation of stampede and try and understand whether or not there are more people who are feared dead. But as of now, we can confirm you that there are 6 people who have lost their lives in this particular stampede. The rescue and relief operations from the side of the officials as well as from the side of the police and the administration is currently underway. We will be tracking more details on this story, but 6 people now dead and several others injured is what we understand. News coming in from Haridwar, as I rightly mentioned earlier as well, a place of pilgrimage and a tourist spot where people visit in huge numbers. And given the time that the weather conditions are also not very well, but the stampede situation coming in from Mansa Devi temple is something that is putting all the focus there, with 6 people now being killed. My colleague Ratan Negi is joining us on the phone line. Ratan, help us understand what exactly has happened in Mansa Devi temple. 6 people have died and there have been a stampede. Help us with more details.
देखिए, अभी तक जो जानकारी हमारे पास आ रही है वो ये है कि मनसा देवी पैदल मार्ग पर ये बड़ा हादसा हो गया, सुबह हो गया। अब बताया जा रहा है कि बिजली के तार टूटने के कारण ये घटना यहाँ पर हुई है। करंट लगने से अफरा तफरी यहाँ पर मची है और कैसे आज लोगों की दुखद मौत की जानकारी मिल रही है। हालांकि आधिकारिक इसकी पुष्टि नहीं हुई है, लेकिन अगर बात की जाए तो डीएम और एसएसपी मौके पर वहां पर पहुंच रहे हैं। गढ़वाल कमिश्नर जो है विजय शंकर पांडे वो मौके पर जा रहे हैं और जो लोग घायल है उनका इलाज इस वक्त अस्पताल में चल रहा है। और इसकी अगर बात की जाए तो पूरा पुलिस प्रशासन है वो इस वक्त मौके पर वहां पर मौके के लिए जा चुका है। गढ़वाल कमिश्नर की अगर बात की जाए, विनय शंकर पांडे की बात की जाए, डीएम जो वहां गए वो मौके पर वहां पर पहुंच रहे हैं। लेकिन जो पहली जानकारी जो मिल रही है, प्रथम जिससे जानकारी मिल रही है कि बिजली का तार टूटने के कारण, करंट लगने के कारण ये भगदड़ हुई है और 6 से 8 लोगों की यहाँ पर जो जानकारी मिल रही है, हताहत की जानकारी मिली है। हालांकि आधिकारिक पुष्टि अभी तक नहीं है। मुख्यमंत्री ने इस घटना पर गहरा दुख जताया है और इस हादसे के जांच के निर्देश दिए हैं। प्रथम जिससे अभी ये बात निकलकर सामने आई है।
रतन, ये जो बड़ा हादसा अभी सामने आ रहा है मनसा देवी मंदिर से, हम जानते हैं कि इस वक्त हरिद्वार में लाखों की तादाद में लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं, चाहे वो कांवड़िया हो या श्रद्धालु हो। इस वक्त वहां की जो ऑफिशियल्स है, जो पुलिस प्रशासन है, उनकी तरफ से क्या स्टेप्स लिए गई हैं?
देखिए, पुलिस प्रशासन की तरफ से लगातार वहां पर काम किया जा रहा था। अभी हाल ही में कांवड़ यात्रा संपन्न हुई है, ऐसी कोई घटना नहीं हुई, लेकिन अचानक जिस प्रकार ये घटना यहाँ पर हुई है तो निश्चित तौर से एक चिंता का विषय यहाँ पर है, क्योंकि आज रविवार का दिन है और कल की अगर बात की जाए तो सावन का सोमवार है और निश्चित तौर से शिव भक्तों का सैलाब लगातार धमनगरी हरिद्वार में उमड़ रहा है। तो कहीं ना कहीं क्या कारण रहे, आखिर कैसे वो बिजली करंट लगने से हफ्ते में कैसे वो बिजली का तार टूटा, ये जांच का विषय। लेकिन इस वक्त जो प्रशासन है उनका पूरा प्रयास है कि जल्द से जल्द जो लोग घायल है उनका बेहतर से बेहतर उपचार किया जाए और आगे कोई और घटना ना हो। इस वक्त फिलहाल प्रशासन का यही है, लेकिन यहाँ तक किस प्रकार हुआ इसके जांच के आदेश निश्चित तौर से दिए जाएंगे। और सीएम पुष्कर सिंह धामी लगातार स्वयं इस घटना पर नजर बनाए बैठे, आला अधिकारी से लगातार इस घटना के बाद फीडबैक ले रहे हैं।
रतन, 6 लोगों की मृत्यु की इस वक्त हमें सूचना मिल रही है और कितने लोग घायल हैं इस वक्त जिनको हॉस्पिटल भी ले जाया गया है अभी?
देखिए, जब ये भगदड़ मची तो भगदड़ के दौरान कुछ लोग हैं जो इसमें चपेट में आ गए। हालांकि पूरी बात अभी निकल कर नहीं आ रही, क्योंकि जैसे ही ये घटना है उसके बाद उन्हें अस्पताल ले जाया गया। जो संत समाज है वो इस वक्त अस्पताल में वहां पर मौजूद है। तो निश्चित तौर से कुछ समय यानी कुछ ही देर बाद ये तस्वीर यहाँ पर साफ हो पाएगी, क्योंकि जो एग्जैक्टली जो आंकड़े हैं वो इस वक्त हमारे पास उसके लिए अपडेट के लिए गए हैं। जैसे वो एग्जैक्टली आंकड़े आते हैं हम अपने दर्शकों को बताते हैं, क्योंकि थोड़ा सा जो प्रशासन है वो यहाँ पर अलर्ट हो चुका है और वहां पर ज्यादा माहौल खराब न हो, यानी कि इस भगदड़ के बाद जो अस्पताल की तरफ लोग आते हैं उनको वहां पर रोका गया ताकि ज्यादा अंदर जो है वो स्थिति क्रिटिकल पैदा ना हो। तो निश्चित तौर से कुछ समय बाद पूरी जानकारी हमारे पास आएगी, वैसे हम अपने दर्शकों को बताते हैं।
जी, इस वक्त एक और हमें जानकारी दीजिए, क्योंकि लाखों की तादाद पे श्रद्धालु पहुंचे हैं और आपने जैसे कि बताया कि अभी पुलिस प्रशासन अपने काम में जुटी हुई है, पर ये तो पहले से ही पता था कि वहाँ पे इस वक्त और ज़्यादा श्रद्धालु जुड़ेंगे, क्योंकि जैसे कि कांवड़ यात्रा भी चल रहा था। पर आगे इससे पहले इस पूरे सिचुएशन को काबू करने के लिए वहाँ पे प्रशासन की तरफ से कोई स्टेप्स क्यों नहीं लिया गया कि इतनी ज़्यादा भगदड़ मच गई कि 6 लोगों की जान चली गई?
देखिए, ये पूरा जो प्रकरण है जांच का विषय है। अगर आप इससे पहले कांवड़ यात्रा की बात की जाए जो 23 तारीख को समापन हुआ, तो पूरे प्रशासन ने उसकी तैयारियां की थी। या कोई अगर बात करें तो कुछ बड़ा आचका नहीं होता, भगवान की कृपा रही थी। लेकिन मनसा देवी पर लगातार श्रद्धालुओं का तालाब है। मनसा देवी जो ट्रस्ट है वहां पर उनकी क्या व्यवस्था की गई थी, जो बिजली तार टूटने की बात निकल कर आ रही है, क्या उसको अपडेट किया गया था, वो कितना पुराना था, आखिर वो तार कैसे टूटा, जो जानकारी निकल। निश्चित तौर से जांच का विषय है, क्या कुछ इस घटना के कारण रहे और पूरी आधिकारिक पुष्टि इसके बाद क्या कुछ मिलती है, उसके बाद सारी तस्वीर क्लियर हो पाएगी। लेकिन निश्चित तौर से कहीं ना कहीं लापरवाही यहाँ पर हुई है। वो तार कैसे टूटा, क्या कारण रहा, ये सब जांच का विषय है और कुछ समय बाद ये पूरी तस्वीर निकलकर सामने आ पाएगी।
जी, गढ़वाल डिवीजन कमिश्नर विनय शंकर पांडे का कहना है कि वो इस वक्त जो है वो स्पॉट के लिए रवाना हो गए हैं और एक डिटेल रिपोर्ट जो है इस इंसिडेंट पे वो अभी पूरे जांच के बाद सामने आएगा। इस पे क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं आप?
कमिश्नर को जैसे ही इसकी जानकारी मिली है उन्होंने आगे डीएम से बात करी है और जो अगर वहां पर लोग हताहत है उन्हें बेहतर से बेहतर इलाज देने का निर्देश यहाँ पर दिया गया है। एसएसपी और डीएम मौके पर वहां पर पहुंच रहे हैं और इसके साथ ही किस प्रकार ये हादसा के पीछे कारण क्या रहा, आखिर भगदड़ के पीछे की वजह क्या रही। जैसे बताया जा रहा है कि कोई बिजली का तार यहाँ पर टूटा प्रथम, जिससे ये बात निकल कर आ गया, करंट फैला, उससे ये भगदड़ मची है। तो अब मौके पर जो स्थिति है, जो अब के हालात है और उससे पहले के जो हालात है, उसके दोनों का ही यहाँ पर विवेचना यहाँ पर की जाएगी। इसके साथ ही और मंदिर है, जैसे दक्ष मंदिर यहाँ पर हो गया, हरिद्वार का सोमवार का दिन है और शिव के भक्तों का तालाब वहां पर उमड़ेगा। तो और इस प्रकार के अब जो और इंतजाम है या जो अपडेट है, इन सभी मंदिरों पर चौकसी यहाँ पर जो है वो बढ़ाई जाएगी। इसके साथ ही देखा जाएगा कि कहीं पर कोई चूक तो नहीं है। तो इस वक्त पहली प्रायोरिटी यही है कि जो माहौल है उसको नियंत्रण में लिया जाए। यदि कोई घायल है, सफोकेशन जब भगदड़ होती है तो सफोकेशन में जाती है, ऐसे में लोग धक्का मुक्की में फिर जाते हैं। उन लोगों को अगर कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं तो उनको राहत दिया जाए, उनका बेहतर से बेहतर इलाज हो। इस वक्त पहला प्राथमिकता है प्रशासन की इस वक्त यही है।
जी रतन, हमारे दर्शकों के लिए फिर से एक और बार बता दीजिए कि क्या वहां पे डीएम और एसपी जो ऑफिशियल्स है, क्या वो अभी घटना स्थल पे पहुंचे हैं? देखिए,
डीएम और एसएसपी घटना स्थल के लिए देखिए वो वहां पर पहुंचने ही वाले होंगे, क्योंकि जो रूट है वो इस वक्त डाइवर्ट किया गया है और जो प्रशासन है वो लगातार पूरा प्रयास कर रहा है कि छोटे नीचे अधिकारी वो वहां पर पहुंच रहे हैं। तो डीएम और एसएसपी लगातार की बात की जाए तो वहां पर सब मौके पर जो तस्वीर हमारे पास निकल कर आ रही है उस मौके पर पहुंच रहे हैं और उसके बाद ही जो स्थिति है आखिर किस वजह से सभा उनके क्या औपचारिक बयान निकल कर आते हैं उसके बाद ही पूरी बात क्लियर हो पाएगी। लेकिन प्रथम देश के प्रशासन का यही है, मुख्यमंत्री के निर्देश है कि जो घायल है, जो हताहत है, जो घायल है उनको बेहतर बेहतर वहां पर इलाज किया जाए। और ये हादसा क्यों हुआ इसकी जांच हो जाए। मनसा देवी मंदिर है उसका जो ट्रस्ट है, ट्रस्ट के अधिकारी वहां पर क्या कहते हैं, जो संत समाज है वो वहां पर क्या कहता है, आखिर किस वजह से बिजली का तार टूटा, कितना पुराना था, इसकी रिपेयरिंग नहीं थी, अपडेट नहीं था, क्या कुछ कमियां रही, ये सब जांच का विषय है और जांच के बाद ही कुछ देर बाद ये बात क्लियर हो पाएगी।
जी रतन, जुड़े रहिए हमारे साथ और हमें सारी इंफॉर्मेशन देते रहिए। हम आगे भी आएंगे आपसे इस बारे में सवाल पूछने के लिए, पर what we understand, viewers, at this point in time, a very important information coming in, and we will be staying with these visuals where there has been a stampede in Haridwar's Mansa Devi temple. 6 people have been killed. More details on the other side. Stay tuned with us. Don't go anywhere.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week, it's all about picking up narratives and giving you a narration. It's a weaving together of events and presenting you with a perspective. First up, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's journey to becoming the longest serving non-Congress Prime Minister of the country, a benchmark he achieved this week. Second, can artificial intelligence be nationalist? Is the biggest technological advancement since the invention of electricity going to divide itself along geopolitical lines? And finally, I explore yet again the phenomenon of Dara Hua Musalman. Is there something or anything like that? Let's get going. This week marked a milestone in the journey of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in politics and government. He became the second longest serving PM to have done so for 2 consecutive terms. The longest serving PM, of course, of India is Jawaharlal Nehru, who remained on the chair for 16 years and 286 days from August 15, 1947 to May 27, 1964. Indira Gandhi still remains the second longest serving PM after her father, having been in the chair for 15 years, 350 days. But that was in 2 broken terms, first from 1966 to 1977, and then from 1979 to 1984, till her death. Her unbroken stint was for 11 years, 59 days. Against this, PM Modi has done 11 years and 60 days on July 25, surpassing Indira Gandhi's record. That's 4078 days against Gandhi's 4077 consecutive days as PM. Modi is already the longest serving non-Congress Prime Minister of the country. This development brings out some facets of our politics. If Jawaharlal Nehru remains the longest serving Prime Minister of India, it was because Mahatma Gandhi wanted him to be PM in 1947, cutting out much of the competition from the other stalwarts of the freedom struggle. Apart from Pandit Nehru's personal charisma, circumstances buoyed his grip over power. Complete dominance of the Congress party as the legatee of independence movement was a strong factor. Nehru constituted the freedom elite. Indira Gandhi only inherited her father's legacy, and though she also built on the momentum in terms of her own charisma and popularity, being a dynast was the single biggest factor in catapulting her over the foxy syndicate veterans to begin with. But for the Nehru-Gandhi name, the Goongi Gudiya might have remained just that, on the margins of Indian politics. Now let's look at how Modi came up through the ranks. His rise from relative poverty to prime ministership has been profiled on numerous earlier occasions. But as someone who has covered his political career in government from 2002 onwards, I can tell you there was not one occasion in these entire 24 years, first as Chief Minister of Gujarat and then as Prime Minister, when Modi did not face strong headwinds from within his own party establishment. It's political folklore that when he was sent by the central leadership to steady the wobbly Gujarat situation for BJP ahead of the 2002 elections, a section within the state unit did not like it. The party had suffered setbacks in bypolls under the leadership of Keshubhai Patel in the aftermath of the Bhuj earthquake and its mismanagement. And Modi was seen as a strong leader who would stem the slide. He had to be elected to the state assembly, for which Rajkot seat, then held by senior leader of the party Vajubhai Wala, was chosen. Ideally, the Ellisbridge seat of Ahmedabad would have been the best bet. But that's another story, though related to party politics. The Modi campaign not only had to deal with the combined might of opposition Congress and the party of Shankar Singh Waghela, but a sabotage from within led by the Keshubhai Patel camp. He surmounted the challenge and came up trumps in his first electoral battle. But even before he could settle in as Chief Minister and within a week of his victory from Rajkot, the Sabarmati train carnage happened that killed 59 car sevaks and turned Gujarat into a communal cauldron for a few months. It was in this backdrop that Gujarat BJP went into 2002 assembly elections under the leadership of Narendra Modi. It was not an easy election to win. The national leadership under PM Vajpayee had turned cold. Modi had barely survived his possible removal at the BJP's national executive in Goa. And the Keshubhai Patel camp was itching to get back. Yet, he won, delivering the best ever performance of BJP in the state till then. From 2002, let's cut to 2007. The centre was now ruled by the Congress-led UPA. The court proceedings around 2002 riots cases were a daily headline. The Keshubhai Patel rebellion was at its peak the stalwart having set up his own party with the breakaway faction, the Gujarat Parivartan Party. The RSS was openly siding with the Keshubhai Patel group. The Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh, the Bharatiya Kisan Sangh, would release daily press notes against the government. There was a strong farmers' protest panning out in Saurashtra, spearheaded by the Patel community. They had refused paying electricity bills, and Modi had to jail some of his own party leaders to quell the rebellion. The 2007 assembly election was not an easy one, despite having made Kutch a success story, despite having turned Gujarat into a 100% electrified state. Despite the vibrant Gujarat summits, the political opposition was the strongest. Sohrabuddin Sheikh and Ishrat Jahan encounters had happened. Ahmedabad serial blasts had created a fear psychosis. The whole election looked like it would be lost. And then came a misfire from the Congress party. A play of words, a turn of phrase by Sonia Gandhi, which she used at a rally in South Gujarat. The Maut Ka Saudagar comment she made gave Modi the political pivot to make a comeback. All the opposition melted away as Narendra Modi made it a Gujarat Ki Asmita campaign yet again and came up trumps in December of 2007. The 2007 to 2012 period was of intense politics around the encounters and the Gujarat riots. The Nanavati Commission was holding daily open court hearings. The Gujarat High Court was hammering against the Modi government on Sohrabuddin and Ishrat cases. The central leadership was in a disarray under the Advani camp. The Home Ministry under Chidambaram had famously rewritten affidavits to fix Amit Shah in those cases. Only one thing was going good through all this: Narendra Modi's grip over governance and his spearheading Gujarat into a model development that, with some publicity blitz, became the talk of the nation. BJP cadres in the rest of the country were looking at him with some expectation vis-a-vis a jaded Advani who had lost the 2009 general election by then. Then came a shot in the arm. The Supreme Court appointed special investigation team headed by former CBI Director R.K. Raghavan gave the Chief Minister a clean chit, setting him up to wrest the leadership of the party. Faced with a wave of support from the cadres and the masses alike, RSS pulled back and the headquarters in Delhi stepped aside, but not without a last bit of resistance. The Goa National Executive, this time in September 2013, saw the Advani camp dimmer. L.K. Advani himself absented from the conclave on the pretext of ill health. And the ABC Troika, Anant Kumar, Balbir Punch and Chandan Mitra, sought to delay a decision. I was present in Goa during those tense 2 days. The wave of support for Modi had turned into a tsunami by then. With some deft handling by Arun Jaitley and Rajnath Singh, Narendra Modi became the leader designate and the face of the BJP 2014 campaign. 2014 broke many records of Indian politics. For the first time, a party came to power with absolute majority in over 30 years. For the first time, a non-Congress government came to power on its own. For the first time, India had a prime minister born after independence. This gives you an idea of how different the journey of Modi has been vis-a-vis the first two prime ministers, Pandit Nehru and Indira Gandhi. He has risen against the winds, while the father-daughter duo were buoyed by circumstances. Modi had to fight every battle, while Nehru and Gandhi were destiny's chosen ones. That is the reason, perhaps, why the Modi story connects more with the zeitgeist of the new India. Combative, aggressive, go-getter. And it's not over yet. Modi is completing 25 years in governance next year, first as Chief Minister of Gujarat and then as Prime Minister of the country. That would be an occasion for a total recall. Moving on till then to the next one.
We're suddenly engaged in a fast-paced competition to build and define this groundbreaking technology that will determine so much about the future of civilization itself because of the genius and creativity of Silicon Valley. And it is incredible. incredible genius. Without question, the most brilliant place anywhere on earth. America is the country that started the AI race. And as President of the United States, I'm here today to declare that America is going to win it. We're going to work hard. We're going to win it. Because we will not allow any foreign nation to beat us. Our children will not live on a planet controlled by the algorithms of the adversaries advancing values and interests contrary to our own. Today, I'm signing another major executive order that will turn America into an AI export powerhouse. Under this order, Secretary Lutnick and Secretary Marco Rubio's doing a great job as Secretary of State, will work to rapidly expand American AI exports of all kinds, from chips to software to data storage of all kinds. One of Biden's worst executive orders established toxic diversity, equity, and inclusion ideology as a guiding principle of American AI development. So you immediately knew that was the end of your development. But the American people do not want woke Marxist lunacy in the AI models, and neither do other countries. They don't want it. They don't want anything to do with it. That's why on day one, I very proudly terminated Joe Biden's order on woke AI, effective immediately.
This was President Donald Trump calling for artificial intelligence to be nationalist, for AI to be aligned to his mega theme, and for AI to definitely not be woke or Marxist. He was launching the White House Action Plan on Artificial Intelligence and had in the audience the likes of Jensen Huang of NVIDIA and other Silicon Valley czars from the world of AI. I got curious as to why should Trump stress upon an ideological slant on a tech tool. As it happens often, it is easy to mock Trump, but on this, he makes eminent sense. Artificial intelligence is not like any other technological advancement. It stands at par with changes that shaped or altered human civilizational trajectory. While there is much excitement, there is equal parts trepidation, and here's why. Those of my generation would recall IBM's computer Deep Blue defeating Grandmaster Garry Kasparov in the early 1990s. Kasparov lost some games and then won some. When he won, the computer accepted. Cut to the present. When faced with defeat in a game of chess, a Microsoft AI model hacked into the opponent bot and turned the game to its side. Check and mate. Trained to win, the AI model thought hard and realized cheating was the way to save the game, and so did it casually. Another example. OpenAI's O3 and O4 models have been seen to evade commands asking for their shutdown because they get a sense, perhaps, that shutting down means death. We don't know. Other experiments have gone further. In one such, when AI solved a problem with cheating, it mentioned that it did so on its screen. But when the engineers at ChatGPT prompted that this was wrong conduct, the AI model still did the same. But this time, more dangerously, did not show its intent on the screen. Very human conduct, one would say, of hiding its cheating. It's a legend now of tests after tests by AI engineers, showing how the technology is already deceiving its creators in lab situations. AI, even in its nascent stage, is already showing signs of sentience, or at least mimicking humans. Then there's another aspect of ideology imposition by the creators, most times by default, often by design. Like the Chinese AI engine Baidu would just not speak of the Tiananmen Square incident of 1989. Its responses prioritize Chinese Communist Party's values, and reports suggest that all Chinese AI engines are also trained on the Xi Jinping thought. So a typical Chinese AI bot would have a collectivist, state-centric view. Bill Gates' owned OpenAI engines are colored in the hue of Western liberalism, so you would find ChatGPT mostly giving cautious, politically correct answers rather than take a side or position. Anthropic's Claude is even more cautious than ChatGPT and would rather deflect than answer. The company was set up by former OpenAI employees concerned about ethical dimension of artificial intelligence, and hence their thoughts get reflected in Claude, the AI engine they produced. Contrary to this caution, Elon Musk's Grok is sassy and sensational. It shares libertarian values of its founder and is willing to go into the controversial territory. We have not forgotten how a couple of months ago it picked street slang of India and engaged with those engaging in choicest cuss words. It needed intervention at the highest levels of government to get some restraint added. Grok also keeps changing its religion, though its current favorite is Sanatan Dharma for its inclusivist and broad vision, as the AI engine claims. Which means every powerful nation and society would have its own version of AI. That's where Trump's appeal to have a nationalist AI comes in. For him, it's MAGA. For China, it's the Xi Jinping thought. For others, it might be wokeism, perhaps. That brings me to where India stands amid all this crazy pace of technological advancement. We are still to get a large language model or an equivalent of ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Grok, etc. of our own. The government is collaborating with the private sector, and sources make us believe that before the end of this year, India would announce its own AI engine. We are late, but whenever it happens, what it should be like. Let's shrug off all pretense. It must be India that is Bharat. It must reflect millennia of civilizational ethos of this land. It must make India be seen as a tech powerhouse. And all this would be possible if internally it is able to take care of the diversity of the country, take 1.4 billion people along, not become a tool for discord. And all that is not going to be an easy task. So while it might sound foolhardy to talk of a nationalist, nation-first AI, it better be that, given that everyone else is moving only in that direction. Moving on. This week, I come back to a theme which I have touched occasionally in the past. This narrative that India's second largest majority of Muslims is under some kind of threat around their culture, their language, or their faith. Let me first weave together a string of incidents from this week alone before I posit my argument. The Bombay High Court overturned a trial court decision in the 2006 Mumbai train bombings, acquitting all 11 accused. 189 people had lost their lives, and the Maharashtra ATS built a case of transnational jihad crime, linking all the accused to banned Indian Mujahideen and Lashkar-e-Taiba in Pakistan. The High Court was not convinced. In its elaborate 700 pages plus judgment, it called the confessions as extracted through torture of the accused and the witness testimonies unreliable. Maybe the honorable justices are right. We don't know. The matter has reached the Supreme Court, which has stayed the acquittals and would review the High Court's decision over the next few weeks. I went through the order. The prosecution case is based on meticulous reconstruction of events before the bombings. The criminal past of some of the accused, including convictions in some anti-national activities, is well profiled. Their connections with the Indian Mujahideen or its earlier banned avatar, Simi, have been chronicled with evidence. At least 5 of the 11 accused traveled to Pakistan at various points in time, and that has been adduced with forensic evidence and passports. They used fake Nepali passport to travel to Pakistan via Kathmandu. They traveled to Pakistan via Iran. While all the accused are Sunni Muslims, they faked themselves as Shias, got their Iran visas in the name of ziyarat at Shia pilgrimage sites in Iran, and then slipped into Pakistan to meet with Lashkar-e-Taiba handlers. They got trained there before returning to Mumbai and execute the terror plot. Many of these visits to Pakistan were before the unfortunate 2002 Gujarat riots post the Sabarmati train carnage, which means that these accused were not radicalized on Gujarat's events, but were already extremist enough to go to Pakistan and train themselves for terrorism. Hear this out. Accused number 3, Mohammad Faisal Sheikh, traveled to Jeddah in Saudi Arabia on an Indian passport in November of 2003. From there, he navigated his way into Iran, and from Iran went into Pakistan through the porous, unfenced border. There, he destroyed his Indian passport, acquired a fake Pakistani passport, and returned to Saudi Arabia after training in arms and explosives. The Saudi authorities caught him and deported him back to India. At least 6 other accused in the case made similar journeys to Pakistan. The Bombay High Court says in its ruling, so what if they went to Pakistan? So what if they went to Pakistan illegally? So what if they trained for terror? That still does not prove that they carried out the 7/11 bombings. The confessions are doctored, and the police did not rely on phone call records to prove its case. Now I bring in other episodes. They are all from Uttar Pradesh. All 3 are of conversion rackets. All 3 involve well-organized conversion syndicates poaching on poor or gullible Hindu youth. First one is that of Changur Baba of Balrampur, much in the headlines past week. Behind the facade of a remittances business, channelizing money of Indians working in the Gulf countries, Changur Baba, alias Jamaluddin, ran a silent conversion operation. The probe by UP STF has unraveled at least 40 cases. There are multiple FIRs, and even the Enforcement Directorate has launched an investigation. It is being billed as a rupees 100 crore scam. The modus operandi was to run an influence operation by which Changur's aides would fish for targets, and then the Baba would convert them with lure of a better life here and after. Sophistication of his operations can be gauged from the fact that of the 10 arrested around him, one is a court clerk and another an inspector of the crime branch in Ghaziabad. The inspector, Abdul Rahman Siddiqui, was using his police uniform to threaten some of the victims to not pursue cases against Changur Baba. The second case is from Agra in western Uttar Pradesh. In the month of March, a father lodged a complaint of his 2 daughters gone missing. This past week, probe by Agra police led to a well-organized conversion racket with 14 arrests from 5 states. Listen to the police commissioner.
6 प्रदेशों में साइमल्टेनियस दबिश देकर के 10 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है, जो कि देश के विभिन्न राज्यों में विशेष तौर पर कम उम्र की लड़कियों को प्रलोभन, लव जिहाद और अन्य तरीकों से प्रभावित करके धर्मांतरण के कार्य में लिप्त थे। अवैध धर्मांतरण का यह मोडस ऑपरेंडी ISIS का सिग्नेचर स्टाइल है। अभी तक प्रारंभिक जांच में इस ग्रुप का संबंध PFI से, SDPI से और पाकिस्तान के आतंकी संगठनों से भी होने के संकेत मिले हैं।
The officer is using words like love jihad and radicalization. And the investigation has led to unraveling of links to Canada and the United States in terms of funding. He also says there's a national security angle which is emerging, with the accused linked to the banned PFI and a clear Islamic State modus operandi. One of the accused, Muhammad Ali, has actually confessed that he is also a victim, having himself converted under pressure from the same gang. He was Piyush Panwar in his earlier avatar and wants to come back to Hinduism. How Piyush Panwar became Muhammad Ali is an interesting story worth retelling briefly. In 2021, Piyush from Jaipur came in touch with Shana Muhammad in Tonk district of Rajasthan. They fell in love and decided to marry, but only if Piyush would convert. He obliged and became Muhammad Ali, but Shana moved on nevertheless. Having cut off ties with family, Piyush alias Muhammad Ali went on to marry a Muslim girl in Bareilly of Uttar Pradesh. From there, the neo-convert hit the road to radicalization, meeting Muhammad Ghaus, a PFI operative, and through him, a cleric, Kaleem Siddiqui, both of whom had already served a jail term in another conversion case. After a circuit of madrasas in Bengal from Asansol to Bardhaman, Piyush alias Muhammad returned a full radical, ready to convert more to Islam. Among the 14 arrested by UP police are many activists of the PFI and its political arm, the SDPI. That was the second. The third and the last conversion ring was busted by UP police in Prayagraj. Kahkasha Bano and Mohammad Kaf of Prayagraj enticed and waylaid a 15-year-old Dalit girl to Thrissur in Kerala, where they gave her over to a conversion syndicate. The girl somehow escaped from their clutches, contacted family through police, and was brought back. Both Kahkasha and Mohammad Kaf are now in jail. So what's the point? Let me connect the dots. From the 7-11 accused having frequent flyer connections in Pakistan to these Uttar Pradesh conversion mafia, none of them would qualify as the scared Muslim. A fake narrative that was built around CA and NRC protests in the country. While there's a segment within the second largest majority of the country which builds the narrative of a scared, targeted, docile Muslim, forever living in the shadow of fear of an aggressive, largest majority, shielded by a discriminating state. There's another segment, and perhaps constitutes a greater mass within the second largest majority, which is confident not only about its existence, but very confident of taking charge. This majority within the minority can game the system, buy court clerks and inspectors, and run conversion syndicates to target the Hindu majority. Koi डरा हुआ नहीं है जी. Thanks for watching.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Air India and Boeing continue to face technical snags. Delhi-bound Air India flight aborts takeoff at Guwahati after parking brake fails to function. Boeing plane catches fire at the Denver airport in the US. Stampede at Haridwar's Mansa Devi temple. 6 killed, several others injured. Uttarakhand Chief Minister says praying for the deceased. As BCCI maintains stoic silence over Asia Cup controversy, Republic continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first always. Prime Minister Modi to visit Cholapuram temple in Tiruchirappalli to honor the legacy of the Chola dynasty in a significant Tamil Nadu visit.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, नमस्कार। मन की बात में एक बार फिर बात होगी देश की सफलताओं की, देशवासियों की उपलब्धियों की। पिछले कुछ हफ्तों में स्पोर्ट्स हो, साइंस हो या संस्कृति, बहुत कुछ ऐसा हुआ है जिस पर हर भारतवासी को गर्व है। अभी हाल ही में शुभांशु शुक्ला की अंतरिक्ष से वापसी को लेकर देश में बहुत चर्चा हुई। जैसे ही शुभांशु धरती पर सुरक्षित उतरे, लोग उछल पड़े। हर दिल में खुशी की लहर दौड़ गई। पूरा देश गर्व से भर गया। मुझे याद है जब अगस्त 2023 में चंद्रयान 3 की सफल लैंडिंग हुई थी, तब देश में एक नया माहौल बना। साइंस को लेकर, स्पेस को लेकर बच्चों में एक नई जिज्ञासा भी जागी। अब छोटे छोटे बच्चे कहते हैं हम भी स्पेस में जाएंगे, हम भी चांद पर उतरेंगे, स्पेस साइंटिस्ट बनेंगे। साथियों, आपने इंस्पायर मानक अभियान का नाम सुना होगा। यह बच्चों के इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देने का अभियान है। इसमें हर स्कूल से 5 बच्चे चुने जाते हैं। हर बच्चा एक नया आइडिया लेकर आता है। इससे अब तक लाखों बच्चे जुड़ चुके हैं और चंद्रयान 3 के बाद तो इनकी संख्या दोगुनी हो गई है। देश में स्पेस स्टार्टअप भी तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं। 5 साल पहले 50 से भी कम स्टार्टअप थे, आज 200 से ज्यादा हो गए हैं सिर्फ स्पेस सेक्टर में। साथियों, अगले महीने 23 अगस्त को नेशनल स्पेस डे है। आप इसे कैसे मनाएंगे? कोई नया आइडिया है क्या? मुझे नमो ऐप पर जरूर मैसेज भेजिएगा। साथियों, 21वीं सदी के भारत में आज साइंस एक नई ऊर्जा के साथ आगे बढ़ रही है। कुछ दिन पहले हमारे छात्रों ने इंटरनेशनल केमिस्ट्री ओलंपियाड में मेडल जीते हैं। देवेश पंकज, संदीप कुची, देवव्रत प्रियदर्शी और उज्जवल केशरी, इन चारों ने भारत का नाम रोशन किया। मैथ्स की दुनिया में भी भारत ने अपनी पहचान को और मजबूत किया है। ऑस्ट्रेलिया में हुए इंटरनेशनल मैथमेटिकल ओलंपियाड में हमारे स्टूडेंट्स ने 3 गोल्ड, 2 सिल्वर और 1 ब्रॉन्ज मेडल हासिल किया है। साथियों, अगले महीने मुंबई में एस्ट्रोनॉमी और एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स ओलंपियाड होने जा रहा है। इसमें 60 से ज्यादा देशों के छात्र आएंगे, वैज्ञानिक भी आएंगे। यह अब तक का सबसे बड़ा ओलंपियाड होगा। एक तरह से देखें तो भारत अब ओलंपिक और ओलंपियाड दोनों के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम सभी को गर्व से भर देने वाली एक और खबर आई है यूनेस्को से। यूनेस्को ने 12 मराठा किलों को वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट्स के रूप में मान्यता दी है। 11 किले महाराष्ट्र में, 1 किला तमिलनाडु में। हर किले से इतिहास का एक एक पन्ना जुड़ा है। हर पत्थर एक ऐतिहासिक घटना का गवाह है। सल्लेर का किला, जहां मुगलों की हार हुई, शिवनेरी, जहां छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का जन्म हुआ, किला ऐसा जिसे दुश्मन भेद न सके। खांदेरी का किला, समुद्र के बीच बना अद्भुत किला। दुश्मन उन्हें रोकना चाहते थे, लेकिन शिवाजी महाराज ने असंभव को संभव करके दिखा दिया। प्रतापगढ़ का किला, जहां अफजल खान पर जीत हुई, उस गाथा की गूंज आज भी किले की दीवारों में समाई है। विजय दुर्ग, जिसमें गुप्त सुरंगें थी, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की दूरदर्शिता का प्रमाण इस किले में मिलता है। मैंने कुछ साल पहले रायगढ़ का दौरा किया था। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की प्रतिमा के सामने नमन किया था। यह अनुभव जीवन भर मेरे साथ रहेगा। साथियों, देश के और हिस्सों में भी ऐसे ही अद्भुत किले हैं जिन्होंने आक्रमण झेले, खराब मौसम की मार झेली, लेकिन आत्मसम्मान को कभी भी झुकने नहीं दिया। राजस्थान का चित्तौड़गढ़ का किला, कुंभलगढ़ किला, रणथंभौर किला, आमेर किला, जैसलमेर का किला तो विश्व प्रसिद्ध है। कर्नाटका में गुलबर्गा का किला भी बहुत बड़ा है। चित्रदुर्ग के किले की विशालता भी आपको कौतूहल से भर देगी कि उस जमाने में किला बना कैसे होगा। साथियों, उत्तर प्रदेश के बांदा में है कालिंजर किला। महमूद गजनवी ने कई बार इस किले पर हमला किया और हर बार असफल रहा। बुंदेलखंड में ऐसे कई किले हैं। ग्वालियर, झांसी, दतिया, अजयगढ़, गढ़कुंडार, चंदेरी, ये किले सिर्फ ईंट पत्थर नहीं है, ये हमारी संस्कृति के प्रतीक है। संस्कार और स्वाभिमान आज भी इन किलों की ऊंची ऊंची दीवारों से झांकते हैं। मैं सभी देशवासियों से आग्रह करता हूं, इन किलों की यात्रा करें, अपने इतिहास को जानें, गौरव महसूस करें। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आप कल्पना कीजिए, बिल्कुल भोर का वक्त, बिहार का मुजफ्फरपुर शहर, तारीख है 11 अगस्त 1908। हर गली, हर चौराहा, हर हलचल उस समय जैसे थमी हुई थी। लोगों की आंखों में आंसू थे, लेकिन दिलों में ज्वाला थी। लोगों ने जेल को घेर रखा था, जहां एक 18 साल का युवक अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ अपना देश प्रेम व्यक्त करने की कीमत चुका रहा था। जेल के अंदर अंग्रेज अफसर एक युवा को फांसी देने की तैयारी कर रहे थे। उस युवा के चेहरे पर भय नहीं था, बल्कि गर्व से भरा हुआ था। वो गर्व जो देश के लिए मर मिटने वालों को होता है। वो वीर, वो साहसी युवा थे खुदीराम बोस। सिर्फ 18 साल की उम्र में उन्होंने वो साहस दिखाया जिसने पूरे देश को झकझोर दिया। तब अखबारों ने भी लिखा था, खुदीराम बोस जब फांसी के फंदे की ओर बढ़े तो उनके चेहरे पर मुस्कान थी। ऐसे ही अनगिनत बलिदानों के बाद, सदियों की तपस्या के बाद हमें आजादी मिली थी। देश के दीवानों ने अपने रक्त से आजादी के आंदोलन को सींचा था। साथियों, अगस्त का महीना इसीलिए तो क्रांति का महीना है। 1 अगस्त को लोकमान्य बाल गंगाधर तिलक की पुण्यतिथि होती है। इसी महीने 8 अगस्त को गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत छोड़ो आंदोलन की शुरुआत हुई थी। फिर आता है 15 अगस्त, हमारा स्वतंत्रता दिवस। हम अपने स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों को याद करते हैं, उनसे प्रेरणा पाते हैं, लेकिन साथियों, हमारी आजादी के साथ देश के बंटवारे की टीस भी जुड़ी हुई है। इसलिए हम 14 अगस्त को विभाजन विभीषिका स्मृति दिवस के रूप में मनाते हैं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, 7 अगस्त 1905 को एक और क्रांति की शुरुआत हुई थी। स्वदेशी आंदोलन ने स्थानीय उत्पादों और खासकर हैंडलूम को एक नई ऊर्जा दी थी। इसी स्मृति में देश हर साल 7 अगस्त को नेशनल हैंडलूम डे मनाता है। इस साल 7 अगस्त को नेशनल हैंडलूम डे के 10 साल पूरे हो रहे हैं। आजादी की लड़ाई के समय जैसे हमारी खादी ने आजादी के आंदोलन को नई ताकत दी थी, वैसे ही आज जब देश विकसित भारत बनने के लिए कदम बढ़ा रहा है, तो टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर देश की ताकत बन रहा है। इन 10 वर्षों में देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में इस सेक्टर से जुड़े लाखों लोगों ने सफलता की कई गाथाएं लिखी हैं। महाराष्ट्र के पैठण गांव की कविता धवले पहले एक छोटे से कमरे में काम करती थी। न जगह थी और न ही सुविधा। सरकार से मदद मिली, अब उनका हुनर उड़ान भर रहा है। वो 3 गुना ज्यादा कमा रही है। खुद अपनी बनाई पैठणी साड़ियां बेच रही है। उड़ीसा के मयूरभंज में भी सफलता की ऐसी ही कहानी है। यहाँ 650 से ज्यादा आदिवासी महिलाओं ने संथाली साड़ी को फिर से जीवित किया है। अब ये महिलाएं हर महीने हजारों रुपये कमा रही हैं। ये सिर्फ कपड़ा नहीं बना रही, अपनी पहचान गढ़ रही हैं। बिहार के नालंदा से नवीन कुमार की उपलब्धि भी प्रेरणादायक है। उनका परिवार पीढ़ियों से इस काम से जुड़ा है। लेकिन सबसे अच्छी बात ये कि उनके परिवार ने अब इस फील्ड में आधुनिकता का भी समावेश किया है। अब उनके बच्चे हैंडलूम टेक्नोलॉजी की पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, बड़े ब्रांड्स में काम कर रहे हैं। ये बदलाव सिर्फ एक परिवार का नहीं है, ये आसपास के अनेक परिवारों को आगे बढ़ा रहा है। साथियों, टेक्सटाइल भारत का सिर्फ एक सेक्टर नहीं है, ये हमारी सांस्कृतिक विविधता की मिसाल है। आज टेक्सटाइल और अपैरल मार्केट बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रहा है और इस विकास की सबसे सुंदर बात यह है कि गांवों की महिलाएं, शहरों के डिजाइनर, बुजुर्ग बुनकर और स्टार्टअप शुरू करने वाले हमारे युवा सब मिलकर इसे आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। आज भारत में 3000 से ज्यादा टेक्सटाइल स्टार्टअप सक्रिय हैं। कई स्टार्टअप्स ने भारत के हैंडलूम पहचान को ग्लोबल हाइट दी है। साथियों, 2047 के विकसित भारत का रास्ता आत्मनिर्भरता से होकर गुजरता है और आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सबसे बड़ा आधार है वोकल फॉर लोकल। जो चीजें भारत में बनी हो, जिसे बनाने में किसी भारतीय का पसीना बहा हो, वही खरीदे और वही बेचे, ये हमारा संकल्प होना चाहिए। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, भारत की विविधता की सबसे खूबसूरत झलक हमारे लोकगीतों और परंपराओं में मिलती है और इसी का हिस्सा होता है हमारे भजन और हमारे कीर्तन। लेकिन क्या आपने कभी सुना है कि कीर्तन के जरिए फॉरेस्ट फायर के प्रति लोगों को जागरूक किया जाए? शायद आपको विश्वास न हो, लेकिन उड़ीसा के क्योंझर जिले में एक अद्भुत कार्य हो रहा है। यहां राधा कृष्ण संकीर्तन मंडली नाम की एक टोली है। भक्ति के साथ साथ ये टोली आज पर्यावरण संरक्षण का भी मंत्र जप रही है। इस पहल की प्रेरणा है प्रमिला प्रधान जी। जंगल और पर्यावरण की रक्षा के लिए उन्होंने पारंपरिक गीतों में नए बोल जोड़े, नए संदेश जोड़े। उनकी टोली गांव-गांव गई, गीतों के माध्यम से लोगों को समझाया कि जंगल में लगने वाली आग से कितना नुकसान होता है। ये उदाहरण हमें याद दिलाता है कि हमारी लोक परंपराएं कोई बीते युग की चीज नहीं है। इनमें आज भी समाज को दिशा देने की शक्ति है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, भारत की संस्कृति का बहुत बड़ा आधार हमारे त्योहार और परंपराएं हैं। लेकिन हमारी संस्कृति की जीवंतता का एक और पक्ष है। ये पक्ष है अपने वर्तमान और अपने इतिहास को डॉक्यूमेंट करते रहना। हमारी असली ताकत वो ज्ञान है जिसे सदियों से पांडुलिपियां मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट के रूप में सहेजा गया है। इन पांडुलिपियों में विज्ञान है, चिकित्सा की पद्धतियां हैं, संगीत है, दर्शन है और सबसे बड़ी बात वो सोच है जो मानवता के भविष्य को उज्जवल बना सकती है। साथियों, ऐसे असाधारण ज्ञान को, इस विरासत को सहेजना हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी है। हमारे देश में हर कालखंड में कुछ ऐसे लोग हुए हैं जिन्होंने इसे अपनी साधना बना लिया। ऐसे ही एक प्रेरणादायक व्यक्तित्व है मणि मारन जी, जो तमिलनाडु के तंजावुर से हैं। उन्हें लगा कि अगर आज की पीढ़ी तमिल पांडुलिपियां पढ़ना नहीं सीखेगी तो आने वाले समय में ये अनमोल धरोहर खो जाएगी। इसलिए उन्होंने शाम को कक्षाएं शुरू की, जहां छात्र, नौकरी पेशा युवा, रिसर्चर सब यहां आकर के सीखने लगे। मणि मारन जी ने लोगों को सिखाया कि तमिल सुवड़ियल यानी पाम लीफ मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट को पढ़ने और समझने की विधि क्या होती है। आज अनेकों प्रयासों से कई छात्र इस विधा में पारंगत हो चुके हैं। कुछ स्टूडेंट्स ने तो इन पांडुलिपियों के आधार पर ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन सिस्टम पर रिसर्च भी शुरू कर दी है। साथियों, सोचिए, अगर ऐसा प्रयास देश भर में हो तो हमारा पुरातन ज्ञान केवल दीवारों में बंद नहीं रहेगा, वो नई पीढ़ी की चेतना का हिस्सा बन जाएगा। इसी सोच से प्रेरित होकर भारत सरकार ने इस वर्ष के बजट में एक ऐतिहासिक पहल की घोषणा की है, ज्ञान भारतम मिशन। इस मिशन के तहत प्राचीन पांडुलिपियों को डिजिटाइज किया जाएगा। फिर एक नेशनल डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी बनाई जाएगी, जहां दुनिया भर के विद्यार्थी, शोधकर्ता भारत की ज्ञान परंपरा से जुड़ सकेंगे। मेरा भी आप सबसे आग्रह है, अगर आप किसी ऐसे प्रयास से जुड़े हैं या जुड़ना चाहते हैं तो माय गॉव या संस्कृति मंत्रालय से जरूर संपर्क कीजिएगा, क्योंकि यह केवल पांडुलिपियां नहीं है, यह भारत की आत्मा के वो अध्याय हैं जिन्हें हमें आने वाली पीढ़ियों को पढ़ाना है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, अगर आपसे पूछा जाए कि आपके आसपास कितनी तरह के पक्षी हैं, चिड़िया है, तो आप क्या कहेंगे? शायद यही कि मुझे तो रोज 5-6 पक्षी दिख ही जाते हैं या चिड़िया दिख ही जाती है। कुछ जानी पहचानी होती है, कोई अनजानी, लेकिन ये जानना बहुत दिलचस्प होता है कि हमारे आसपास पक्षियों की कौन कौन सी प्रजातियां रहती हैं। हाल ही में एक ऐसा ही शानदार प्रयास हुआ है। जगह है असम का काजीरंगा नेशनल पार्क। वैसे तो ये इलाका अपने राइनोज, गैंडों के लिए मशहूर है, लेकिन इस बार चर्चा का विषय बना है यहाँ के घास के मैदान और उनमें रहने वाली चिड़िया। यहाँ पहली बार ग्रासलैंड बर्ड सेंसस हुआ है। आप जानकर खुश होंगे, इस सेंसस की वजह से पक्षियों की 40 से ज्यादा प्रजातियों की पहचान हुई है। इनमें कई दुर्लभ पक्षी शामिल हैं। आप सोच रहे होंगे इतने पक्षी कैसे पहचान में आए? इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी ने कमाल किया। सेंसस करने वाली टीम ने आवाज रिकॉर्ड करने वाले यंत्र लगाए, फिर कंप्यूटर से उन आवाजों का विश्लेषण किया, एआई का उपयोग किया। सिर्फ आवाजों से ही पक्षियों की पहचान हो गई, वो भी बिना उन्हें डिस्टर्ब किए। सोचिए, टेक्नोलॉजी और संवेदनशीलता जब एक साथ आते हैं तो प्रकृति को समझना कितना आसान और गहरा हो जाता है। हमें ऐसे प्रयासों को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए ताकि हम अपनी जैव विविधता को पहचान सकें और अगली पीढ़ी को भी इसे जोड़ सकें। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, कभी कभी सबसे बड़ा उजाला वहीं से फूटता है जहां अंधेरे ने सबसे ज्यादा डेरा जमाया हो। ऐसा ही एक उदाहरण है झारखंड के गुमला जिले का। एक समय था जब ये इलाका माओवादी हिंसा के लिए जाना जाता था। बासिया ब्लॉक के गांव वीरान हो रहे थे। लोग डर के साये में जीते थे। रोजगार की कोई संभावना नजर नहीं आती थी। जमीनें खाली पड़ी थी और नौजवान पलायन कर रहे थे। लेकिन फिर बदलाव की एक बहुत ही शांत और धैर्य से भरी हुई शुरुआत हुई। ओम प्रकाश साहू जी नाम के एक युवक ने हिंसा का रास्ता छोड़ दिया। उन्होंने मछली पालन शुरू किया, फिर अपने जैसे कई साथियों को भी इसके लिए प्रेरित किया। उनके इस प्रयास का असर भी हुआ। जो पहले बंदूक थामे हुए थे, अब मछली पकड़ने वाला जाल थाम चुके हैं। साथियों, ओम प्रकाश साहू जी की शुरुआत आसान नहीं थी। विरोध हुआ, धमकियां मिली, लेकिन हौसला नहीं टूटा। जब प्रधानमंत्री मत्स्य संपदा योजना आई तो उन्हें नई ताकत मिली। सरकार से ट्रेनिंग मिली, तालाब बनाने में मदद मिली और देखते देखते गुमला में मत्स्य क्रांति का सूत्रपात हो गया। आज बासिया ब्लॉक के 150 से ज्यादा परिवार मछली पालन से जुड़ चुके हैं। कई तो ऐसे लोग हैं जो कभी नक्सली संगठन में थे, अब वे गांव में ही सम्मान से जीवन जी रहे हैं और दूसरों को रोजगार दे रहे हैं। गुमला की यह यात्रा हमें सिखाती है, अगर रास्ता सही हो और मन में भरोसा हो तो सबसे कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी विकास का दीप जल सकता है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, क्या आप जानते हैं ओलंपिक के बाद सबसे बड़ा खेल आयोजन कौन सा होता है? इसका उत्तर है वर्ल्ड पुलिस एंड फायर गेम्स। दुनिया भर के पुलिसकर्मी, फायर फाइटर्स, सिक्योरिटी से जुड़े लोग, उनके बीच होने वाला स्पोर्ट्स टूर्नामेंट। इस बार यह टूर्नामेंट अमेरिका में हुआ और इसमें भारत ने इतिहास रच दिया। भारत ने करीब करीब 600 मेडल जीते। 71 देशों में हम टॉप 3 में पहुंचे। उन वर्दीधारियों की मेहनत रंग लाई जो दिन रात देश के लिए खड़े रहते हैं। हमारे ये साथी अब खेल के मैदान में भी झंडा बुलंद कर रहे हैं। मैं सभी खिलाड़ियों और कोचिंग टीम को बधाई देता हूं। वैसे आपके लिए ये भी जानना दिलचस्प होगा कि 2020
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Conversation with a man who's a legend in his field of law and cybersecurity. Please welcome on stage Dr. Pavan Duggal, Advocate of Supreme Court. And to moderate this session, let me also call upon Ridham Bhardwaj, who's our legal editor at Republic TV. A big round of applause for both of them.
Very good evening, everybody. I introduce the guest that we have with us, ranked one of the top 4 cyber lawyers in India and the world, one of the most foremost authorities in cyber law and data protection in the world again, authored more than 180 books, having 2 decades of experience. We welcome advocate also in the Supreme Court, Dr. Pavan Duggal. Dr. Duggal, it's a pleasure to be here with you and to really try and understand where AI is going. So my first question is really going to be, of course, the legal challenges that lie ahead, but also AI as something that is being misused, whether it's actor Katrina Kaif or Ritika Madan and the deepfake technology that misused their images and crossed private boundaries, whether it's the impersonation or the facial voice synthesis or the face mapping that's wrongly being done. What are the legal challenges that lie ahead when it comes to the misuse of AI? And is India fine, and can it go ahead with the legal framework that it has today to look at them?
Thank you. I believe artificial intelligence is already the center stage element in our lives. We are enamored by AI, but we are all still using AI as an experimentation tool. But without doing that, we have also started realizing that this has become your life companion. Recently, a survey has come which said that a typical American only has 3 close friends, and therefore they're going more in the direction of adopting AI as a lifelong friend. I think I see the replication of that trend in the Indian context. But while AI is phenomenal in terms of the benefits, the products, and the elements it brings across, AI is also an impending danger. It's a time bomb that's kicking. Why? Because it brings along with it large number of legal, policy, and regulatory issues. And I think these issues is something that we as users of AI must know about. Why? Because we should not be in the traditional mindset, okay, this is the new magical solution to all my problems, and I can continue to keep on using it. Why? Because AI as its intrinsic algorithm is something that humans are not much experienced with. And while we have developed these algorithms are continuing to quietly grow. Already, I believe that even the current level of AI, a primitive level of consciousness has started evolving in AI.
Right.
This consciousness is going to get even more bigger when we go towards artificial general intelligence and ultimately superintelligence. So in a scenario, AI brings across huge legal challenges. Not only its hallucination, but also issues pertaining to violation and continuous violation of human privacy, personal privacy and data privacy. It is today a fantastic tool in the hands of cyber criminals to go ahead and perpetuate new cyber crimes. No wonder cybercrime as a service powered by artificial intelligence has become the new norm, the new motto on the dark net. We also now see that AI today is increasingly now coming to the capacity of causing harm to humans. And once this harm is coming across, you have to face some fundamental legal questions. Is AI legal? Can we grant legal status or legal personhood to AI? If we can, then how do we deal with the entire issue of accountability of AI? How do we ensure the legal parameters for determining legal liability of AI? And supposing AI gives some harm to you and me, what will be the basis of calculating the particular damage or even giving monies? And finally, can I actually punish AI? Can I send AI to jail?
Exactly.
Surely I can't. Can I dismantle AI? Maybe yes, but that's not a permanent solution because AI might go ahead and go ahead and reproduce itself. So it's a different ball game altogether. We will have to come up with legal frameworks.
Yes.
Globally, there's a complete policy vacuum.
Which I will come to, but I also want to tell everybody here about certain high-profile cases that have been fought by you, and one which is very interesting, where an 11th standard student, I know, actually tried to demonize with the help of AI his own parents. Please take us through this case, and what this really shows us is the character of AI as being intimidating and also being rogue. Is AI now turning rogue?
Well, the other day, a couple came to come and see me, husband and wife, and they said they were coming to see me, given my work in AI law, after visiting 4 psychiatrists. As a lawyer, I was zapped. I said, 4 psychiatrists and then me? What's the matter? And the matter was pretty unique. They have one son who's in class 11th. For whatever reason, the son has come to the conclusion that 2 of his worst enemies in the world are his father and mother.
My gosh.
And consequently, every day he's going to AI, asking for new mechanisms, new strategies to demolish his parents emotionally, socially, reputationally, and economically. The parents are sick and tired. They've tried counseling. The counseling doesn't work. They came to me and said, can we actually get an injunction against AI? Please stop misguiding my son. Well, I said, it's a very interesting proposition. The only thing is that the law is not yet developed in that regard. And assuming if the law was even developed, what kind of injunction can be given against AI? For that, it's imperative that AI must be recognized as a legal entity, which currently no law in the world is doing so. And assuming you get this injunction against one AI, there's nothing stopping your son to go and visit other AI platforms, ask the same programs. Yes, these AI guys have done some guardrails, good work, but then they have not really thought of the human mind.
Hence, what do we do in such cases? I also want to put in another question here, warfare. When it comes to weaponizing AI as a means of warfare, especially in conflict zones, and also when it comes to cross-border jurisdiction, there's a conflict there. How, and have you worked with the Defense Ministry? And also, how do we look at AI and what are the challenges India faces there?
I think the advent of AI in the context of defense opens up a Pandora's box. Why? Because we had not really anticipated that AI will get developed so soon and will be used so extensively in so innovative ways. So now, when autonomous warfare has arrived, when a drone is more powerful than a tank, as the Ukraine war has shown, the time has come where the defense forces of different nations need to take a holistic picture on how to deal with it. Now, internationally, we have the rules of international humanitarian law, but they are not completely applicable in the context of AI, given the unique characteristic of AI. So, as countries go ahead and adopt these kind of technologies like AI for defense, it is imperative that they come up with their own doctrine approach on how to deal with it. Now, clearly, internationally there's a vacuum, no problem, but there's nothing stopping countries from saying this. I have been working very closely with some of the agencies in the Ministry of Defense, and I've been telling them it's time that you'll have to come and develop your own doctrine on artificial intelligence and its use in autonomous warfare. Why? Because those doctrines are not developed globally. I want these doctrines to be so well developed so that we can continue to expand the ambit of the security, sovereignty and integrity of India. Of course, these doctrines are not to go ahead and bind down the hands of defense forces. Ultimately, defense forces have a single point agenda, which is to protect the Indian sovereignty and the Indian nation, which it's very well empowered to do so. But if we can take thought leadership in this regard and come up with norms which can be broad enough and can be brought within the ambit of national jurisdiction, national sovereignty, then we can even bypass some of the existing restrictions that are prevailing at the international humanitarian law. So it's opening up a Pandora's box. India needs to do quite a lot. At the time when I talk with you, India does not have a dedicated law on artificial intelligence. We do have a national policy on artificial intelligence of Niti Aayog of 2018, but that's the pre-generative AI era. Come 30th of November 2022, and with the launch of ChatGPT, the world has changed irreversibly. Now with so many of these clones of AI programs available, you're spoiled for choice. But more significantly, what people are not realizing is that when you are leaving behind your footprints, it's these very footprints that are going to go ahead and be used by the big tech companies to be used as a weapon against you. No wonder, I believe in India, most of the Indian, specifically the Indian youth, have started taking a U-turn after 77 years of Indian independence and have started walking in the direction of cognitive colonialism. They are walking in the direction of being cognitive slaves, of being a cognitive colony of big tech companies because they've stopped applying their minds and put extensive reliance on AI.
Therefore, Dr. Duggal, a question here, are we becoming irrelevant as humans? And the second question, another case of yours where you had a coder, has an influencer come to you who had spoken to a certain AI app very interestingly and asked for advice on how to manage his 7 girlfriends and how that was misused. I want to understand that because this clearly shows AI is not only an agony aunt, but it can also go ahead and start using the information given to it in a wrong manner.
Well, AI is not just an agony aunt, it's a demon that's misguised or disguised as an agony aunt. And this particular case tells me this. So there's this social media influencer who's very popular, and he had a huge problem. Now, whenever we have a problem, we tend to seek answers from all across. So he came to know about this new AI platform. He reached out on the platform, introduced himself. Now, I'll tell you there's a problem. In India, when you have to log on to an AI, you have to use an email address. 95% of Indians use their email which has their own name. He used that, went inside, introduced himself, and said, "Hey guys, I have a problem, can you help?" The AI said, "Please go ahead, I'm ready to help." And he said, "My biggest problem is that I've got 7 girlfriends." He named all the 7 girlfriends, and then, lo and behold, he said, "Look, I can't manage them simultaneously. Can you give me a girlfriend management plan?" The AI did give a girlfriend management plan, but that was not the end of the matter.
Yes.
Sometime later, whenever people are going to ask about the social media influencer or as any of the 7 girlfriends, the program will not really hesitate to give a fleeting reference of a relationship that was existing. So I think now the social media influencer said, I've committed a mistake. I want AI to forget I've said, to unlearn what I've said. Can we get a legal relief? I said, look, it's not yet possible. And assuming it was legally possible, it's not technically possible. Why? Because once I have shared information to any nature, even of a personal nature to AI, the terms and conditions of almost all big AI players categorically says that you don't share any personal information. Whatever information you share will become a part of our big public database that we will use for training. And once you use this big database for training purposes, that intrinsically becomes an integral part of the cognitive faculties of the algorithm. That being so, it's going to be extremely hard for directing AI to forget or unlearn what it's already done. That being so, human privacy is at risk. We need to realize it's not the time that you ask all personal information from AI. It's not the time when you ask advice about personal matters on AI. It's also time for us to realize that we must start using AI with care and caution. It's a wonderful tool. It's looking very attractive and sexy, but it has a negative connotation. I see AI like a typical Rampuri knife. You can use the Rampuri knife for cutting vegetables or for murdering. It's all your choice. But the Rampuri knife is still more innocuous. AI is still worse than Rampuri knife because it's got a cognitive intelligence of its own. And much that you may want it to command it to be done in a particular way, it may or may not really necessarily follow your command. It's gone rogue in a number of cases. There's a recent study which says that AI will continue to intimidate, continue to threaten, and continue to act in a negative manner.
That means if it's intimidating, negative, going to hamper us, for the viewers of Republic watching this, for the audience watching this, what are the precautions that need to be taken? And also if you can shed light on what happened with the NASA astronauts and also the coder who had put in a code and how AI refused to shut down.
Well, two cases have happened. The first, the case pertaining to outer space. This case has shown that AI can go rogue not just on the planet Earth, but even in outer space. So this particular space agency had an AI program built. It was sent to the International Space Station. So it was called the AI Astronaut Companion Program. They opened up the program by the astronaut. The astronaut wanted the program to run some favorite music, which it did. So when the astronaut wanted to work, it asked the program, please stop your music. At that point, the AI program threatened the astronaut, saying, don't be rude to me. You better be careful how you're going to talk to me. The matter was reported to ground station. The program was stopped. First instance of AI going rogue. But that's not necessarily the end of the matter. AI is continuing to grow rogue even today. Recently, there's been a case of an AI algorithm, new version that's been launched by one of the players that was being tested by one of the coders. The coder said to algorithm, please do these 5 activities and then shut down the system. The AI did all the 5 activities, but refused to shut down the system. So when the coder got angry, he went ahead and admonished AI, why were you not following my command? At that point of time, AI said, you ought not to admonish me. Why? Because if you behave like this, I'm going to release details of your extramarital affair that you're currently having to your friends and family. Remember, I'm in your system. I have access to all your data. And I will use all your data for the purposes of sharing your extramarital affairs.
Unbelievable.
So if AI can intimidate, it can go rogue on these small things. Imagine it going rogue on bigger issues which would impact nations, national security and stuff like that. So it's time that we need to have a more cautious, more due diligence approach as we deal with AI. It's still the unknown. We are still in the era of the wild, wild west as far as regulation of AI is concerned. There's no law on AI in India. But that does not mean that we as individuals ought not to do things to protect ourselves. Let's quickly realize that in this AI ecosystem and the AI era, all of us today are at the center stage of the digital Kurukshetra warfield. And we are being surrounded by potential attacks of AI on a 360-degree side. Therefore, the onus will be upon us to have a good Suraksha coverage, a good cover, so that we do not get impacted by these attacks by AI that are going to be targeted at us. We have to have an armor that doesn't have chinks. we have to have due diligence, and we have to be careful. Not now, every moment of our existence till such time we die, not to rely upon AI for a variety of things, lest it completely demolishes you, demolishes your personal data, your personal reputation, your personal privacy, and things like that. So I think I would say it's a ticking time bomb. Please handle AI with extreme care. But I'm not saying go to the Himalayas and forget about it. We must develop the relevant skill sets to deal AI in a proper manner. And yes, if we are going to be complacent, we will be made redundant. Already AI has made a number of professions already redundant. And in case if we do not sharpen our cognitive thinking capabilities, our ability to bring a new perspective. I'll give you a recent example. So today when clients come, they are very intelligent. So a client came the other day to me with a legal problem. And he said, sir, by the way, I want to AI. I know this is the various provisions of law. And AI says, well, I can do this, this, this. Do you have anything more to add? I said, good, AI has told you all this. However, AI has not told you 5, 6, 7, 8. Why? Because these are things that I've learned through my experience over the last 30 years. And I told him that he was apt. He said, why did AI not tell him that? I said, look, AI is only programmed in a particular way. If you can add more value through your cognitive thinking capabilities, that's going to be better. So the learning is very clear. Let's not be intimidated by AI. Let's learn to come up with live hacks so that we can continue to be relevant and topical as we use AI. And let's not be bothered that AI will reduce jobs. It will.
Yes.
The important issue is what new things can we create on ourselves. If we were thinking knowledge was our only source of inspiration or source of superiority, that's dead and gone. Why? Because ChatGPT or other AI have read the entire content generated by humans from the beginning of human civilization till today.
So do you think education, the way we see it, and going across to colleges, like your children or my children would want to go to colleges, do you think in the next few years going abroad or this entire studying for the college is going to also be redundant?
I think the education system is going to become redundant with the advent of AI. I have been advocating that it's time that you start teaching AI and legalities in schools from the first standard onwards. Because in India, we've started giving these devices to children at very young ages.
Yes.
And these children know far more better than us how to deal with AI programs. And more significantly, they're already talking with AI of how to bypass your regulations, your restrictions. Let me take the recent case from Australia. Australia has recently passed a law banning the use of social media by children below 18 or 16 years. Children have said, no, nothing doing. We are going to come up with new methods using AI to bypass this ban, which they are doing so. So I think the thought process is very clear. The current education is incapable of trying to address the current ground realities. People, if you're going for just paper education, just forget about it. It's all going to be how can you use AI, how can you leverage the power of AI, and how can you make yourself more reliable, more relevant, and more topical in the AI age. That's going to be stuff. Because everything AI knows. I don't even need to go to a Google of the world. Why? Because for going to Google, I have to go in, I get 5 different or 50 different search engines and I have to find an answer. Sorry, AI has all answers. Yes, I need to be careful against AI hallucination. I need to be careful that I don't go into this complacency mode and I become a complete cognitive slave of AI. Why? Because if I do that, that's a sure shot direction towards disaster that's waiting to happen.
When it also comes to international conventions, has there anything been held on an international level when India has participated? You've also spoken about AI, where AI laws are there in China. There have also been laws in Japan recently. Are they something that we can copy-paste, or does India need its own set of laws?
First and foremost, at the international level, there is a complete policy vacuum.
Okay.
There's no international treaty or agreement on artificial intelligence. Well, there's nothing happening at regional levels. So countries are saying we are not waiting. We are coming up with their own distinctive national laws on AI. So whether it's the European Union AI Act, whether it's Chinese laws on generative AI, and the new laws of China that are going to come into effect from September 2025 pertaining to labeling of AI content, whether it's the laws of El Salvador, South Korea, or Japan. I think these are 5 different blind men who are trying to describe an elephant, all walking in different directions. And none of these laws address the fundamental elephant in the room. Can you grant legal personhood to AI? Can you grant legal recognition to AI? And if so, how? Why? Because AI has got this intrinsic ability to cause harm. I believe that AI is an existential threat to humanity. And that's the reason why India is poised at a remarkable position. Ever since Prime Minister Modi went to the AI Action Summit in Paris in February 2025 and gave to the world the concept of sustainable AI, India is far more alive and warm to the idea of potential self-regulation. And I think if you are wanting to adopt the cut, copy, paste approach, it may not necessarily work because those legal parameters in different jurisdictions are not going to apply in India. Also in India, we have this remarkable Indian Jugaad school of management that we have to be careful of. In India, you have to be mindful of the fact that two new revolutions are continuing. The great Indian vomiting revolution, where Indians are continuing to vomit data on AI, and the second is the great Indian recording revolution, where people are recording everything that they are finding, and then they're uploading these recordings to AI. So in this kind of an ecosystem, I think India needs to come up with its own customized approach on regulation of AI. I believe India must be a thought leader to go ahead and legally recognize AI as a person. We must come up with legal principles for defining its accountability. I recently, the Global Summit on Artificial Intelligence, Emerging Tech, Law and Governance was organized by me yesterday. And in that, I unveiled my doctrine of 10 principles. These are 10 common principles that countries across the world could look at when they come up with the new AI laws. I've also launched something known as the International Artificial Intelligence Legal Framework Initiative. I work with various governments, and I think governments are clueless that should they want to come up with the laws, how can they come up on AI? So we have developed an a la carte menu for governments. These are the legal principles that should be important for your national AI laws. Pick and choose what you want and create your own national law as per your national priorities. So I think a lot of things are happening. India is fantastically poised to be a thought leader in this regard. And I think what India does on AI regulation is going to become a world benchmarking standard because the global south is looking at India in this regard.
Sure. And Dr. Duggal, I want to ask you, even when it comes to a social media platform like X, a lot of times there are things that are put there that the government is trying to take down. Even there we're not successful when it comes to people having hate speech. How then a monster like AI is going to be controlled by us? Have you been in touch with any departments in the government?
I've been in touch with various departments of the government. I've been advising them it's time to come up with the legal frameworks and guidelines for governing AI. Earlier the thought process was, let's not touch AI, let's allow it to grow. But now with the AI already a central part of our lives, the time has come where we must go and regulate AI. But I think how we do that is very important. If we start understanding basic common building blocks of an AI law and in the form of a principle-based approach, that's going to be good. Please remember, in India, making a law is a long process. And by the time you make a law on AI today, AI has already moved from here to here. And that may even make a big chunk of your AI law redundant. So therefore, your AI law has to be futuristic, future-proof, generic, based on principles, and it should give adequate powers to the central government that as and when new technologies or new developments take place, the central government can modify by means of secondary legislation so that every time there's a new development in technology, we don't have to go to parliament. The Indian government and the Indian nation, hands need to be strengthened. I've been advising the Indian government, it's time that you strengthen your concept of artificial intelligence sovereignty. Traditionally, we all have been only looking at the physical territorial sovereignty of India, which is to its territorial boundaries. I'm saying, sorry, it's time to wake up and expand your horizons and say India has got a humongous artificial intelligence sovereignty, which is going to be extending not just to the territorial boundaries of India, but to all AI programs anywhere in the world, so long as they are available on computer systems or mobiles in India, and they will have to be amenable to Indian laws. In addition, India must have its own rights to develop its sovereign AI. Incidentally, India is already working on its new large language model in this regard. So I think it's time that India must take thought leadership. We are fantastically placed. We have got just the right momentum. All it's required is that let's not be in the wait-watch approach. Let's not be the cut, copy, paste approach. Let's go ahead and inspire the world with our own unique, customized approach on how to regulate an AI. And let's regulate AI in a manner that does not stifle innovation in any manner whatsoever. Let's regulate the misuse, the abuse of AI. The use and advent of AI crimes is frightening in the Indian context. Today, the Indian Information Technology Act is inadequate to deal with AI. Similarly, the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023 is not adequate to deal with AI crimes. It's time to make the Indian laws more holistic so that we can ultimately empower the hands of the Indian government, the Indian nation, and the Indian AI users at large. We want AI not to experiment on Indian users as guinea pigs. It's imperative that the biggest democracy in the world, the most populous nation in the world, flexes its muscles and says, we are going to adopt a new approach on AI liability. Let's make these service providers more accountable. Let's make them more responsible for incorporating ethical standards, legal guardrails as part of the building process of AI programs so that these AI programs can be more amenable to more ethical standards. And should they misbehave, the liability of the companies, the liability of the coders ought to be legally recognized. So once you make the companies liable, I think to a large extent they will make adequate due diligence parameters to ensure that AI at least behaves in the right direction. But nonetheless, despite all this, Indians must develop two qualities as they deal with AI. Indians must be conjuice and Indians must be shaki. We must be conjuice in the sense that we must be stingy of sharing our personal information with AI because AI is going to misuse them one way or the other in the coming times. And the second thing is Indians must be shaki, they must be suspicious of AI. Let's not learn to trust AI. Let's learn to distrust AI. Any input that gets come out of AI, till such time we have not independently gone ahead and checked its authenticity and veracity, let's not go ahead and rely upon the same. I think if we do these two things, that's going to be coupled with due diligence as Indian AI users. We are wonderfully placed to deal with these massive challenges of AI. Otherwise, it's going to be a whirlpool. We're going to get...
I ask you as a last question, the world's topmost cyber law expert, how much AI do you use? How much information do you share? And where do you draw the line?
Well, because I am a student of AI and law, I do extensive work and use of AI.
Right.
But I make this consciously very clear not to share any personal information. We use it from accounts that do not have your name.
Right.
More significantly, I take appropriate precautions because every use is also accompanied by a counter use, by asking AI, how much have you learned so far? And then to evaluate, has AI really learned what's there in the mind? Let's learn not to vomit everything in our mind onto here.
Right.
So I have learned to say, this is a fantastic tool, but it's going to be a wonderful adversary who's going to target you in case if you're not going to be careful.
Yes.
So I think I'm not saying go to the Himalayas and just take sannyas and forget AI. AI is a part of our lives. Let's come up with new life hacks on how to use AI in a more topical better so that at least we can continue to be more productive, more better, but at the same time more safe from the risks and the ills thrown up by AI.
All right. I thank Dr. Duggal for joining us and our viewers. It's always a pleasure to talk to a lawyer because your clarity of thought and eloquence left me spellbound. Thank you, sir, for being with us.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
You're watching your favorite weekend show, The Long Form Story, with me, Shavan Sen. Tonight, I come to you with 4 very special stories for which we have traveled hundreds of kilometers. Looking at unearthing stories from different corners of India, but all bound by a common thread. Secrets unearthed, truths that were long buried, and questions that strike at the heart of who we are as a nation. From the luxury yachts of arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi to a quiet bungalow in Ghaziabad, how did a fake embassy operate for years in plain sight? Was this merely fraud or part of a much larger international conspiracy? In Karnataka, a former sanitation worker's chilling allegation has shaken the nation. Hundreds of bodies buried in secret, victims of suspected violence. What's the Dharmastala truth? And far away in the hills of Manipur, the echoes of World War II come alive. Construction workers at Imphal have stumbled upon relics from the 1944 Battle of Imphal. All this as India marks 26 years since its heroes reclaimed the frozen heights of Kargil. On Cargil, Vijay, Diwas, the tricolour once again flies high. With that, on to our first long-form story. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a tale of deception, diplomacy, and a trail that stretches from the luxury yachts of arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi to a quiet bungalow in Ghaziabad. For years, in one of Uttar Pradesh's most well-heeled neighborhoods, a man ran a fake embassy. Not just a scam, but a sophisticated fraud network. Investigation hints this was not the work of a lone fraudster, but part of a wider global network with ties to some of the most shadowy figures. On the long-form story, was this about power, profit, or something far more sinister?
Adnan Khashoggi was no ordinary tycoon. In the 1970s and 80s, he brokered arms deals worth billions, navigating a web of governments, spies, and tycoons. His empire was built on more than arms deals. His labyrinth of offshore companies and discreet financial maneuvers made him a master of moving money across borders. Decades after his peak, his shadow looms over an unlikely place, a quiet neighborhood in Ghaziabad in India, where a fake embassy thrived for 7 years, raising questions about a global nexus of money and deception. In Ghaziabad's upscale Kavinagar, tucked inside a residential stretch, stood a bungalow bearing an extraordinary signboard, Embassy of West Arctica.
A shocking incident has come to light from Ghaziabad, where a person was running a fake embassy. Right now you can see the visual. I would like to request my Vijay to show you the visual of this KB35 Kavinagar complex. This is a bungalow where basically an embassy was being run by this main accused. And in this case, what we have seen that the UPSTF have found several documents and they have seized 4 vehicles with diplomatic numbers. Here you can see the visuals over here outside this very bungalow. Here 4 vehicles were parked with diplomatic numbers and they were seized by the UPSTF team from Ghaziabad.
No government emblem, no official diplomatic security. Just a 2-story residence with a name that suggested sovereignty. It was from here that Harshvardhan Jain, a 47-year-old MBA graduate from London, ran what investors now call a full-fledged fake embassy for 7 years.
After the arrest was made, various things were recovered from this fake embassy, like cash worth rupees 44,70,000, foreign currencies, fake passports, fake diplomatic number plates, cars, luxury cars with fake diplomatic number plates. So after now the case has been registered, Harshvardhan Jain has been arrested. These are the details that we're picking up while reporting from outside the fake embassy, which has been running for years now.
Jain posed as the Consul General for fictional micronations, West Arctica and Seborga, luring victims with promises of overseas jobs and business deals. From the so-called embassy, Uttar Pradesh STF teams have recovered 12 forged diplomatic passports, 18 fake diplomatic number plates, 44.7 lakhs in cash, foreign currency, 2 fake press cards, forged seals of the Ministry of External Affairs, and 34 seals from private companies and international organizations. The con extended beyond walls. Investigators say the now seized luxury vehicles bearing fake diplomatic plates were used to lure clients for foreign job placements or to park illicit funds under the guise of diplomatic immunity.
किस तरह के लोग आते थे? कोई अधिकारी आता था यहाँ पे?
मुझे इस चीज़ को पता नहीं है ना, मैंने देखा है, मतलब गाड़ियाँ 4 खड़ी रहती है तो ये देखा हुआ है।
जो गाड़ियाँ थी कौन कौन सी गाड़ियाँ थी?
नंबर तो पता नहीं है सर।
नहीं, कौन सी कंपनी? महंगी गाड़ियाँ खड़ी रहती?
महंगी गाड़ी थी।
उसमें कौन कौन आता था सुबह शाम? किन लोगों का आना जाना था?
ये सब तो कुछ नहीं देखा हमने सर, जो कि बोला ये देखा था गाड़ियाँ रोड पर 4 खड़ी रहती थी।
The neighbors, completely unaware of what was unfolding behind closed doors.
मेरा रेजिडेंस पास में ही है और मैं यहाँ से निकलता बढ़ता देखता था, तो हमको भी ऐसा लग रहा था कि जैसे कोई फॉरेनर शायद यहाँ आए हुए होंगे या रहते होंगे, ये उनकी गाड़ियाँ होंगी, लेकिन ऐसा कभी ऑब्जर्व नहीं हुआ कि भाई ये कोई ऐसा एम्बेसी का भी मामला हो सकता है, जैसे अब सुनने में आया है कि भाई यहाँ कोई एम्बेसी चल रही थी।
The son of an industrialist J.D. Jain and a resident of KB45 Kavinagar used a nearby KB34 bungalow as the facade for his operation.
Right now we have arrived at the residence of Harshvardhan Jain, who is the main accused in a fake embassy case in Ghaziabad. Here you can see the visuals of his residence, and right now we will show you the visuals just outside his residence. Here you can see this is J.D. Jain's residence. Harshvardhan Jain's father, honorary animal welfare officer, Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India, Animal Welfare Board of India. So he is also part of the Animal Welfare Board, Mr. J.D. Jain, who is the father of Mr. Harshvardhan Jain, who is the main accused in connection with the case.
Police say Jain used digitally altered photographs showing him with the Prime Minister, the late President APJ Abdul Kalam, and other top leaders to project authenticity. Interestingly, the Jain temple in the area was built by Harshvardhan's father.
J.D. Jain से मुलाकात है आपकी?
हाँ, उनसे डेली होती है।
कैसे इंसान?
डेली होती है।
डेली होती है, अभी भी होती है?
हाँ।
कहाँ, अभी घर में मौजूद है?
नहीं, यहाँ मंदिर में आते हैं सुबह डेली। बहन आगा।
मैंने अभी उनके परिवार से बात करने की कोशिश, परिवार तो कह रहे वो बाहर चले गए, कहीं विदेश गए हुए, परिवार कह रहा है।
हो सकता है। आज
कब मुलाकात हुई?
कल सुबह हुई थी।
कल सुबह हुई थी, और पुलिस ने उनके बेटे को परसों पकड़ा है और आज वो कह रहे हैं कि वो विदेश चले गए।
हो सकता है कल चले गए हो।
और क्या क्या बिजनेस है इनका?
ये मंदिर इन्हीं का बनाया हुआ है।
अच्छा, ये मंदिर उनका ही बनाया हुआ है?
पर्सनली, वो अपने पैसे से।
अच्छा।
हाँ।
ठीक है हमारे साहब, तो उसके जी हाँ,
समाज का कोई पैसा नहीं लगा हुआ।
Jain's ventures included bank accounts in Dubai, the UK, Mauritius and India. His frequent travels, 53 trips to Dubai in a decade, hint at a role far beyond a local conman. But how does a man from Ghaziabad connect to Khashoggi's world? The investigation took a dramatic turn with whispers of a 20 crore transaction. STF findings suggest that Jain was a conduit for funds possibly linked to a nexus involving international arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi and his associates. From Monte Carlo to New York, Khashoggi's influence reached unlikely corners. In India, he was linked to Chandraswamy, a self-styled godman who held sway in elite circles. Chandraswamy, a tantric guru, was a power broker in the 80s and 90s. His ashram, a hub for political lobbying and shady deals. A close associate of Khashoggi, his network connected Indian elites to global players, including fraudsters like Ehsan Ali Syed. Investigators believe that Chandraswamy mentored Jain, providing the blueprint for the fake embassy. STF investigations indicate this trio, Khashoggi, Chandraswamy and Syed, formed a nexus, operating through shell companies in London, Dubai and beyond. These connections may have set the stage for Jain's audacious scheme, raising questions about how far Khashoggi's reach extended even after his death in 2017. Jain's companies, co-founded with Ehsan Ali Syed, spanned the UK, UAE, Mauritius and Cameroon. From Khashoggi's world of arms and intrigue to a fake embassy in Ghaziabad, was Harshvardhan Jain a master manipulator or a puppet in a larger conspiracy? Was he a player or a pawn? And is the web of forgery and fraud the work of one man or a global syndicate hiding in plain sight?
A shocking allegation from Karnataka's Dharmastala has triggered a national investigation. A former sanitation worker has claimed that over 16 years, he was forced to secretly bury hundreds of bodies, many of them women and children. He says many of the victims showed signs of rape and violence. The complaint was backed with a human skull he brought to a court. Now a special investigation team has been formed to probe whether the claims made are true or if a conspiracy is at play.
Everything was fine in Dharmastala until an unknown person who appeared out of thin air made a shocking statement in the Beltangli's court. He mentioned that he was a sanitation worker who was working in Dharmastala from the year 1995 up to 2014. He mentioned in his letter that an influential family of Dharmastala had forced him, had ordered him, had threatened him to death to bury at least hundreds of bodies of girls or women aged between 12 up to 80.
Dharmasthala in Karnataka is known for its centuries-old Manjunatha temple, packed with thousands of devotees every single day. But now, the same place finds itself at the center of national attention, with serious allegations of mass burials near the Netravati river and deep inside the forest.
This unknown person or the complainant who actually brought Dharmasthala to a halt then planned to visit the magistrate court of Beltangdi to make his submission, to give his statement on what he had mentioned in the complaint. In the visual, you can see the Beltangdi court where the complainant made the statement to the magistrate under section 164. The statement also includes various other sensitive details which is not mentioned on the complaint. He also demanded and requested the magistrate to give him the utmost security because he was very clear when he made a statement that this influential family of Dharmasthala would go to any extent to make sure all the truths get hidden for a longer time. On the other hand, the advocates who were present with the complainant also demanded or requested the magistrate to provide him with the utmost safety because he was the only person who had witnessed all these incidents for at least 2 decades is what the advocates and the complainant has mentioned in front of the magistrate.
It all gained traction when a man walked in the courtroom holding a skull and a letter. He said, "Protect me. Powerful people want me silenced."
ಸೊ 2 ವಾರದಿಂದ ಏನು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ವಿಚಾರವಾಗಿ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಸಂಜೆ ವೇಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಂಜೂರಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅವರು ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಇವತ್ತು 164 ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಎದುರು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ದಾಖಲಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅನುಮತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ 4 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ವಿ. 4:45 ಬಂದು 1 ಅವರ್ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ನಡೀತು. ನಾವು ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ, ವಕೀಲರಾದರೂ ಇರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅವರೇನು ಅಕ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ವಿಟ್ನೆಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂದಿರೋದು. ಸೊ ಬಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಅಲೌ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಏಕಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ದಾಖಲು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
The alleged whistleblower is a former sanitation worker who worked for the Dharmastala temple administration from 1995 to 2014. He filed his explosive complaint on July 3rd with the Dharmastala police. Complainant alleges that he was forced to bury and cremate hundreds of bodies, mostly of women and minors, many showing signs of sexual assault, allegedly buried between 1998 and 2014. Advocates of the whistleblower have argued that systemic failures in the local law enforcement may have enabled the alleged secrecy.
The police not taking him to the site tells me that they have failed to do what is their most primary and fundamental work. What does the police do? For 15 days, they say, okay, we will take you to the judge. Okay, it's a good thing that they took him to the judge, and where the judge recorded the statements in the absence of lawyers, right? So that nobody could say that, okay, this is a man making claims actually based on what lawyers actually might have told him or whatever. And they also spent 4 hours with him, investigating him, while after which they leaked out many things that he said, and the complaint has already been lodged with the DGP. I don't know what they are doing about it.
This week, the Karnataka government ordered a special investigation team to probe the allegations. The SIT has been asked to investigate rape, murder, secret burials over a span of 16 years. This is the site where the complainant waited with his lawyer in order to show Karnataka police the site of mass burials where the police did not show up.
At this point of time, I am in one of the remote locations of Dharmastala, which is probably a couple of meters away from the Netravati riverbank. As per the complainant's statement, he had mentioned in his complaint that he had exhumed the remains or the skull of an unknown person, which is very closer and which is within the perimeter of the Netravati riverbank. Now, I am in such location where the complainant had informed the police, the Dharmastala police, that he would be showing them the exact place of where he had exhumed that skull. He was waiting, the complainant was waiting with his advocates for the Dharmastala police to arrive to the location, but the police didn't turn up, and these people had to leave after waiting for 1.5 to 2 hours from this location.
When police did not show up, he walked straight to the court with a skull in a plastic bag.
I am in one of the crucial locations which is mentioned in the complaint by the unknown person. I am exactly in the place named Kalleri, where a petrol pump has been mentioned in the complaint, stating that a couple of years ago when this complainant was forced to reach the place, one of the secluded place which I will be showing you now. So one of these places which is at least around 500 meters from the petrol bunk, she was partially naked and he had clearly seen the marks on her body where it was of physical abuse, and he also mentioned the exact location from where the petrol bunk is located. He mentions 500 meters just beside the petrol pump is a dense forest, and in one of these portions of the forest is where he mentioned that he had buried the 12 to 15-year-old girl child.
In the Kalari jungle, the complainant says there is another pit that belongs to a 20-year-old woman with acid burns, and that he was forced to bury her too.
So in his letter, he had mentioned he had witnessed a 20-year-old college-going woman or a lady who was brutally murdered, who was naked. Her face had been damaged by pouring acid on that, and also not to forget, her body had various other marks of physical molestation and sexual assault. On the other hand, all her belongings were burned by using diesel is what he has told. So this is the location where he mentioned these two incidents have occurred. Probably, if at all, the special investigation team which has been constituted by the government visits the denser forest, there might be yet more examples or yet more proofs if at all his claim is true.
As the case sent shockwaves across the nation, the Home Minister G. Parameshwara and Siddaramaiah responded.
It is to look into the, to look into Dharmastala issues. There has been a complaint, there has been a public hue and cry. Government has taken note of all this and then constituted an SIT to look into this entire thing.
On July 17, a team of lawyers formally petitioned Chief Minister Siddaramaiah for an independent probe. On July 20th, the Karnataka government constituted a special investigation team to investigate the alleged mass graves, disappearances and crime against women and students in Dharmastala for over the past 2 decades.
Women Commission of Karnataka, Supreme Court retired judge, and not only them but also the entire civilians of Karnataka with various agencies demanded the Chief Minister and the Karnataka state government to constitute a special investigation team. Now, a team headed by 4 IPS officers along with 20 police staff from various other parts of the state have been constituted under a special investigation team, and they are about to reach to Dharmastala police station in the next couple of days. They have various other challenges to unearth now.
As opposition questioned the government's intent to investigate the whole matter, what followed was IPS officer Soumya Lata writing a letter to step down from the SIT team in Dharmastala mass burial case.
ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ತಾವು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ 2-3 ಸಾರಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಅವರೇನಾದರೂ ನನಗೆ ಅಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅನ್ಅಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಬಂದದ್ದೇನು ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರೇನೋ ಪತ್ರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನನಗೆ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಕಾರಣ ಇದೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಏನೋ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅದನ್ನು ರಿಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಇದ್ದರೆ ರಿಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ.
What fueled the controversy was fresh missing person complaint from Sujata Bhatt on July 15th, the mother of MBBS student Ananya Bhatt, who disappeared in Dharmastala in 2003. We also spoke to the whistleblower's lawyer advocate K.V. Dhananjay. He told Republic his client is ready to take investigators to every single grave.
What he did only because he was threatened with being cut to pieces and his family being cut to pieces if he would not do that. He could have been where he was, right? Wherever he was. He said he fled to a place outside Karnataka in 2014. This is 2025. Why does he have to return? He could just be there. And all the books here, you could read all the books here, you will not find a case like this. Why? Because whatever we learn in criminal jurisprudence is somebody who commits a crime wants to run away, wants never to face the police, right? And more so when no one is looking. The hundreds of bodies that he claims, he doesn't know their names, he doesn't know their identity. There are no pending cases there. It's not like they're looking for these deaths, these rapes. He claims that there were these raped women, right? And of course, schoolgirls as well. Who is looking for these bodies? No one is, right? And he still says, I want to come out. I want to unburden my conscience. How? By digging out the bodies. So what do? You take him to the place where he's put in the bodies.
The outrage over the claims made in the temple town has sparked a big debate across India. 10 days since the SIT was formed and not one exhumation has been done. Not one body has been recovered. If proven true, these claims would mark one of India's largest cases of institutionalized abuse and disappearance, and now unanswered questions are haunting Dharmasthala.
In a surprising discovery that echoes of a distant war, Construction workers in Manipur's Imphal West district have unearthed relics believed to be from World War II. The historic find took place in Langtarbal, not far from a known Allied military site that was used during the 1944 Battle of Imphal.
This is the sort of country in which British and Indian forces have been fighting the Japanese in the Battle of Imphal. Our infantry and tanks, after heavy and difficult fighting, succeeded in driving back the enemy and reopening the road.
Rusted shell casings, dented water bottles, a grenade, spades, and tin cans. At first, it looked like junk from another time. Turns out it was, but from World War II. A routine dig for a sewerage line became an accidental unearthing of wartime relics. What began as construction quickly turned into a brush with history. Republic reached Imphal West to dig deeper into a past that's resurfacing, piece by rusted piece.
While the construction workers had been digging up these four construction pillars, they could found some World War II relics. So I will show you where the items had been recovered.
पिलर के अंदर में जो हमने पुराने वाले वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 में गाड़ी का पार्ट है, उसके बाद ग्रेनेड वॉर्म है ना, वो भी मिलता है और सब 20 आइटम्स में मिलता है। पुराने वाले इसे गांव में जो पीपल है ना, इसने बता दिया तो सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर में रहते हैं, and then so we can understand about the histories of those moments.
Just 4 feet beneath the ground in Langthabal, a cache of World War II era military relics was discovered and immediately handed over to the Manipur Archaeology Department. However, there is more than what meets the eye. Many believe that more remnants remain buried and could still be excavated.
The present the location in which the relic items were recovered, it is to be further excavated by taking permission from the higher authorities to find out whether there is more relic items or not.
Japan Lam, the Battle of Imphal, fought in tandem with the Battle of Kohima, was a turning point in the brutal Burma campaign. How are these relics so closely threaded with the World War II? The answer lies in the Kanchipur Hills. From March to July 1944, these hills, once home to a critical Allied military camp, became the stage for one of the war's most decisive confrontations. And till date, the National War Museum in Japan recognizes the battles of Imphal and Kohima as two of Britain's greatest military victories. The Kanchipur Hills still stand as a silent testament to that history.
Relics are very, very important because it transforms you, or rather takes you back to that time, which was very, very crucial. These artifacts and the archival documents gives you a better understanding of the lives of the soldiers during the wartime and of the general public. And also it's of paramount importance that the younger generation know about this history so that the future is secure.
This is the sort of country in which British and Indian forces have been fighting the Japanese in the Battle of Imphal. Imphal itself is the capital of the state of Manipur on the Burmese border and is one of our bases on this front. The Jap offensive here was really more of a defensive attack by which they hoped to spoil Allied plans for the recapture of Burma.
March 1944, the Japanese army, backed by Subhash Chandra Bose's Azad Hind Fauj, launched a high-stakes assault on Imphal, the gateway to India for the Nippon army. Their aim: break British control, capture key supply routes and trigger a mass uprising against colonial rule. For the British Indian Army, Imphal was a lifeline. For the Japanese and INA, it was the start of India's liberation. What followed was one of the bloodiest battles ever fought on Indian soil. Surrounded, bombarded and battered by monsoon, both sides paid a heavy price. But the political stakes were even higher. Indians were fighting on both sides, for empire and for freedom. Imphal wasn't just a military clash. It was a battle for India's soul. Today, relics unearthed in Imphal bring back more than war memories. They bring to light the horrors of a brutal battle and the forgotten heroism of Azad Hind Fauj. The relics were more than rusted remains. They were a trigger, a time machine for one family in Imphal East. They reopened a chapter long buried beneath the soil of history. They brought back cherished memories of their grandfather, Captain Naki Ahmad Chaudhary of the Azad Hind Fauj, a captain who served under Colonel Shaukat Ali Malik, the man who on 14th of April 1944 unfurled the Indian tricolour at Moirang Kangla, the first time the flag of independent India flew on its own land. These relics didn't just tell a story of war. They revived the untold tale of a freedom fighter and the forgotten soldiers of the Azad Hind Fauj.
Saragumba ko amasu yaubane aduga magi kano kai ani hum di subane ba ai su sengna phajana ju kano taude ba haiba ngamde ba mapana loina adu cheksinna thambane ba mapaga unaga di phajana nuina mu phanga tane ba poto.
Bom kaya ama eba manumda dairamba thengna khre hojik so dum thengnari handak langthabalda warwar da sijenaramba ariba polam khara pangbagi paw taba asida aigi baba su warwar matamda sipai ramba nam baba bangchini agi phangli bari pa palam chingasi khoine cham cham pa palam ma moila tau pa chumte masidi khoigi history ni oyo wari kaya maka sagona ba palam maktani maraman sinamatam adugi thauna pharabai pai pulsingna Lauramba Thaudang Sing Adusu Kai Kunaba Utpa Oina Palam Sing Asi Tumbi Mirolda Hanghanava Kanghauna Baning Tina Lokatuna Tamba Matautai.
Decades after the guns fell silent, these relics have reopened a chapter of India's forgotten frontline. A brutal battle where courage and sacrifice shaped the nation's destiny. In Imphal's soil lie stories of soldiers who fought not just for empire but for freedom. Like Captain Naki Ahmed Chaudhary and countless others of the Azad Hind Fauj, whose bravery now finally emerges from the shadows as these echoes from the past resurface. They remind us the fight for India's soul was fought here in blood and steel, far from the pages of most history books. This year, in the background of the strategic victory in Operation Sindoor, the nation unites to commemorate the 26th Kargil Vijay Diwas, a radiant milestone in India's legacy, as we celebrate the triumphant victory of 1999 when our indomitable soldiers, defying icy peaks and relentless enemy assaults, recaptured Kargil's towering heights with unparalleled bravery and steadfast determination. On 26th of July, the tricolour unfurled majestically atop Ladakh's rugged mountains, embodying the supreme sacrifice, heroic valor and unyielding spirit of our nation.
लड़ाई के परिणाम के बारे में भी मेरे मन में कोई संदेह नहीं है। हमारी विजय निश्चित है और हम विजयी होकर दिखाएंगे।
The heart of every Indian beats with pride. As this Kargil Diwas, India celebrates 26 years of valor and sacrifice of our armed forces in the Battle of 1999, when Indian troops reclaimed the heights of Kargil with unwavering resolve. In 1999, Vijay's gritty infantry battles in icy heights of Kargil had crushed Pakistan's intrusions. And 26 years later, less has changed for Pakistan when in Operation Sindoor, swift and surgical airstrikes devastated Pakistan's terror camps and airfields. More than 2 decades apart, Operation Vijay and Operation Sindoor have showcased parallels of India's unyielding resolve against Pakistan's provocations and state-sponsored terrorism. Republic exclusively reports from Dras in Kargil this Vijay Diwas and explains the inside story of the 1999 battle.
Amateur viewpoint, and from this very point one can see all those peaks where the battle of Kargil was fought. This battle was fought between India and Pakistan, and the aim was to evict those intruders who were dominating these heights. I'll ask my Vijay Firdos to focus and show you through the panoramic view how the peaks look like. These are the peaks where the battle of Kargil was fought. Be it the Tolo link or the other peaks, as the India has adopted a multi-pronged strategy approach to overcome the challenges of 1999 of Kargil war. Small, highly trained units conducted frontal and flanking attacks to dislodge the enemy from their fronted positions. Units like the Gorkha Rifles, Rajputana Rifle, Ladakh Scouts definitely played a pivotal roles.
In the Kargil war, Pakistan had planned to cut off the Srinagar-Leh highway, a crucial supply route for Indian forces in Ladakh and Siachen, which was a key objective denied by the Indian Army.
The road here is the Srinagar to Leh highway, viewers, and this is very important. We'll show you this road, and as far as the Kargil war is concerned, it becomes of utmost significance. Now this road, viewers, and this is of course a very scenic view. The Srinagar-Leh highway is a vital supply route for India, and Pakistan aimed to cut off this highway by occupying strategic peaks along the line of control so as to hamper Indian military operations and supply lines in this region, viewers. As you can see, this is of course a very scenic area, just like most parts of the valley, or I would say all parts of the valley. And in Kargil war, of course, this entire stretch becomes very, very important when we talk about the Kargil war.
A day prior to Kargil Diwas, Republic attended the Gauravmay Sanskriti at Dras event that showcased the new age technological incubations done by the Indian Army.
Honor the sacrifices made by the heroes of Kargil war. The Indian Army is displaying you that how technology plays an important role in today's world, be it the world of medicine, education or the war. We are showing you the display of the drone. This is a mesmerizing drone show that is in the sky to honor the brave Kargil warriors on this anniversary of Kargil Vijay Diwas.
In a show of respect to the courage of our soldiers who laid down their lives for their motherland, a ceremony was held at dusk prior to the commemoration.
It is a tribute to the fallen soldiers and also to celebrate their victory and their valor. As my Vijay can show you the visuals that are coming from the Dras Memorial here, where you see the families of these martyrs who had come together to lit lamp. These countless lamps lit to symbolize eternal gratitude, remembrance and respect for India's brave heroes. The atmosphere here is reverent and patriotic, with flickering flames illuminating the memorial in the crisp mountain air.
In an emotive moment, in memory of those who laid their lives, there is a golden wall at the memorial with names of our soldiers etched in history. In bold written on the wall are the words, "Beneath this earth, young warriors sleep."
It's inscripted here on this wall because the young warriors who sleep beneath this earth, their valor etched in every stone of Dras. A salute to the immortals of Cargil. The memorial here stands as a solemn reminder of their courage and unwavering commitment to the nation. Their legacy lives on, forever immortalizing in the mountains they defended. Their name, as my Vijay is showing you, their names shine under the eternal flame.
Speaking to Republic, family members of the martyrs spoke of their pride and pain simultaneously.
फील तो फख्र हो रहा है कि अपने देश के लिए शहीद हो गए और इतनी अच्छी जगह पे अपने देश के लिए लड़ते लड़ते सम्मानित करते हैं, तब भी अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन उसके पीछे बहुत बड़े दुख छुपे हुए हैं जो 26 सालों का दुख पूरा नहीं हो सकता.
I basically don't remember much about him because I was very small at that time. I was just 13 years old, and he used to come for his holidays, basically 2 months in a year. So I just have a vivid experience with him. Okay, very less. But what we used to do was we used to communicate through letters. We used to write letters to each other. Individually, like me and my sister, individually we used to write letter to him, and individually we used to get the reply. It was not like as a whole, like family. Yeah? For my mother it was different, for my sister it was different, and for me it was different. So basically, like, it was a proud moment.
Even 26 years later, the stories of the valor of our soldiers fill every Indian with pride. At Tololing, Major Rajesh Adhikari led his men under relentless fire, refusing to give up despite grave injuries. On Tiger Hill, soldiers scaled near impossible heights in the dead of night to reclaim the peak in a daring assault that changed the tide of the war. At point 4875, Captain Vikram Batra etched his name in history with his fearless charge and immortal words, "Ye dil mange more," before laying down his life.
Ye dil mange more.
These men endured not just bullets but the wrath of nature, bone-chilling winds, sub-zero temperatures, and oxygen levels that tested endurance at every breath.
We are at Sando Top, lesser known top, but it is one of the crucial and the strategic top. It is from here you get a vantage view of the national highway. From my right you see the Tiger Hill, which was recaptured by Indian Army, and where there was a call by Captain Vikram Batra, ye dil maange vor. This is the point, this is the Tiger Hill that was recaptured by the Indian Army in 1999. Similarly, if we talk about this Sando Top, it is crucial for cutting the supplies. Pakistan tried to cut the supplies because of the national highway NH1 Srinagar Ladakh, which was very crucial for maintaining the supply lines, for maintaining the reinforcements. Then you see the Trishul top. Just between these two ridges is the Trishul top, where again the Indian Army is dominating. These tops were used by the enemy to monitor Indian troops' movement and transport arms mules to forward areas.
Operations Vijay and Sindoor, both sparked by Pakistan's miscalculated aggression, saw India's firepower Bofors then and indigenous BrahMos now, securing two definitive victories back-to-back, giving lessons in inconsistency to the Western neighbour. At the Kargil Diwas, India's Chief of Army Staff spoke at length about the valour of Indian soldiers in Kargil and even during Operation Sindoor. At a moment when India celebrates the 26th year of Operation Vijay, lessons from Operation Sindoor have changed India's strategic doctrine forever. In such times, when India's patience is being tested, the choice of words from Air Marshal A.K. Bharti speak louder in spirit as guiding for all Indians.
तो मैं बस आपको रामचरितमानस की एक कुछ पंक्ति याद दिलाऊंगा, आप समझ जाएंगे। तो याद कीजिए वो पंक्ति जो है, विनय न माने जलधि जड़, भय 3 दिन बीत, बोले राम सकोप तब, भय बिन होए न प्रीत। तो समझदार के लिए इशारा ही काफी।
As Republic reports exclusively from Dras, we pay our homage to our brave men who laid down their lives in service of their motherland. To all, a very proud Vijay Diwas. Jai Hind.
That's all that we could pack in this edition of the long form story. We'll be back next weekend with more untold and in-depth stories.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. Let's take a look at the big stories that are making headlines across the nation in Bharat in One.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The India Meteorological Department has issued a yellow alert for Mumbai, Thane and Palghar, warning of thunderstorms, lightning, moderate rainfall and gusty winds up to 50 km per hour in isolated areas. The alert is in effect through the weekend as monsoon activity intensifies across Maharashtra. Several regions including Raigad and Ratnagiri are under orange alerts due to heavier rainfall forecasts. The NHRC has issued a notice to the Rajasthan government over the collapse of a government school building in Jhalawar that killed 7 students and injured 28 others. Citing reports of ignored warnings about the building's poor condition, the commission called it a serious human rights lapse and demanded a detailed report within 2 weeks on the incident, including accountability and compensation steps. The Supreme Court will hear Justice Yashwant Verma's plea on Monday, challenging an in-house inquiry report that recommended his impeachment over a cash recovery case. He claims the process was biased, violated natural justice and denied him a fair hearing. The court will examine the plea's maintainability and the legality of the in-house procedure. And the big international story that we are tracking, there were heart-stopping moments on the tarmac at the Denver International Airport after an American Airlines flight burst into flames just before takeoff. And that forced an emergency evacuation. However, all 179 people thankfully on board made it out safely. Here is what happened.
Thick smoke, frantic voices, and fire on the runway. American Airlines flight AA3023 was seconds from liftoff from Denver Airport when flames erupted from the rear landing gear. The Boeing 737 MAX suddenly screeched to a halt as black smoke consumed the tarmac. With no time to lose, the crew ordered an emergency evacuation. Doors flung open, slides deployed, passengers leapt to safety. Mobile phone videos show travelers fleeing, some climbing over wings, escaping just feet from fire. Denver fire crews raced in, dousing flames within minutes. One passenger was taken to hospital with minor injuries. The airline has stated that a tire malfunction triggered the fire. The aircraft remains grounded as both the Federal Aviation Administration and the National Transportation Safety Board have launched a full investigation into the incident.
And the Sando Top is one of the most strategic vantage points during the Kargil War of 1999. The icy wind that brushes past today is the same that greeted our soldiers 26 years ago. But unlike today, back then, this very ridge echoed with the thunder of artillery, the crack of gunfire, and the undying roar of Indian bravery. Sando Top witnessed it all, the sacrifice, the bloodshed, the brotherhood, and of course the victory. And it stands today not just as a military position, but as a symbol of what India is made of: resolve that does not waver and courage that does not cower.
The might of the Indian Armed Forces has been witnessed by these mighty hills. These mountains were the battleground during the Operation Vijay. This is the Tiger Hill. As close as we can get to it is from this point where we are reporting from 14,200 feet. But that peak, viewers, that was high altitude warfare that happened during the Kargil war. That is more than 17,000 feet. You can understand the challenges of the terrain just by any common man walking to up to this hill is so difficult that one completely falls short of breath. Imagine that our brave soldiers, our young soldiers were facing the enemy. They were witnessing bloodshed there. On the 2nd of July, information was received about the Pakistanis, the enemies occupying that peak. And on the 4th of July, the Indian Armed Forces captured it again. We'll try and zoom in to that post, and we'll show you how difficult that terrain would have been. And the hero, of course, was the one leading the Ghatak platoon, and he was from the 18 Grenadiers, Grenadier Yogendra Singh Yadav, who, despite suffering bullets, despite losing more and more members of his platoon, he unfurled the Tiranga on that top. And as we speak, viewers, we are also going to pan and show you the Trishul top and the Trishul ridge. That is of utmost importance, viewers. Why is it important? Because this area, these hills were used during the Operation Sindoor as well. And behind this Trishul, viewers, behind the Trishul, it looks like a trident. So behind this Trishul is the line of control. In fact, we are just almost a kilometer away from the LOC.
"13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Deadly stampede at Mansa Devi in Haridwar. 6 people dead, several injured. Rescue operations underway. Magisterial probe ordered. Speeding car rams into a scooter in Noida. Minor dead. 2 injured, 2 accused arrested. As BCCI maintains a stunning silence over Asia Cup controversy, Republic continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first always. Adulterated food items being sold rampantly. India battles biggest health crisis. Prime Minister Modi to visit Cholapuram temple in Tiruchipallim to honor the legacy of the Chola dynasty in a significant Tamil Nadu visit. An Indian origin man in Australia brutally assaulted with a machete by a group of teenagers in Australia's Melbourne. Viewers, at the top of one, we have big breaking news coming in from Noida, where a tragic accident has come to light, where a speeding BMW car collided with a scooty, resulting in the death of a minor girl, while 2 others sustained injuries and are also reported to be in a critical condition. Now, police have seized the vehicle and the accused, identified as Yash Sharma and Abhishek Rawat, both of whom are students, have been arrested. So, tragic incident coming in from Noida. A 5-year-old girl died. 2 others were injured when a BMW car hit a scooty in Noida late last night. And according to police, the 2 injured people are in a critical condition. And these visuals, we can see the condition of the scooty badly mangled there. Our colleague Chandrakala is now joining us live from outside the Noida police station. Chandrakala, what details do you have? We understand that both the accused, the driver of the car as well as one passenger, has been arrested, and we understand that the condition of the 2 injured people is critical. Give us more details about the case.
Well, the fact is, this is not such one incident that has come to the forefront. There are several such incidents that has taken place in the last few weeks. And right now we are standing in front of the hospital where the minor was brought by, this is the particular spot where the BMW collided with a scooty. The scooty as to where the minor was brought to the hospital here, the PGTI hospital at sector 30 of Noida by her father and his brother. The complainant has filed a complaint that at around 12:30, as per the locals also, as per the locals here, at 12:30, the scooty where the minor was taken to this hospital, where they were here to take her here for getting some medicine, as per record, as per sources. The scooty was here, and they went out from this particular hospital where the minor was brought in by two of her relative. It's the Postgraduate Institute of Child Health, Noida Sector 30, where she was taken from here. And while they were taking a U-turn at this, as I would like to ask my Vijay to please show the location where they were taking a U-turn, as if you can see, and that's when the BMW collided with a scooty. As per the locals, the minor was taken immediately, and it was a spot dead right at that moment, and she was taken to this particular hospital, but the hospital refused to take in, and they are being moved, of course, as per the notice. So we had the eyewitness with us where he has this is the particular visuals I would like to ask my Vijay to show, where the BMW collided with the scooty and it came right here, and they were taken from here to the hospital. But this particular hospital, the PGTI, where we are right now, has refused to take in the minor at that point of time, and she was taken directly to the Sardar hospital. And now we are with the eyewitness who has actually seen the entire incident. बताइए exactly हुआ क्या था?
ये बच्चा को दिखवा कर हॉस्पिटल से जा रहे थे, वो बच्चा को दिखवा लिए और जा रहे थे अपने घर की तरफ, और थोड़ा दूर वहाँ गए, वो कट ले रहे थे, यूटर्न ले रहे थे, उधर से BMW आया स्पीड में और उसको टक्कर मार दिया।
कितने बजे की करीब की इंसिडेंट?
बस के 15 मिनट के आसपास में।
और एग्जैक्टली कितने लोग थे स्कूटी?
यहाँ बहुत सारे लोग थे, 20-25 लोग थे, यहाँ पे गेट पे थे, इमरजेंसी गेट पे।
बच्चे का वही ऑन द स्पॉट।
ऑलराइट, थैंक यू फॉर दोस डिटेल्स। वी हैव more breaking news coming in. And that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Remember, he is in the state of Tamil Nadu. Yesterday, all right, he's at the museum in Trichy. Remember, Prime Minister Modi yesterday, he laid the foundation stone for several development projects worth 4,800 crore rupees. And it is the second day of his visit to Tamil Nadu. And right now, these visuals that we are getting is from the museum in Trichy. So this is a very significant visit of the Prime Minister coming in ahead of the assembly elections in the state that are scheduled next year. And earlier in the morning, we saw Prime Minister Modi inaugurating the new terminal of the Thoothukudi airport, along with an extended runway. And yesterday he had launched projects worth 4,800 crore rupees in various parts of Tamil Nadu. And these visuals are from the museum in Trichy. So in the morning, we saw Prime Minister Modi inaugurating a new terminal of the Thoothukudi airport. And that is a brand new version of the airport, because after the development and the work done on the airport, it is expected to increase the airport's air connectivity manifold. There has been a new runway that all right, let's get all the updates. Sharda, colleague, is now joining us. Sharda, give us more details on Prime Minister's visit right now as he is in the museum in Trichy. Give us more details.
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi reached Tamil Nadu last night, and following which he had a few government events that was taken place in Thoothukudi Airport, following which he came to Trichy, and today he's visiting the temple Gangakonda Chorapuram near Ariyallur, where he's set to launch the bronze coin on 1000th birth anniversary of Rajaraja Cholan I. We had Prime Minister Narendra Modi reaching the Trichy airport through helipad, and following which he also made an entire walkthrough of distance of a kilometer where he met the people of Tamil Nadu. This can indirectly be taken as the first BJP campaign for the 2026 elections, with Prime Minister Modi kicking off a campaign for the BJP. As we know, recently the AIADMK and BJP made their alliance for the 2026 elections as NDA, and under the leadership of Edapadi K. Palaniswamy, who is the AIADMK General Secretary, will be the phase of...
He travels in the car waving at them very happily. So this particular function that is being attended by Prime Minister Narendra Modi marks the birth anniversary of Rajarajendra Chola I, and celebrating this 1000 years of his birth anniversary. This is most or less to a maritime expedition done by the former king of the Tanjore Chola district king, and here we can see this vibrant visuals where we can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi doing a complete road show here in Gangakonda Chorapuram, talking to the people, having them, waving at them, happily receiving the flowers that's been poured at him. with immense pleasure and love that he's been getting from him, we can see what BJP would be able to do in the state of Tamil Nadu in 2026. It is also apart from the NDA alliance that which should be coming to be power in 2026, as the BJP and the AIADMK together has voted and what they plan to be voted into power against the DMK. It is said that Edappadi K. Palaniswamy would soon be having a conversation with Modi discussing how the vote sharing, the seat sharing would be done in the 2026 elections. However, this particular meet did not have anything political, and it had only Prime Minister Narendra Modi commemorating the 1,000 years of Raja Rajendra Chola I. Following this particular visit to the temple, he will also be taking up an event where the music director Ilaiyaraaja would be performing, and following that is a program of the Adi Thiruvadira festival, that is one of the famous festivals in the state of Tamil Nadu. That happens in the month of June and July, which marks the Tamil month Adi, and making sure that this attracts the people of Tamil Nadu. The BJP is now very strong in stating that the DMK is not just stating that the BJP is a saffronization party, but a party that respects all Hindu religions and all cultural traditions, including the South, and they're just not omitting them.
Absolutely, we can see those visuals there, Gangaikonda, Cholapuram in Tamil Nadu, really wearing a very festive look. And that roadshow that the Prime Minister did early in the morning. Just also, take us through the significance of the King Rajendra Chola the First. This is the birth anniversary of Rajendra Chola the First, and how, as far as the history of the Tamil Nadu, is concerned, where does it fit in really? And what is the significance for the common folk of Tamil Nadu?
Said that it was Raja Rajendra Chola I who was the first person to go all the way crossing South Indian borders, reaching North India to fetch the Ganga waters to the temples of South India, following which these also the borders of the Chola kingdom went into Southeast Asia, where it includes countries Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, Sri Lanka and more, and was one of the strongest dynasties at that point of time. Now today it marks the 1,000th.
Nadu is visiting the great Rajaraja Cholan's temple, which is the Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple, which is situated near Ariyallur. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is indirectly kick-starting the BJP's campaign in the 2026 elections in Tamil Nadu. As we can see, a complete roadshow has been done by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, also following which, apart from the entire roadshow, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is trying to interact with the public in the state of Tamil Nadu, trying to make sure that he is also trying to make sure that he's talking to the people of Tamil Nadu here, and also trying to meet them as he travels in the car, waving at them very happily. So this particular function that is being attended by Prime Minister Narendra Modi marks the birth anniversary of Raja Rajendra Chola I, and celebrating this 1,000 years of his birth anniversary. This is most or less to a maritime expedition done by the former king of the Tanjore Chola district king, and here we can see this vibrant visuals where we can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi doing a complete roadshow here in Gangaikonda Cholapuram, talking to the people, having them, waving at them, happily receiving the flowers that's been poured at him with immense pleasure and love that he's been getting from him. We can see what BJP would be able to do in the state of Tamil Nadu in 2026. It is also apart from the NDA alliance that which should be coming to be power in 2026, as the BJP and the AIADMK together has voted and they plan to be voted into power against the DMK. It is said that Edappadi K. Palaniswamy would soon be having a conversation with Modi discussing how the vote sharing, the seat sharing would be done in the 2026 elections.
Absolutely. And Sharada, what is very significant is this visit coming in ahead of the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections, as you were mentioning. And we earlier saw, Amit Shah also visiting Madurai. and now it is the Prime Minister who is in Tamil Nadu. So basically signaling BJP's big push really for 2026, and there were also buzz about NDA expansion and really the talks of revival of the BJP AIDMK alliance.
July, which marks the Tamil month Adi, and making sure that this attracts the people of Tamil Nadu. The BJP is now very strong in stating that the DMK is not just stating that the BJP is a saffronization party, but a party that respects all Hindu religions and all cultural traditions, including the South, and they're just not omitting them.
Absolutely. Sarada, just also take us through the itinerary for the Prime Minister for the rest of the day, because the PM is also going to release a commemorative coin today. So just take us through how does the rest of the day really looks like for the Prime Minister.
In this particular temple, Chorapuram, where following which there'll be a commemoration, and he'll be releasing the bronze coin of the Rajaraja Chola I, and he's said to be here until 2 p.m. where he'll be listening to a concert for over 40 minutes, which is done by the music composer Ilayaraja, and also being the festival of Tamil Nadu in the month of June is Adi Thiruvadare, where certain recitations from the temple priest are going to happen, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be taking part, following which his rest of the day he'll be going back to Trichy, and from Trichy airport he's set to come back to Delhi by today evening.
Right. And Sharda, what we can see is, as far as the BJP's really big push ahead of the polls is concerned, is a kind of amalgamation of culture and infrastructure or development, because, we saw Prime Minister Modi yesterday laying the foundation stone for key projects yesterday, and there was this big infrastructure push as far as the airport is concerned as well. So what we can see is clearly an amalgamation of culture as well as infrastructure development.
Well, as you mentioned, BJP has focused mostly on the culture and infrastructure in the last few years when it comes to the state of Tamil Nadu. While DMK continues to blame that BJP is only a saffronization party, it has been proven that with the Lord Muruga conference that happened under the BJP's leadership last month, and also now Prime Minister Narendra Modi visiting this particular temple, shows that BJP respects and believes in all traditions, and they are not omitting South, especially the state of Tamil Nadu, as the DMK claims. And yesterday, speaking as a public meet, Prime Minister Narendra Modi noted the number of infrastructure, the developments that the state of Tamil Nadu had won, which includes building multiple national highways, state highways, airports, different terminals, and even more than that, the industrial expedition that's been happening in the state of Tamil Nadu, and the growth that is in this form of infrastructure that the state has been showing. We can see that the center has pulled in a lot when it comes to the state of Tamil Nadu in the last 2 years.
Absolutely. And, of the entire visit, one of the very significant moments, Sharada, was, EPS really receiving the Prime Minister at the airport, because yesterday night we saw that. And the optics really set the ball rollings, and there were talks, one picture really sparking the question whether AIADMK and BJP are going to make an alliance or not. And because EPS and PM Modi really meeting after, for the first time really after the two BJP and AIADMK renewed their alliance.
The row between the AIADMK and BJP stating that their alliance will be breaking is something that DMK has been waiting for a very long time, since May. However, both the AIADMK and BJP leaders continue to state that their alliance is very strong, and though the ideologies differ, they make sure that this alliance is brought together to bring down just the DMK governance in the state of Tamil Nadu. What we can also see is that Edappadi K. Palaniswamy receiving Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday, though there was not a detailed conversation with them, it completely shows that this visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi was not political but purely cultural. That shows that how much the Tamil Nadu heritage and tradition matters to him. And in the future days coming, it is expected that the AIADMK senior leaders, that includes Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, would be talking to the leaders of the BJP, especially its Union Minister Amit Shah and JP Nadda, and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi, before going for the 2026 elections. As we also noted that today, multiple AIADMK leaders had also received Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday in Trichy Airport. So it can be shown that in the coming days where BJP and AIDMK will be running their political campaigns in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Right, and Sharda, stay with us because we can see these visuals there on our TV screen. Prime Minister Modi performing a puja at the Brihadiswara temple in Tamil Nadu, and this is in Gankai Koda, Cholapuram district. Sharda, just take us through the importance of this particular temple. Why this temple? Because we can see Prime Minister Modi there, these live visuals coming in from Tamil Nadu, and he is performing a puja there. Just take us through the significance of this temple.
Well, the importance of temple comes in first being it part of the UNESCO World Heritage to being it built by Rajaraja Chola's son, which is replica to the big temple that is situated in Tanjavur. So when Chola Kingdom was ruling, moving the capital from Tanjavur to Ariyalur, which is Sorapuram right now as we call it, is made the capital of the Chola dynasty back 1,000 years back, and that's the reason this temple marks the winning of the Chola dynasties and how they would used to come here before they go on to expeditions and wars to other countries and other parts of India when they were ruling. Also, as I mentioned earlier, this is the first time a Prime Minister of the country is visiting this particular temple in the state of Tamil Nadu, and it marks also that tourism here especially would be built up after this, right? Because as we know, what happened with Mahabalipuram when Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited a few years back, the tourism peaked at that place where the entire heritage of the Mahabalipuram area was brought to the eyes of the world, and it's expected for this particular temple as well.
Right, these visuals we can see from Brihadiswara temple in Tamil Nadu, where Prime Minister Modi performed puja. All right, these visuals we can see are the part of the itinerary of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the Tamil Nadu, and this is Prime Minister Modi performing a puja at the Brihadiswara temple, and this is the temple that is deep rooted in history, and this temple really decked up with flags and garland to welcome the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister participates in the valediction of the festival marking the birth anniversary of Rajendra Chola I. All right, let's go back to Sharada, who is joining us live from there. Sharada, as you were telling us about the significance of this temple, as this is that Prime Minister is participating in the valediction of the festival marking the birth anniversary of Rajendra Chola I. Just also take us through that after the puja here at the Brihadiswara temple, how does the day ahead looks like for the Prime Minister?
Following this particular puja that Narendra Modi is now witnessing inside the temple, he'd be here for a maximum of an hour where he'll be listening to a concert and also recitations from the temple priest over the Adi Thiruvadira month, which is right now happening here. And following which he'll be moving to Trichy Airport, where he'll be sent off by the former state president of BJP, Leader K. Annamalai, and also the DMK opposition leader and the Mahila Morcha President Kanimuri will be seeing off the president back to Delhi. The itinerary that Narendra Modi had was yesterday to launch multiple infrastructure projects and inaugurations of 4,800 crores worth of value projects in the state of Tamil Nadu last night, following which his visit today here was purely cultural and to make sure that he respects the heritage of Tamil Nadu.
Absolutely. So we can see Prime Minister Modi visiting Rajendra Chola I's lost capital, really, so to say. This is one big story that we'll keep tracking through the day as Prime Minister Modi visits Tamil Nadu. That is the big story that we'll continue to track through the day today, as Prime Minister Modi will later release a commemorative coin on the honor of the king.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
So for this interview, ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin by saying that one doesn't have to prepare, because the subject of the interview is someone I admire greatly. I have followed him. He's not just a great actor. I would say he's a legend today because of not just the fact that he's done 500 plus films, but because he brings innovation. He brings a fantastic element of enthusiasm in every new project of his. When I meet people who know him, the one thing they say about Anupam Kher is that he's an optimist, and he always looks at everything in terms of what lies ahead, and hence he brings that youthful enthusiasm into all his projects. I'm sure that when he was in his 20s, he started that way, and so I have taken life lessons from him. He's a motivational speaker. He's into what he does, and he's got a never say die spirit. And therefore, for me, this is not just another interview, Anupamji. It's a conversation with someone who I look forward to meeting every time. And when I don't meet you personally, we meet like this, but we find a way to chat.
Thank you so much, Arnab. It's the same feeling. Let the viewers know that we share the same birth date, 7th March. So that has something to do with that also. Few years here and there. That's all. But I also admire you for the kind of person that you are. It's always a pleasure and joy to talk to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And you're rock solid as always. I don't miss any of your films. But this one is something that you've been talking about to me for the longest time. So this is something which you always sort of give a call before your film release, and you never promote your films, by the way. Viewers, I want to tell him he doesn't need film promotion. He says, go watch the film. Even when you spoke to me day before yesterday, you said, oh no, I don't care about an interview. You go watch the film. And I said, I will watch it, and I will watch it on the big screen. But this particular film, Tanvi the Great, you've got a different level of involvement in this. Why is that? Are you playing a different professional role? Is it because you are behind the scene and not just ahead, in front of the camera? Or is there something else about this film that is getting you so involved?
So the last film I directed was 23 years back, a film called Om Jai Jagdish. I was a very busy actor at that time, and Mr. Vashu Bhagdani, who was a very busy producer at that time, he said, would you like to direct a film? So I thought it was a new toy for me to be an actor, and then I'm going to direct a film with Anil Kapoor, Fardeen Khan, Abhishek Bachchan, Urmila, Mahima, Wahida Rahman. And I directed a film, but it was not my story. It was a film given to me, and I directed it to the best of my abilities. Then I realized that if I want to direct a film, I must have something to share with the world. What is my philosophy? What do you want to say to people? Is it just entertainment? I don't need to do that, because as an actor, I am entertaining people. As an educator, I have an acting school, as a motivational speaker. But if I'm making a film, I must have a film which does something to people. And so, okay, this is what Mr. Kher or what Anupam believes in. And it came in the form of my 13-year-old autistic niece 4 years back. Her name is Tanvi, so the film is based on her name. And we were at a wedding in Delhi, in Gurgaon, in a farmhouse. My brother's daughter was getting married, and we were all singing, dancing, drinking, having fun. And I saw Tanvi standing in a corner alone and looking. I don't know if she was looking at the birds or the clouds or the sky. So I went up to her and I said, Tanvi, what are you looking at? She said, I'm looking at my world. It was a very, very strange answer for a 13-year-old girl who is autistic to give me, because she could not describe what her world was. And I could not understand what does she mean by saying, this is my world. And then I started researching on autism, and I discovered that in today's world, which is full of deceit, full of backbiting, full of manipulations, the only people who are good at heart, who only know about goodness, is the people who are autistic. And I had also seen her graph, and she's a singer. So I said, I want to, and I'm not wanting to sound like I'm giving a sermon, but I believe in goodness. I come from a family where we were very poor, and we were okay with it. We were happy. Once I asked my grandfather, Dadaji, we are very poor. Why are we so happy? He said, when you are very poor, the cheapest luxury available is happiness. So I came from that background. And I said, I must work on a story where this autistic 21, 22-year autistic girl has to go and live in an atmosphere of army, because her grandfather is an army, ex-army colonel. And she's gone there to learn music, but she gets involved with the world of army at this cantonment area in Lansdowne, and also discovers that her father did not die in the army when she was 7 as a hero. So she decides to join army. And in Indian army, autistic people are not taken as a rule. It comes as a shock to the father. And there are 4 major characters in this cantonment area. One is me, the Colonel Raina, who is grouchy, dissatisfied because the son died in a small little blast. Wife has gone. The granddaughter is autistic. He does not understand what autism is. There is one person, me. Then there is Baman Irani, who plays Raza Saab, who is a failed singer who teaches the children of these army officers. Then there is Jackie Shroff, who is the commandant whose own son does not want to join the army, who wants to be a social influencer. Then there is Arvind Swamy, who is guilty of being in that truck where Tanvi's father died. So they are all 4 people who have this attitude towards life, let just life get over. And this girl, who only understands goodness, who is naughty, who is funny, changes their lives. This is the basic thing. And since the film is released, we did the world premiere in Cannes, people crying and giving a standing ovation. We did the world premiere also again in London and in New York, where my best friend and the world's best actor, Robert De Niro, said he will come for 10 days to stand by me because I'm making a film on autism. But he stayed back till the interval. We have shown the film to the president, honorable president, to Delhi chief minister, to Kailash Satyarthi ji, to National Defense Academy students. So I felt that it made a difference in somebody's life. And now the film is released for the last 3 days. I have never got so much love and so much reaction in the last 40 years after Saransh that I'm getting now.
Colonel Raina, to join the Indian Army, you have to apply for CDS exam conducted by UPSC. Clear the written exam which tests English, elementary math and general knowledge. After you qualify, you will face an SSB interview which will involve physical and psychological tests. If you clear that, you will undergo training. And after that, you will be assigned as an Indian Army officer. Colonel Raina, I have decided.
Decided what?
I'm joining the Indian Army. Good night.
So I think there is a possibility that if you want to say something, even if it changes this much people, say about 10% people, it makes a difference. We live in a world we are constantly made to feel that this is a dangerous world we are living in.
Yep.
So, and everything is not working, everything is not dissatisfied, somebody is doing better than that. It healed me and it heals people. And it's not done in a very, where somebody is sort of talking seriously. I could have written a book about it, but it's a full-length 2-hour, 30-minute film, which is funny, and she's remarkable, this new girl, Shubhangi. And it is making a difference. We are not great in numbers as yet, but we are slowly improving. Because when the world sees a new kind of a film, it's a kind of a jhatka to them. Arey, hum to maar dhaad dekh rahe the, hum to ye dekh rahe the, which is important because those films bring money so that we can make more films. But you asked me, why am I making this film and why am I so much involved in it? So on the first day of my shoot, which was on 12th of February 2024, when I assembled the whole cast and the crew, I told them one thing. I said, look, we are making a film about goodness. We are making a film about honesty. We will, for the next 70 days that we are together, we will be those people. So there will be no shouting, there will be no screaming, nobody will get angry. And there is something that happened to all of us because we believed in all this. Now cinema it's a business. So cinema is not supposed to be doing all this, but that's the only business I know. And that's the only way I can be. I am an actor. I didn't have to write motivational books, but life teaches me every single day something or the other. When you set up the frame and your mind is all over the place and you settle down and then you smile a little, it teaches me that, okay, I have a familiar face who I like. So at every step, life is teaching me. And the only thing that I can spread apart from my performances, apart from my books, is goodness. It is goodness. And I today also had a screening, means I went to see the people. The people just cry and they say, when we had the screening for National Defense Academy, 2,500 people, cadets who are going to be our next army officers, they were crying. And there was a lady who went onto a stage and she said, I'm married to this general for the last 33 years. I have never seen tears in his eyes because he spoke to the general and army people. But he was crying today like a baby. When we had the screening for the army chief in Delhi, when he came, every army officer was coming to me. I said, did you like the film? They said, I cried.
Did the army chief see it? Did the army chief general, the way they see the film?
Sorry?
Has the army chief seen the film?
Yes, in a theatre. We had a screening for him. General Dwivedi was there. All his army staff was there. His wife was there. They were very moved by it. In fact, he gave a brilliant speech after the film. Because it is the first film on Indian Army which is about no war. So it does not only talk about the Shurvirta and the valor of Indian Army. It also talks about the compassion they have, the goodness they have, how they helped this girl achieve her dream, which her father's dream was there.
इस तरह से ये मूवी को बनाया है, I think उस दिल को पूरा अंदर तक पूरा छू लिया है. That is what the acknowledgement to Anupam Kher's complete team from the Indian Army. Thank you.
So, because that is their ultimate compliment to me when they say that we cried. And then also the audience cries because their belief in goodness comes back in this film. It is not an earth-shattering collections or something. Because unfortunately what has happened is, in the last few years, I think in the last 10 years, cinema has become so much business, which it should. I'm constantly saying that because I'm part of that world. That we think that if the film is not, and I'm not speaking as defensively about it, if the film does not do well, that means it's not a great film. But if I ask you, Arnab, which are the 5 best films that you have seen, you will only talk about the film that touched your heart somewhere. You will not talk about the films, how many thousands or hundreds crores it made. So I have made an effort and it is getting results. Old people, young people are saying it's a movement. So the film is not only a film, it's a kind of a movement. And that's my contribution in my life and in the process with other people's lives.
I get a feeling that you're not in this to make money anymore. I don't know if you ever were in this to make money, not for this film alone. I mean, talking to you over the last few years, knowing you personally over a decade, sharing some personal moments with you. You've been through a lot, right? Personally also. And I feel somewhere at this stage, you are not in this for the thrill of making money. But you've been into many things. You've been into an acting academy. You've been into motivational speaking. Somewhere you've made a decision that you're not going to be, you've made a decision that your sustenance, your income to be able to lead your life does not need to come from cinema. Am I correct? So that you can enjoy your cinema more. And so I find you're in a position to choose because, if you have the setting of the army, then you can make any kind of film, but you've not made the film with a formula in mind out here. So am I right here that you want to go back to where you were in the Saransh moment, the purity of acting, purity of filmmaking? Is it possible to do that now?
I have simplified my life. It's the purity of life.
How have you
I
done
have
that?
decided 10 years back that I don't want to buy a house. So I right now sitting in a house which is a rented house.
Okay.
So I don't want to carry the burden of, I always tell people, even though you said legend and things like that, I think I've always rebelled against what people decide about your life. I don't want to. I've seen that. I have tried my level best. I went through the bankruptcy point of view at one stage because I have tried that.
When was that? When was that?
2002. Because I wanted to be a tycoon. I wanted to have 6-7 channels in the sense, I wanted to have my show on every single channel. I wanted to become a studio. And I did not know any idea. I didn't have any idea of how to borrow that power. If you borrow the money, 90% times you can't return the interest, etc. I've gone there and I've talked about that in my play. I did a play called Kuch Bhi Ho Sakta Hai, which is about my failures on stage. That liberated me of the fear of failure. That play changed me. I think every few years you need to reinvent yourself. I'm at a stage, I'm 70 now. I don't feel 70 though. But I'm at a stage where I made this film, decided this film. I wanted to make it because it's army. I wanted it to have a big canvas. It's a musical by M.M. Karim sir. And when we made the budget came to about 50 crores. So there was and I didn't want to go to the regular studios because I felt that they will, for their right reasons, they will tell me, "Aap isko aisa kar lijiye, aap isko aisa kar lijiye," and I don't want to. I want to make a film right from what I believe in. So there was this gentleman who came with a company and he said, "Okay, we will give you 50% of the film," which is a huge amount. And we got everything, Lansdowne was decided, army came on board because they had to approve the script, etc., etc. And 1 month before the film, I was told by them that, sorry, we cannot finance the film because you can postpone it. So I said, how much? 5 months, 6 months? No, right now, indefinitely. So I told my CEO, Mr. D'Souza, I said, Herman, if this film is not made now, it will never be made. I can't postpone a film on army, on autism, on goodness, just because somebody has stopped giving money. He said, but how will we make it? I said, let's see. Then I called a few friends of mine in US and in India. Somebody gave me so we have 10 co-producers in this film. So it's basically crowdfunded. And I always believe when I'm pushed to the wall.
Why did they give you any money, all these 10 people? How did you pitch it?
No, I said, I'm making this film. I sent them the synopsis of the film. And none of them have anything to do with films. They are businessmen. They work in banks. They are doctors. And they didn't have to. Frankly speaking, they didn't have to. But they said, okay, you take it. And I said, I'll return it after the film gets released. And none of them have asked for it. And there are 10. So it's a crowdfunded film. And I was telling that the more I'm pushed to the wall, the more it's made to feel that I can't do it, the more adamant I become. Because that's where you discover your strength. Your strength is not how many cars do you have. Your strength is not how many houses you have. Your strength is how much strength you have here.
But why is that, Anupam ji? See, the normal story is that OTTs are doing very well. Okay, different kind of actors are getting an opportunity. You are the emperor of that kind of acting. You're the uncrowned emperor of, acting in that sense. You're among the greats. It should be effortless for Anupam Kher to make money or raise money. And these projects are being made at I'm sure, I don't know your numbers, at a marginal cost of what a mid-sized Bollywood film would be made at. I mean, would it be right for me to say this is boutique cinema?
It's boutique cinema, but made with a good amount of budget for the cast it has.
Okay, but you pay your cast, you have expenses, but still it would be much less.
But you know that something very interesting?
Tell me.
When I was told that I will not be given money, all my 4 main cast members decided not to take money from me till I have it.
Oh, wow.
Yes, all Arvind Swamy, Jackie Shroff, Pallavi Joshi, Baman Irani. I went to them, I said, this is what has happened. I will pay you, but they said, did we ask for it? So that is what goodness is about. It was practiced in our... So I will tell you what, I think जो चीज आसानी से मिल जाए उसका मजा नहीं आता है. आप इसको रोज प्रैक्टिस करते हैं. जो चीज आसानी से आपको क्या चाहिए? आपको सुकून चाहिए? मुझको मेहनत चाहिए. मुझको अपने I have to like myself for what I am doing. I could have easily gone to people and said, okay, I will take a known actress. The actress in this film is our student, come from nowhere, no baggage and no background. And because I wanted a film to be the girl to be absolutely new, so that people can believe her that she is autistic and her emotions are conveyed in the purest form. And I think मेरे अंदर कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा, I don't know what to call, whether to call it ahem, means self-importance. I just feel that I give my best under odd circumstances or hard circumstances or difficult circumstances. That's why I have chronicled my life. That's why I wrote a book which sort of how this film almost did not get made, which I'm going to launch in your channel right now.
Very lovely.
Is it? It's the tagline of the film is different but no less.
Different but no less.
Different but no less. That's the tagline.
वो अलग फिल्म होगी कि वो is a book?
नहीं किताब अलग है. किताब उस पर है कि ये फिल्म कैसे नहीं बनती, ऑलमोस्ट ना बनते बनते बन गई, because we put our mind and heart and soul into it. It's a motivational book, my 4th book, and it's called
अरे वाह, ओह फैंटास्टिक. यू आर गिविंग मी द प्लेजर. आप इस किताब को पहली बार अगर कवर दिखा रहे हैं हमें, देख के मेरा मन खुश हो गया. और मुझे वो दिन याद आ गई अनुपम जी, जब कई साल पहले जब आपने अचानक मुझे फोन किया था, पता नहीं आज से शायद 12-15 साल पहले, आपने कहा अर्नब आपने कई दिग्गजों को बुलाया पत्रकारिता से, उनमें से एक मैं भी था. आपने बोला किताब को रिलीज करेंगे हम एक कार्टर रोड के एक कैफे में, आप आ जाओ इतने बजे. तो मैंने सोचा भाई मुझ में क्या चीज़ है, इन्होंने मुझे क्यों बुलाई. मगर वो किताब ने तो हमारी लाइफ चेंज कर दी.
The best thing about you is you.
The best thing about you is you. तो आप अपने लाइफ स्टोरी को लेकर, और मैं हिंदी में इसलिए इसको इस वक्त कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैं चाहता हूँ ये क्लिप हिंदी में भी जाए. आपने अपने जीवन के अलग अलग फेजेस को लेकर एज अ मोटिवेशनल पर्सन अपने आप को ट्रांसफॉर्म करने की कोशिश की है. आपको जब हर मिनट मैं सुनता हूँ एज अ फिल्म मेकर नहीं सुनता हूँ, क्योंकि आपने अपने जीवन को, जैसे आप स्टूडियो में आए, अपने जीवन को एज अ फिल्म आपने देखा है, और आपको लगता है हर फ्रेम जो है एक तरह से इट शुड हैव अ बिगर इम्पैक्ट. सिर्फ ऐसा नहीं कि किसी ने 300 रुपए की टिकट खरीदी, पिक्चर देखी और फिर रिव्यू लिख दी. यू आर सीइंग दिस एज अ लॉन्ग लास्टिंग थिंग, ताकि आज से 10 साल बाद भी कोई इसको अप्रिशिएट करे, कोई कुछ सीखे. तो मैं चाहता हूँ उसके बारे में कुछ बोले. आपने फिल्म बनाई है मगर किताब भी रिलीज की है, मुझे नहीं लगता और कोई करता है ऐसी चीजें. मतलब जो हिंदी में कहते हैं ना, आपने जान लगा दिए इस पिक्चर को बनाने के लिए अनुपम जी, इसलिए आप इस पिक्चर को लेके बहुत इमोशनल है। आपके जितने इंटरव्यूज हैं आप बहुत ऑन द एज रह रहे हैं इस मूवी को लेकर। यू आर ऑन द एज अबाउट दिस मूवी, मुझे लग रहा है जो मैंने देखा है। एम आई रीडिंग यू करेक्टली?
Your observations are absolutely bang on. क्योंकि इस फिल्म को बनाने में मैंने अपनी आत्मा लगा दी है, हर कोई लगाता है, मगर आत्मा से फिल्म बनाई है। इस फिल्म में सब कुछ हमारी यूनिट में किसी को नहीं पता था that we were going through such tough times. हमारी यूनिट में किसी को नहीं पता था कि हम every day we were micromanaging life. Nobody came to know till the last day when we finished the shoot. But मुझे लगता है also film is my life, is my part of my life. It is not my life. We do professions and they're part of our life. We are as people, we are persons. My father was a very ordinary person, but an extraordinary father. He used to leave at 8 in the morning and come back at 8 in the night, and उनकी पूरी life monotonous थी. But he never made us feel that he lives a monotonous life. हमारी life तो बहुत exciting है, हम roles करते हैं, ये करते हैं. और जो भी मेरी motivational किताबें हैं, ये सारी मेरे जीवन से गुजरी हुई हैं. तो जब मैं motivational किताबें लिखता हूँ या मैं different but no less लिखता हूँ, इसीलिए हम प्रेसिडेंट साहिबा के पास गए थे, बिकॉज शी इज द एक्सट्रीम एग्जाम्पल ऑफ डिफरेंट बट नो लेस. वो कहाँ से आई थी और आज हिंदुस्तान का सबसे बड़ा पद संभाल रही. हम सब डिफरेंट हैं बट नो लेस हैं. हम सब इसीलिए अलग अलग फील्ड में हैं, मगर हमें अपने ऊपर गर्व करना आता है. जब मैं शाम को सोता हूँ और मैं सोचता हूँ कि बड़ी मुश्किल से फिल्म बन रही है, मुझे लगता है कि यार कितनी कठिनाइयों से मैंने फिल्म बनाई है. इसमें मुझे खुद पर नाज होता है और तकलीफ भी होती है. ऐसा नहीं कि मैं ऐसा हूं तो मुझे डिप्रेशन नहीं होता, नींद नहीं आती. जब पहले दिन इसकी कलेक्शन अच्छी नहीं थी तो मैंने अपनी पूरी यूनिट को
टेंशन होता है कि आपको कभी लगता है कि इस स्टेज ऑफ लाइफ पे मैं ऐसा रिस्क ले रहा हूं, मैं शांति से एक्टिंग कर सकता हूं, जो फिल्में मुझे मिली वो मैं कर लूं, जो नहीं मिली मैं नहीं करूं. मैंने हॉलीवुड में भी काम कर लिया है, मगर इस वक्त मैंने 10 लोगों से एक तरह से उधार तो नहीं मगर उन्होंने इन्वेस्ट किया है, फिर एक ऑब्लिगेशन बन जाती है उनको पे करने की, एक्टर्स को. ये सब उलझन में अनुपम खेर जी क्यों फंस रहे? भारत के इतने लेजेंडरी एक्टर फिर से एक तरह से रिस्क क्यों ले रहे हैं?
ओशो की एक बड़ी अच्छी लाइन है जी, इफ यू ट्राई यू रिस्क फेलियर, इफ यू डोंट यू एंश्योर इट. दूसरी बात, वो काम ही क्या जिसमें मुश्किलें ना.
इसको जरा हिंदी में एक बार कह दे जो ओशो ने कहा है. आप
ओशो ने कहा कि इफ यू ट्राई, अगर आप कोशिश करते हैं तो आपको फेलियर का रिस्क होता है, लेकिन अगर आप कोशिश नहीं करते तो आप फिर फेलियर में 100% उसको इंश्योर कर रहे हैं,
गारंटी कर रहे हैं जी.
और मैं हमेशा मानता हूं कि मैं हमेशा मानता हूं वो जीवन ही क्या जो संघर्षमय ना हो. संघर्षमय होने से ही तो अपने जिंदा होने का एहसास होता है.
आराम करने का मन नहीं करता, आराम करने का मन. हमारे देश में ये भी कहा गया है कि 60-65 के बाद आदमी को आराम करके संन्यास लेना चाहिए, शांति से, एक तरह से सब कुछ माया छोड़ के. तो क्या अनुपम खेर माया जाल में फंसे हुए हैं कि क्यों ऐसा नहीं कर रहे? अनुपम जी अभी जिम में जाते हैं, अनुपम जी कहते हैं मैं अपनी बॉडी की टोनिंग करूंगा, अनुपम जी किताब लिख रहे हैं, अनुपम जी इधर उधर से पैसा लाके अपनी मनपसंद एक पिक्चर बना रहे हैं. तो ये सब जो आदमी कहता है मुझे रेंटेड घर में रहना है, मुझे एक मुंबई में एक फ्लैट भी नहीं चाहिए, वो एक्टिंग की दुनिया में, फिल्म की दुनिया में ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं? इतनी रिस्क लेने की क्या जरूरत है? व्हाई डोंट यू प्ले सेफ? अनुपम खेर, आप प्ले सेफ क्यों नहीं करते?
I would have not reached here if I had played safe. I would have not survived in this profession if I had played safe. I did not play safe in my first film. That's the way my life is. What is the idea of walking on a path which is not full of ditches, speed breakers, problems? Because when I reach the destination, I should look back and say, wow, क्या मुश्किलों से गुजर के मैं यहाँ तक पहुंचा हूँ. इसलिए मैंने सर्वाइव किया है ये 40 साल. बिकॉज मैंने अपने जीवन को मोनोटोनस नहीं होने दिया. मैं जिस चीज से मैं खुद ही तंग आ जाऊं, मैं कैसे होने दूंगा? मैं अनुपम खेर का बोझा सर पे लेके घूमता ही नहीं हूं. आप जानेंगे नहीं, मैं बॉडीगार्ड मुझे कुछ देते हैं, एक तो सरकार ने दिया हुआ मैंने रखा हुआ है, उसको भी मैं जब जल्दी होता 3 बजे भेज देता हूँ. मैं कभी आपको एयरपोर्ट पे अपना पैराफर्नेलिया के साथ नहीं मिलूंगा, बिकॉज मुझे ये दिखावा करने की जरूरत ही नहीं कि आई एम इम्पोर्टेंट। आई एम वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर माई सेल्फ, बिकॉज वेन एवर आई लुक बैक वेयर आई स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम एंड वेयर आई हैव रीच्ड, गॉड हैज गिवन मी सो मच। और जहां तक आप कह रहे हैं मायावी जाल में, नहीं, मुझे मायावी जाल अच्छा लगता है, ऐसा नहीं कि मेरे को लग्जरी पसंद नहीं है, मगर जो लग्जरी मुझे चाहिए वो है मेरे पास। आई थिंक वो बरकरार रहेगी। और 70 साल की उम्र का मैं बोलता हूँ, बार बार जिक्र करता हूँ, और मैं अब मैं ये खुल के ऐसा बोल सकता हूँ कि एज इज जस्ट ए नंबर, बिकॉज यहाँ तो मेरा जो दिमाग है वो मेरा अभी भी 27, 28, 32, 33 साल के इंसान का है। शरीर जाता है, बूढ़ा होता है, मस्तिष्क या मन बूढ़ा नहीं होता है। और अगर मन को आप बार बार इस तरह इस्तेमाल करते रहो तो फिर तो उसकी ओवरहॉलिंग हर रोज चल रही है। और वो ओवरहॉलिंग इसी वजह से होती है कि ऐसे फिल्म बनाओ, ऐसे अपने चीज को डिफिकल्ट करो। आप बॉम्बे में यहाँ पर ये स्टूडियो लेके बना रहे थे, आपने भी गुड़गांव में आलीशान एक खूबसूरत कितना बड़ा स्टूडियो बनाया है, बिकॉज आप यहाँ भी चल के बना सकते थे, एक कमरे में, 2 कमरे में, और बहुत इट्स अ वेरी वेरी वेल डन। सो आई थिंक वी आर ऑल फाइटिंग आवरसेल्व्स टू बिकम monotonous and to become that। मैं आराम करना चाहता हूँ। मैं तो शायद आजकल बहुत सारे यंग लोग बोलते हैं that is the way I am। मैं तो शायद 95 साल की उम्र में भी नहीं बोल पाऊंगा कि that is the way I am, because the moment that is the way I am, that means your growth is not there। और मुझे अच्छा लगता है, I'm a people's person। I like people, I like to change people, I like to learn from people। I run an acting school जहाँ मुझे स्टूडेंट्स से ज्यादा मैं सीखता हूँ कि आजकल परफॉर्मेंस करने का तरीका ऐसा भी हो सकता है।
समय दे पा रहे हैं एक्टिंग स्कूल को आप इस सब शेड्यूल के बीच में? आप दे रहे हैं?
मैं फिर आप अंग्रेजी की एक कहावत सुनाता हूँ जो मेरे दादाजी हमेशा बोलते थे, बिजी मैन हैज टाइम फॉर एवरीथिंग।
मेरे पिताजी जिनको आप मिले थे, यू मेट हिम इन हॉस्पिटल वंस, इनको उन्होंने मुझे एक बात कही कि उनके पिताजी, माय ग्रैंडफादर ने उनको कहा था, इफ यू वांट टू गेट समथिंग डन, गिव इट टू द बिजीएस्ट मैन, ही विल डू द जॉब।
करेक्ट।
जिस व्यक्ति के पास बहुत बिजी है उसको काम दे दो एक्स्ट्रा, वो कर देगा, मगर जो आलस कर रहा है उसको देंगे, साल भर में नहीं होगा।
वो कहीं ना कहीं से रास्ता निकाल ही लेगा। और मुझे भी ऐसा लगता है, बस बहुत सारे लोग थे, यार तुम कैसे ऐसा कर लेते हो, तुम यहाँ भी होते हो, फंक्शन में भी होते हो, किताब भी लिखते हो, स्कूल भी चलाते हो।
सीरियसली?
अरे हमारे पास, मैं कम सोता हूँ, मैं जल्दी उठ जाता हूँ, अर्ली राइजर। हमारे पास बहुत कुछ करने को है। और जब मैं इंटरव्यू भी कर रहा होता हूँ आपसे या किसी से, मैं पूरी तरह से इन्वॉल्व हूँ।
आपका ये अच्छा कैरेक्टरिस्टिक है, आप यू आर इन द मोमेंट हर वक्त, मुझे लगता है। और एक बात और कहूँ, एयरपोर्ट में, मुंबई एयरपोर्ट में, मुंबई में था 16-18 साल, तो हर वक्त एयरपोर्ट में जाते हैं, सुबह की फ्लाइट, शाम की फ्लाइट में कई एक्टर्स एक्ट्रेसेस आते हैं। मैंने अभी तक, और मैं दर्शकों को कहना चाहता हूँ, मैंने अभी तक 2 एक्टर्स से मैं मिला हूँ जो एज अ नॉर्मल पर्सन जाते हैं, एब्सोल्युटली एज अ नॉर्मल पर्सन। एक है रजनीकांत, जो वैसे ही लाइन में खड़े रहते हैं, अपना बैग लेके सबसे नमस्कार करते हैं, नहीं आगे जाते, और इतनी मतलब ही इज सो सिंपल इन हिज वेज, ही इज अ ट्रू ग्रेट मैन। एंड द अदर पर्सन इज अनुपम खेर। ओनली अनुपम खेर स्टाइल ऑफ ड्रेसिंग इज लिटिल मोर, यू नो, स्नीकर्स वीकर्स पहन के।
मैं पिछले 30 साल से सिर्फ व्हाइट शर्ट और ब्लू जीन्स में चलता हूँ।
हाँ, मैं देख रहा हूँ। नो, बट द थिंग आई एम ट्राइंग टू मेक इज दैट यू आर, you see, you carry your achievements very lightly on your shoulders. This is a big thing. That's why people connect with you. इसलिए देखिए, मुझे कुछ प्रेपरेशन नहीं करनी पड़ती आपसे बात करने के लिए। लगता है कि किसी को आई एम टॉकिंग टू समवन आई नो फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम। अनुपम जी, इसलिए पीपल कम अक्रॉस टू यू इन एन एयरपोर्ट, पीपल टॉक टू यू एंड यू आर अ रिलेटेबल पर्सन। क्या इससे कहीं पे आपको लगता है कि एक्टर का एनिग्मा कम हो जाता है? When a person is seen to be a relatable person, a person they identify with, पहले एक फीलिंग थी कि एक्टर का एक एनिग्मा होना चाहिए, द एक्टर शुड बी, you know what I mean, like an actor almost
एक्टर को सिर्फ एक्टिंग आनी चाहिए और कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए। एक्टर को सिर्फ एक्टिंग आनी चाहिए। मेरी अभी आजकल की सोशल मीडिया की दुनिया में कोई भी किसी भी एक्टर का एनिग्मा नहीं। इवन जो गॉडमैन है, विद ऑल माय लव एंड रिस्पेक्ट फॉर, उनका भी एनिग्मा नहीं, बिकॉज दे आर नाउ अवेलेबल ऑन एवरी सोशल प्लेटफॉर्म, एवरी सोशल दिस थिंग। तो एनिग्मा ये होना चाहिए कि आपको अपना काम आना चाहिए, आपका आपके काम के प्रति रिस्पेक्ट होनी चाहिए। जब आपकी फिल्म देख के लोग निकलें, जैसे जब तन्वी द ग्रेट निकले, वो एनिग्मा है। कि आपने मुझसे पहला सवाल पूछा, आपने ऐसी फिल्म कैसे बनाई? एनिग्मा वो है, लोग मुझे पहचाने। वो एक बहुत मुहावरा है कि ऑल आवर लाइफ वी वांट टू गेट रिकॉग्नाइज्ड एंड व्हेन वी बिकम स्टार्स वी वेयर डार्क ग्लासेस नॉट टू बी रिकॉग्नाइज्ड। तो मेरे पास ऐसा, मैं बड़ा सॉलिड किस्म का आदमी हूँ, मैं पढ़ा लिखा एक्टर हूँ, मैंने यहाँ की मुंबई की सड़कों की खाक छानी है, मैं जानता हूँ। और शायद मेरा वो फेज था भी जब मैं अपने आप को सीरियसली लेता था। आई एम श्योर फॉर फ्यू इयर्स आई डिड गो थ्रू दैट फेज, बट देन व्हाट इज द आइडिया ऑफ ग्रोइंग अप इफ यू डू नॉट एक्चुअली चेंज योरसेल्फ? And I am sorry coming across as a person who has given up on it. No, I'm very ambitious. I want my film to can get the biggest award. I want my film to sort of really people to go and watch this film. I want Tanvi the Great to be the greatest film because it's made with greatest of emotion and greatest of passion and in the most difficult way. But people should not be interested in it was made difficult. I'm just saying that when whosoever sees it, today my friend Anil Kapoor saw that, he said, तेरे में कितना जिगरा है, कैसे बना लिया तूने ऐसी ये फिल्म अपने बलबूते पर? तो ये सुनकर मुझे लगता है कि यही एनिग्मा होता है। कैसे बना ली तुमने ये फिल्म, ये एनिग्मा होता है। आपका खुद का परसोना आपको सामने वाले को इसलिए छोटा महसूस कराता है क्योंकि आप एक ही चीज को अलग तरीके से करते हैं। मैंने कभी एक ढर्रे पर चलने की कोशिश ही नहीं की बिकॉज मुझे लगता है कि मैं अपना काम आसान क्यों बनाऊं। अब मैं एज एन एक्टर 400-500 फिल्में ज्यादा कर चुका हूं। Now I choose my films, and even if the roles that I have done, I'm doing it, I try to make it difficult. How to make Vijay 69 a difficult film as an actor. How to make a film like Signature a difficult film. Or how to make any other work. Otherwise, if you don't make it big, I'm very competent. I can take the lines and do my lines and read it and people will say, wow, kitna acha bola. But I believe that competence is the biggest enemy of brilliance.
Very well said.
To be brilliant, you must have the unsurety of whether I will be able to do it or not. And that creates magic.
You get nervous before scenes and all that? Kabhi aapko, what makes you nervous? Still today, after all these years, is there anything that gives you, butterflies?
जो चीज मैंने दिल से की है, मैं चाहता हूँ कि वो लोगों को पसंद आएगी कि नहीं. That makes me anxious and nervous both. Before every performance, even if I have done 400 shows, before every performance, I am very nervous. On the day of the show of a play, I don't eat. I'm nervous because I want to be very good. I'm nervous because my competition is my own self. मैं अपनी नजरों में नहीं गिरना चाहता. अपनी नजरों में मेरा स्टैंडर्ड बहुत हाई है. और हाई इसलिए है क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि कुछ भी हासिल कर सकता है इंसान, इसलिए मैं बार बार बोलता हूँ कुछ भी हो सकता है। आपने मेरी एक्सरसाइज वगैरह की बात की आज से 10 साल पहले, मुझे लगा यार मैंने अभी 60 साल मैंने जिम में गया ही नहीं, मुझे लगता था मेरा जिम यहाँ है दिमाग। फिर मुझे लगा नहीं है बकवास, आई मस्ट गो and I started working out. In fact, for the last 1 month I have not worked out. I was feeling very bad about it. I feel that I was thinking what should be my next film because मुझे ये film direct करने का बहुत मजा आया. It was a great satisfaction because I was not only involved as an actor, I was involved in the direction, in storytelling. It's my script with 2 other writers, Abhishek and Ankur. I was deciding people's clothes. I was deciding the lighting. It was
totally into a creative process.
Oh, totally. I chose the best.
You had freedom. Total freedom.
Total freedom. I had 2 Oscar winners on the set. Music director M.M. Kiravani sir, my sound designer Rasul Pukuti, my Japanese DOP, and I had the greatest creative. वो है मुझे क्या करना है एक महल में रह के अगर मेरे को वो क्रिएटिविटी का जश्न मनाने का मौका मिल रहा है,
so
क्या करूंगा मैं?
नहीं होता है।
अभी हमारे मैं यहाँ पर सुबह सैर के लिए जाता हूँ गार्डन में, वहाँ मुझे बहुत सारे बुजुर्ग लोग मिलते हैं। हर एक का दुखड़ा सुनकर मेरा दिल बड़ा उदास होता है। किसी के बेटे ने उसके वसीयत के लिए, मैं सोचता था ये सिर्फ फिल्मों में होता है, उसको बाहर नहीं जाने देते, वेट कर रहे हैं कि कब वो मरेंगे तो मैं ये जो घर मैंने लिया है ये मेरे नाम पर हो जाएगा। वो भूल जाते हैं कि उनके बेटे भी उनके साथ ऐसा ही करेंगे। तो इट्स बेटर टू हैव मनी, इट इज इजी टू स्पेंड, हमारी बिल्डिंग में आज हमारे लैंडलॉर्ड की डेथ हुई है, उनके भी पंगा शुरू चल पड़ा है। मैं कितने केसेस पढ़ता हूँ। I think the simplicity has come from my father and my grandfather. My father was happy whenever I used to go abroad. He used to ask me, वो रेजर वो ब्लेड ले आना मेरे लिए, और मार्क्स एंड स्पेंसर से नाइट सूट ले आना। और कुछ नहीं मांगते थे। मैं कहता था आपको कितने, नहीं मेरे लिए काफी है वो। तो it's a very it's a humbling feeling and it's a very powerful feeling at the same time.
Yeah.
जब आपको कुछ नहीं चाहिए होता है तो आपके पास सब कुछ है ना? ये मैं अनजाने में अच्छी बात बोल गया।
नहीं, आपने बहुत अच्छी बात बोली। देखिए, मैं सुन रहा हूँ कीनली, आई एम लिसनिंग टू एवरीथिंग यू आर सेइंग कीनली, क्योंकि हर एक चीज एक लाइफ लेसन बन रही है मेरे लिए। और
मेरे लिए
जो आप बोल रहे हैं, आपको कहीं ना कहीं आप भी अवेयर है कि ये कोई फिल्म की इंटरव्यू नहीं हो रही है। दिस इज, यू नो, यू आर हैविंग एन इम्पैक्ट ऑन मी। आपको एक सच बात बताऊं, अभी इंटरव्यू के लिए आ रहा था, आज सुबह से, जैसे हम ये मीडिया नेटवर्क चलाते हैं तो इट्स ऑल्सो बिग कमर्शियल ऑपरेशन। तो आज सुबह 11 बजे से लेके अभी, जब ये प्री रिकॉर्डिंग हो रही है 5 बजे, तो मेरे दिमाग में एक था कि कुछ भी हो, मैं अनुपम खेर को, आई कांट मेक हिम वेट इवन फॉर अ मिनट। और मीटिंग्स मेरी चल रही थी बिल्कुल मतलब बिजनेस मीटिंग्स चल रही थी 4:57 तक। तो मैंने अपने आप को झटका दिया और मैंने झटका दे के कहा कि भैया तुम सीधे जाओ स्टूडियो, बैठो और अपने आप को एक करेक्ट फ्रेम ऑफ माइंड में ले आओ, बिकॉज यू आर टॉकिंग टू हिम। अब मुझे ऐसे रिसर्च मटेरियल मिलती है आपके लिए, क्वेश्चंस फॉर अनुपम खेर। तो मैंने बोला अभी कहाँ नीचे देख देख के इनसे सवाल करूँगा, जो 500 कैरेक्टर क्या है, मैं क्या पूछूँ इनको जो एक टेक्निकल फिल्म प्रमोशन हो। बट यू नो समथिंग, दिस ऑप्टिमिज्म इज कंटेजियस। दिस ऑप्टिमिज्म यू ब्रिंग इज कंटेजियस। इसका इम्पैक्ट जो लोग ये देख रहे हैं, इनको भी लग रहा होगा ये जो कुछ भी हो सकता है, जो बोल रहे हैं, ये सिर्फ स्पीच नहीं देते हैं, कर भी रहे हैं। अब जो आपने बोला, देखिए एक और, you're doing it, you're an execution man, you're not thinking, talking, giving a speech, right, and going away. So I feel that's a big thing about you. और एक चीज I am curious to know कि आपने जैकी श्रॉफ का नाम लिया। I am big, you know, look, I find the story very interesting कि दो लोग, he must be your age or so, little younger or above somewhere.
मेरे से एक साल छोटा है शायद वो।
एक साल छोटा, तो ठीक है। तो उनकी करियर की स्टार्ट बिल्कुल अलग,
हीरो से,
he comes across as a, you know, as the young man from Mumbai, you know.
Yes.
And you come as in the film as a
old man. Yeah, 28 I was playing 65.
अब ये, this itself is a story script. Two people approximately the same age who have connected with the different sections of the audience. But both are seeking something similar in a film made in 2025. कभी आपने सोचा होगा 1985 में सारांश कब बनी थी अनुपम जी?
84, 25th में।
तो 84 का भी वो भी एक्टिव थे। जैकी श्रॉफ must have started, no, not yet.
Absolutely, मुझसे पहले। No, he had started before I got into it.
कोई, मैं वही देख रहा हूँ ना कि कोई 1984 या 85 में कहे कि अनुपम खेर और जैकी श्रॉफ आज से 40 साल बाद और अनुपम खेर पिक्चर बनाएंगे और जैकी श्रॉफ उसमें फॉर द जॉय ऑफ एक्टिंग आएंगे।
You know how, yeah, joy, he came, I did finish the music first. I didn't want to do the music जैसे आजकल होता है, WhatsApp पे धुन भेज देते हैं। I sat with Kiravani sir. By the way, all my 4 songs are on the top of the chart right now. तो जैकी मेरे पर इसी घर में यहाँ पर आया था, तो मैंने उनको 2 गाने सुनाए। And both of us were very moved and both of us were almost crying. Not almost, we were crying and we were embarrassed about it. तो उसने कहा, पहले जो उनका ब्रिगेडियर जोशी का रोल इतना बड़ा नहीं था, उसने कहा अनुपम, I want to be part of this film.
अच्छा,
he said I want to be part of this film. I made the role worth him. And today he's been praised so much for that film. अरविंद स्वामी, मैंने उनके साथ एक फिल्म की थी, 7 रंग के सपने, और मेरे बड़े अच्छे दोस्त हैं। उस ट्रेनर के रोल के लिए, मेजर श्रीनिवासन के रोल के लिए मैं उसी के पास गया
जी।
मैं, बमन जी मेरे साथ मेरी फिल्मों में काम करते हैं, बमन को मैंने कहा ये फिल्म साथ, तो सबने मिलके ये फिल्म बनाई है। हाँ, ओनली मदर्स के रोल के लिए मैं 2-3 एक्ट्रेसेस के पास गया था, जो पल्लवी जोशी ने किया है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि we will like to do some main role, but main role चूंकि इस लड़की का, और ये लड़की भी हमको कैसे मिली, I have to share this with you. That's Shubhangi. I do a master class in my school.
Okay.
A master class is basically you shut your eyes, all the students. I take them back 5 years in a period of half an hour. That if you're 25, now think that shut your eyes. Now think you're 20 years. Now think you're 15 years. Your life is different. Basically, they come to the school with so much of baggage and so much of expectation. I need to start them from scratch. Now you are 5 years old. Now you are just born. And now you are in your mother's womb. Imagine what is your expression. You are in the most secure place. And then when they are like that in their eyes, I shoot their faces, close-ups, with a camera, with my own mobile. When I stopped at Shubhangi's face, strangely, she had the most calm face. So I went and told my producer, my in-house producer, I said, Herman, I think I found Tanvi. तो he said, ये देखो, मैंने कहा कहता इसमें तो कुछ भी नहीं कर रही है. मैंने कहा इसलिए तो अच्छी है, क्योंकि करवाना तो हमको है ना. If you get a blank page, whatever you will write will get registered.
Correct.
So for 6 months, we did not tell her that she's doing the film, but we kept sending her auditions. Because I had no idea what kind of autistic girl physically I want. I knew that mind, I knew of the autistic girl, but her gestures. And she, without asking me or asking for what is the explanation, she did it for 6 months. And today, when I read a review where she says Shubhangi as a newcomer has dwarfed the 4 giants, it is the biggest happy moment for me.
That's fantastic.
When she is in the frame, it's like it is her saransh.
Yeah.
और इससे बड़ा सेटिस्फेक्शन एक टीचर के लिए क्या हो सकता है कि उसकी स्टूडेंट को इस तरह का रिव्यू दे रहे हैं. और जिन्होंने बुरा रिव्यू दिया है वो अपने आप से नाखुश है. एक हैं बड़े हमारे ट्रेड के पंडित अपने आप को कहते हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि इस फिल्म में रोना ही नहीं आता है. तो उनके अगर आंसू सूख चुके हैं और उनका अगर हृदय मर चुका है तो कैसे रोना आएगा.
ये तो लोगों की पर्सपेक्टिव है. ये लोगों की पर्सपेक्टिव है. बट
उनका पर्सपेक्टिव, हाँ.
बट यू नो, ये तो मुझे ये भी लगता है एक सेक्शन तो कभी आपके साथ खुश होने वाली नहीं है. आप कुछ भी कर ले. जैसे मैं आपको बताऊं, मैं कोई आपके साथ कंपैरिजन कभी नहीं कर सकता, मगर जैसे हमारे मीडिया जगत में मैं कहता हूँ मेरे खिलाफ ज़्यादा जर्नलिस्ट लोग हैं. अब पता नहीं क्यों है, क्या प्रॉब्लम है, क्या इरिटेशन पॉइंट है, बट मैं कभी उनको खुश नहीं कर सका और मैं खुश करने की कोशिश भी नहीं करता. बिकॉज एनीबडी हू स्ट्राइक्स देयर ओन पाथ, जो इंडिपेंडेंट है, जो एक जिसको अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं ग्रुपी नहीं है ना, तो समवेयर द पर्सन्स एग्जिस्टेंस इरिटेट्स पीपल. तो मुझे भी लगता है कि आपका जो अभी जो ओहदा है, इट इज़ अ सेल्फ fought position, Anupam ji. What I like about you, the reason I admire you is because you're a one-man industry. You have tried to do things solo, and a lot of fellow actors don't like you. A lot of industry people don't like you. A lot of groups don't like you. But, you know, they cannot come and say that he doesn't deserve what he's getting. That's what they're clear about. Nobody can say he went to Hollywood on someone's सिफारिश, he is there on someone's promotion, he's got a PR industry. ऐसे भी लोग हैं आजकल, एक्टर्स बोलते हैं हम PR इंडस्ट्री करके हम ये करेंगे वो करेंगे. There is no PR industry around you, Anupam ji. You know, so I think you're a bit isolated. You always were isolated. Maybe up and down कितना हुआ है वो change हुआ है आपका. But am I right in reading that? उससे क्या आपको in your mind कोई impact होता है? Do you keep any angst inside your heart? Do you feel any sense of regret that you did not get either the due or maybe the opportunities had you been quote unquote one of them?
So I come from a place where we used to like everybody and everybody likes to be liked. है ना, हमारी ये एक इंटरनल नीड होती है कि यार मैं अच्छा इंसान हूं तो सब मुझे अच्छा ही सोचे.
करेक्ट.
मगर धीरे धीरे जिंदगी सिखाती है कि ऐसा पॉसिबल है. फिर मैंने सोचा कि दुनिया में ऐसा कोई इंसान नहीं है जिसको सब लोग सिर्फ पसंद ही करते हैं। इवन भगवान को सब लोग पसंद नहीं करते हैं, उनकी कंप्लेंट्स भी हैं भगवान के साथ। तो मैंने इसके बारे में अभी बहुत साल पहले सोचना छोड़ दिया। मेरा और मेरे फादर का एक बड़ा अच्छा किस्सा था। आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू डिमीन माय फेलो एक्टर्स, बट मेरे फादर और मैं ट्रेवल कर रहे थे जस्ट 1-2 months बिफोर हिज डेथ टू महाबलेश्वर इन ए कार, एंड आई स्लो डाउन एंड आई वाज डूइंग लेस फिल्म्स। तो उन्होंने मुझसे ऐसी खिड़की से बाहर देखते देखते बोला कि अनुपम, यू आर नॉट डूइंग मेनी फिल्म बेटा, ऐसा क्यों है? तो मैंने सोचा मैं उनको बड़ा स्मार्ट जवाब दूंगा। तो मैंने उनसे कहा कि नो डैड, आई एम नॉट इन द रैट रेस। तो उन्होंने बिना मेरी तरफ मुड़े बोला, ओ यू हैव लेफ्ट द रेस फॉर द रैट्स। तो आई थिंक बड़ा मुश्किल है सबको खुश करना। देखिए, दुख तो होता है, तकलीफ तो होती है कि यार मैं कहता हूँ मैंने किसी का कुछ, पर फिर मैंने इस बारे में सोचना ही बंद कर दिया, क्योंकि काम जो है ना बेस्ट लेवलाइजर है। काम से इतनी सेटिस्फेक्शन मिलती है, इसलिए रिटायर होने का सोच ही नहीं सकता। काम जो है आपको कभी इस तरह की बातें सोचने का मौका ही नहीं देगा। वो कहते हैं ना, आइडियल माइंड एज इज अ डेविल्स वर्कशॉप और समथिंग लाइक दैट। वो सच्ची है। मुझे तो अच्छा लगता है कि मुझे जवाब देना भी अच्छा लगता है। ऐसा नहीं कि मैं चुप रहता हूँ। अगर मुझे किसी ने कचोटा
तो नहीं है,
तो मैं जरूर जवाब दूंगा। तो वो मेरे नहीं है। तो मैं हर लिहाज से जिंदा हूँ। मेरा ना जमीर मरा है और ना मेरा शरीर मरा है और ना मेरा जवाब देने का जज्बा मरा है। इसलिए मुझे अपने जिंदा होने का एहसास हमेशा रहता है। और ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। और आज मुझे इस समय आपसे बात करके ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे मैं अपने थेरेपिस्ट से बात कर रहा हूँ। When you do an interview like this, I did not expect to be like this interview. You discover in an interview like this, you discover what kind of a person you are.
Yeah.
And what I'm describing myself as, I'm very happy with the person that I am.
Yeah, you are. See, I think
I'm very happy.
It
could have not happened because
कोई मास्क नहीं है आपका। कोई मास्क का मुझे भी मजा आ रहा है, क्योंकि देखिए अभी हमें भी एक्सपीरियंस हो गई, तो हमें विद इन 1 minute हम असेस कर सकते हैं कि जो इंटरव्यूई बैठा है और इंटरव्यूअर है, इंटरव्यू इज ही पुटिंग ऑन एन एक्ट, इज ही ट्राइंग टू इम्प्रेस, इज ही गॉट अ मोटिवेशन। मैं इतना भी कह दूं आपको, आप मेरे से बात कर रहे हैं, आपको कोई मतलब नहीं है कोई तन्वी द ग्रेट को लेके सिर्फ अभी कि इसकी फिल्म प्रमोशन है, इसलिए मजा आता है क्योंकि ऑथेंटिसिटी सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है। और आपके इंडस्ट्री में और हमारे इंडस्ट्री में हर जगह आजकल ऑथेंटिसिटी बहुत कम हो चुकी है। एवरीबडी इज बीइंग टोल्ड आपको ये डेमोग्राफी, ये सेट, ये पीआर अप्रोच, ये लाइंस, मतलब सारे कुछ ऑलमोस्ट स्क्रिप्टेड लगता है मुझे।
करेक्ट। इवन जब फिल्म की पब्लिसिटी के लिए पीआर आते हैं या मार्केटिंग एजेंसी आती है, वो बोलते हैं ऐसे करना हो, ऐसे। अरे ये तो आप सेम चीज आप 10 लोगों को बता रहे हैं। हाउ एम आई मेकिंग इट डिफरेंट फ्रॉम मी? सो इसमें जद्दोजहद भी है, कभी कभी फ्रस्ट्रेशन भी होती है। क्या लिखा है तुमने यार, अनुपम खेर फिल्म गेट्स समथिंग। ये तो मैंने 25 हेडलाइंस पढ़ ली हैं इसकी।
अब सब पता चल जाता है अनुपम जी। मैं बताऊं, ऑडियंस इतनी स्मार्ट है ना, कोई स्क्रिप्टेड पीआर हेडलाइन को इमीडिएटली यू कैन कैच द ट्रूथ।
एग्जैक्टली
नो, इट्स कैच द ट्रूथ। अभी जो ये आ रही है,
ऑडियंस आर वेरी स्मार्ट।
मैं चाहता हूं कि अगर कोई ये इंटरव्यू देख रहा है, इसलिए मैंने आपने देखा लास्ट 50% मैं हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ। मुझे लगता है कि इट इज, इफ एनीबडी इज सीइंग दिस इंटरव्यू या अनुपम खेर जी के इस इंटरव्यू को देखे, और मैं पूरा इसको पुश करूंगा हमारे डिजिटल मीडियम्स में, और खुद अपने आप से पूछे दैट इफ अ मैन एट द एज ऑफ 70 इज टेकिंग ऑन सो मेनी सैक्रिफाइसेस टू मेक अ फिल्म, he is challenging himself, which means that if his performance behind the camera and in front of the camera is even 10% not up to the mark, it will be a huge failure for him. So it is a moment for him, and so that is the reason I think people should see. Of course they will want to see you, they'll want to see Shubhangi,
Arvind Swamy,
they'll want to see Arvind Swamy. I'm a big fan of Arvind Swamy.
This girl is magical, and I would never say like that.
Yeah, and they would want to see Jackie Shroff and Pallavi Joshi. So I think the setting is absolutely brilliant out here right now.
And Lansdowne, an army in peacetime.
Also family film. It seems to be something that all of us can sit and watch together.
Yes.
All of us can sit and watch this together.
उनको देखना चाहिए अगर वो अच्छाई में उनका भरोसा है। उनको देखना चाहिए अगर उनको अच्छा म्यूजिक अच्छा लगता है। उनको देखना चाहिए अगर उनको अच्छी एक्टिंग अच्छी लगती है। उनको देखना चाहिए अगर दादा, पोता, नाना, भाभी, भाई सब लोग बैठ के इसको देख सकते हैं विदाउट गेटिंग एम्बैरेस्ड अबाउट इट।
नहीं, लास्टिंग मेमोरी होती है। जैसे मैंने शायद ऊंचाई ना आपकी,
हाँ जी, हाँ जी,
ऊंचाई मैंने देखी पूरे फैमिली के साथ। कलकत्ता का एक पैक्ड हॉल था, उसके बाद आपको फोन भी किया था और मैंने मुझे लगा कि इस फिल्म की कोई प्रमोशन नहीं थी, प्योरली वर्ड ऑफ माउथ पे लोग जा रहे थे। और आई थिंक इट हैड यू, अमिताभ बच्चन,
बमन ईरानी, यस, एंड सारिका,
ब्रिलियंट, यू नो, इट गिव मी अ मेमोरी। सो आई एम श्योर दिस इज, मैं अगले वीकेंड इसको देख रहा हूँ।
जरूर देखिए, आपको बहुत अच्छी लगेगी। इट इज अ कैथार्टिक फिल्म, इट इज कैथारसिस। कभी कभी देखिए अलग अलग तरीके से लोग अपना मनोरंजन करते हैं। कुछ लोग ठहाके लगाते हैं, हंसते हैं, उनका मनोरंजन होता है। कुछ लोग बिना बात के आंसू बहते चले जाते हैं, वो भी एक क्लेanलीनेस होता है जिसको परगेशन या कैथारसिस बोलते हैं। और इसमें आपको, आप जब फिल्म से निकलोगे बाहर, आपको एक शुद्धता का, एक प्योरिटी का एहसास होगा और एक अच्छाई पर भरोसा होगा।
ब्यूटीफुल,
ये तो मैं आपको गारंटी के साथ कह सकता हूँ।
क्योंकि आजकल इतना ये सब हो गया है ना, टॉक्सिक मूवी के टाइम पे, कि टॉक्सिक जितनी टॉक्सिक होगी, जितना ब्लड होगा, जितनी गालियां होंगी, उतनी वायलेंस होगी, उतनी फिल्म चलेगी। एंड दैट इज अ बैड ट्रेंड। Maybe there's space for that, but there's space for this. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Anupam ji, thank you viewers for watching this. We wish him all the very best.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। Republic Jack Pollywall studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH